Catherine Louise Martin was born on October 25, 1959. Her family and friends referred to her as Kathy. Kathy met Mike Odom in high school when they were 16 years old. They dated for a while and then decided to marry. Before they could get married, Mike was arrested for selling heroin. He sold it to an undercover officer. He was sentenced to 6 years for this crime, but only served 2. Kathy told her family that she was set on marrying him when he got released. 2 years later, when he was freed, they did end up marrying. Kathy and Mike had 2 children together, Tasha and Sean. They lived in Harris County, Texas. Kathy's father, Frankie Martin, decided to give Mike a job at his sign business. Kathy did everything to ensure the marriage worked. She was also described as a loving mother who would have done anything for her kids. On the night of March 3, 1987, Mike tried to contact Kathy. He was out of town working. Kathy was supposed to be home with the children, so it was alarming to him when she did not answer the phone. Mike called their next-door neighbor and asked him to check up on Kathy and their children. The neighbor knocked on the door, but there was no answer. He looked in through the windows and saw that the television was still on. Instead of calling police, the neighbor drove into town, found a policeman, and they both drove back to the Odom's house. The officer found the front door to be unlocked. He entered the house, and inside of the living room sofa was 4-year-old Tasha. She had been beaten badly and unconscious, but was fortunately still alive. 2-month-old Sean was found unharmed in his bedroom. In Kathy and Mike's bedroom, the officer found Kathy's battered, naked body. She was covered in blood. Kathy had been severely beaten and stabbed more than 16 times. She had also been strangled, assaulted, and her wrists were bound with a cord to a lamp. Officers feared that the person responsible for this would come back and finish the job they started with Tasha. Both Tasha and Sean were taken to the hospital. It was ordered that they could not be left alone. Kathy's father, Frankie, arrived at the crime scene. He was told to go to the hospital to be with his grandchildren. While at the hospital, Frankie learned about what happened to his daughter on a TV screen. Meanwhile, back at the house, Mike finally arrived. Policemen paid special attention to his appearance. One of the officers noted that Mike had several red stains on his shirt. It looked like blood. A search of the Odom's house revealed blood in the bathroom. The perpetrator, possibly Mike, had attempted to clean up before leaving. Police found no sign of a break-in. All doors were locked except for the front door. This indicated that Kathy knew the person that took her life. The fact that she was stabbed so many times also told investigators it was a personal crime. Kathy's clothes told police something about what happened. They were found neatly folded on the floor. Investigators theorized that the perpetrator attacked Tasha in order to get whatever he wanted from Kathy. Back at the hospital, Tasha was in critical condition. She was in a coma and was reliant on IVs. While doctors worked on saving her life, investigators focused on her father, Mike Odom. He appeared emotional and distraught, but investigators had their doubts about him from the start. Investigators discovered that Mike did not come straight home from work like he said he would. He had gone out with friends of his. To investigators, it was something they had seen before. An individual arranging a slaying, being at a different location, then calling someone else to go check in on the victim. Mike's clothing was taken to the forensic lab for testing. That was not all. Investigators also found strange stains on the car floor of the neighbor, Tim Robinson. It was clear to investigators. Tim and Mike conducted a plan to take Kathy's life. Perhaps Mike was using again and was seeking insurance money. But there was soon a twist in the case. The medical examiner estimated that Kathy's life was taken around 6 hours before her body was found. That would be about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Both Mike and Tim claimed to be at work at the time. While investigators checked their alibis, a witness came forward. That witness is 4-year-old Tasha Odom. She emerged from her coma and told investigators that she remembers a man entering the house. Tasha said the man had yellow hair. Neither Mike Odom nor Tim Robinson had blonde hair. Unfortunately, the man's hair color was all Tasha could remember. When the forensic tests came back, it showed that the stains in Tim's car were motor oil. The stains on Mike's shirt was paint. Furthermore, co-workers provided solid alibis for both Mike and Tim. Each of them also passed polygraph tests. The two of them were then ruled out, and investigators could move on to the next person. That next person was not very hard to find. Kathy had a sister, Shelley Martin. She was married to Greg Markwart. They met thanks to Mike. Greg and Mike had been close since they were both in the drug scene. Like Kathy, Shelley was also 16 when she met the man she would marry. Greg was 25 years old at the time, which should have been a red flag already. Greg and Shelley married in 1983. Soon after, both Shelley and Kathy got addicted, just like Greg and Mike. Greg and Shelley were known to steal from her parents for money. Greg had been raised by a wealthy aunt and uncle, and the aunt repaid the Martins the money, and everyone agreed not to file charges. While Mike and Kathy had turned their lives around, Greg and Shelley did not. They were in and out of jail frequently. Shortly before Kathy's life was taken, she told a friend that Greg and Shelley had been over recently, and that while Shelley was in the other room with the baby, Greg had made advances towards her, which she of course rejected. When questioned, Greg would claim that on the night of the crime, at the times in which he was not with his wife, he was with a man named Hampton Robinson III. In an unimportant but interesting note, Robinson was a friend of Charles Harrelson. Harrelson was the father of actor Woody Harrelson, and in 1982 was convicted of slaying a judge. In fact, Robinson had testified against Harrelson at his trial. There was ample evidence that Greg had been in the house. They found his fingerprints and his hair throughout the crime scene. There was only one problem. As a family member who had been in the house numerous times, this did not prove a thing. Kathy's parents told investigators that they believed Greg was responsible. Frankie said that 2 days after Kathy's slaying, he received a phone call in the middle of the night from the hospital where Tasha was being treated, telling him that Shelley and Greg had come to visit. Frankie told them to not allow admittance. First, because he was suspicious of Greg, but also the fact that no one had a reason to be there at 3 a.m, especially them. Tasha's grandmother, Charlene Martin, who was at the hospital, recalled what happened. When Tasha saw Greg, she became very scared, and he was ordered to leave. Investigators asked Tasha if it was her uncle Greg that she saw inside their house with Kathy on the day of the attack. Unfortunately, she could not remember. Investigators tried many techniques, but due to her head injury, she could not remember a thing. While Greg denied any involvement when talking to investigators, he was surprisingly open about his attraction to Kathy, particularly to one part of her body. Greg had a thing for Kathy's stomach. This fixation was so obvious that Kathy had even mentioned it to her friends. Interestingly enough, Kathy was mainly stabbed in the stomach. At one point during the interview, Greg asked to leave to put more money in a parking lot meter. He never came back. He also refused a polygraph. Investigators decided to look into his alibi. Shelley said that Greg drove her to school at 10:30 a.m. on the date of the crime and picked her up again at 2:30 p.m. This 4-hour window was more than enough time for Greg to commit the crime. And as you'll remember, the medical examiner determined that her life was taken around 1 p.m. that day. Even though Kathy was assaulted, this crime occurred years before DNA was widely used in cold case investigations. At the time, they were using serology. Basically, they were doing blood group typing. It was very difficult to do, and you need a very large sample. You'd still just get a blood type, which was not very conclusive. The blood type from the evidence collected from Kathy's body was consistent with Greg Marquardt's blood type. He was type O, as well as the perpetrator. About 50% of the population has the same blood type, so it did not tell investigators much. Without more evidence, the case sadly went cold for some time. For Frankie, it was especially difficult, believing that the man who took his daughter's life was married to his other daughter. In 1998, a cold case team was formed, and one of the first cases they looked at was that of Kathy Odom's. By then, DNA testing was dependable enough to generate a DNA profile from the biological evidence in Kathy's case. Tests showed that Greg Marquardt was part of the 2% of the general population who could have been the perpetrator. Still not conclusive, but a lot better than 50%. Greg quickly came up with an explanation to investigators. He claimed that he and Kathy were having a consensual affair. Greg said that he was with her on the morning her life was taken. He insisted that she was alive when he left. Greg was not arrested at the time because even though investigators did not believe him, they were concerned that they did not have enough for a conviction. They had to prove that he was present when the crime was committed. Investigators reached out to Catherine Long, who worked for Orchard Cellmark, a private forensic lab in Dallas, Texas. Catherine came up with an unusual strategy to try and solve Kathy's crime. She and her colleagues were strangling each other. Let me explain. They wanted to determine if a perpetrator would deposit skin cells in the act of choking a victim. They realized that there was indeed a significant transfer of skin cells from the perpetrator to the victim. Investigators needed to find something in Kathy's evidence file that would have contained the perpetrator's skin cells. They decided to do tests on the electrical cord that was used to bind Kathy's hands. In an incredible piece of luck, the cord had been stored in a paper bag and not a plastic bag. The paper bag provides breathability so that there is not any moisture on the item inside, and it's going to stay dry. That will therefore prolong the DNA life. It will actually preserve the DNA longer than if it were in a plastic bag. The cord was covered in blood. Investigators swabbed the cord to obtain all the evidence they could. Testing revealed 2 genetic profiles, that of Kathy Odom and that of Greg Marquardt's. The only way Marquardt's DNA could be on the cord was if, in fact, he was the perpetrator. Finally, on December 18, 2002, Greg Marquardt was arrested and charged with taking Kathy's life. While in prison, Marquardt confessed to a fellow inmate. He said that he was high on heroin when he drove to Kathy's house that day. Once inside, he made advances that she rejected. To force her to comply, he struck Tasha repeatedly in the head. He then threatened to take Sean's life as well. In order to save her children's lives, she had to comply. With a knife from the kitchen, Marquardt then cut the electrical cord from the lamp and tied Kathy's hands. After he assaulted her, he took her life. Marquardt then cleaned up in the bathroom and changed into Mike Odom's clothing. Little did he know that advances in DNA technology would be used to identify him as the perpetrator 15 years later. 6 months after his arrest, Greg's wealthy aunt passed away, leaving him hundreds of thousands of dollars and part ownership of her home. The Martins decided to file a suit against him, and it tied up the estate, which prevented him from using those funds towards his defense. In 2004, Greg Marquardt pled guilty, and he was convicted of all the charges against him. In July of the same year, he was sentenced to 45 years in prison. He passed away of liver disease after serving 4 years of his sentence in 2008. He was 56 years old. Sergeant Roger Wedsworth was quoted as saying, "Couldn't happen to a nicer guy." Shelley and her parents lost contact after the crime. She took Marquardt's side while they believed he was responsible. It was said that for a long time, Shelley continued to support Marquardt and believed in his innocence. A few years after the crime, the Martins moved to Oklahoma. A few years after that, it seemed that Shelley made up with her parents, and she too moved to Oklahoma to be near her parents. Kathy's father, Frankie, said, "It does not bring back Kathy. I will always remember her, the house she put together, and the things we did. It is always tough to lose a child." Rayna Lynn Rison was born on May 6, 1976, in LaPorte, Indiana. She lived with her parents, Ben and Karen Rison. She had an older sister, Lori, and a younger sister, Wendy. In 1993, 16-year-old Rayna was described as a good student and aspired to a career as a veterinarian because of her deep compassion for animals. Other than being a sophomore at LaPorte High School, Rayna worked 3 jobs as well. She worked at the animal hospital where she walked dogs and cleaned kettles. On Friday, March 26, 1993, Rayna was tasked with closing the animal hospital after a short shift from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Rayna and her ex-boyfriend, Matt Elser, were planning to spend the evening together, and she could not wait to see him again. They had recently broken up, and the date was a step towards possibly getting back together. Like Rayna, Matt came from a good, upstanding family and was regarded as a decent young man. In short, he was the kind of guy any parent would be happy to have their daughter date. Matt arrived at the animal hospital at 6 p.m. to pick up Rayna. He got out of his car after waiting a while and headed to the front door, where he found that all of the lights were off and the door was closed. Matt saw that Rayna's car was not in the parking lot, so he drove to her home to see if she was there. Rayna's father, Ben, told Matt that she had not returned home from work. They hadn't seen her since she left home to go to the animal hospital for her shift. Her family assumed she was out on the date with Matt, but now they were worried. It was very unlike Rayna to not tell her family where exactly she was. Rayna's parents, her younger sister Wendy, and Matt all waited in the house for Rayna to come home. When Rayna had still not shown up by 10:30 p.m., her family went to the police station to report her as missing. The police could only register a missing persons report after waiting for 24 hours. Ben gave them a photo of Rayna and asked them to be on the lookout either way since it was so unlike Rayna. Her family then started to look for her. They tried to get in touch with her acquaintances, but no one knew where she could be. They also handed out missing persons flyers in the area, hoping someone would come forward with valuable information. When the police got involved, they made a public appeal for any information that led to Rayna's whereabouts. Immediately, a handful of eyewitnesses came forward, saying that just before 6 p.m., they saw a sedan parked outside the animal hospital where Rayna worked. Multiple eyewitnesses said they saw two men in the sedan along with Rayna. It appeared that Rayna was arguing with the men. The witnesses ignored it at first since they assumed it was just a couple having an argument. Matt Elser was questioned by investigators. He stuck to his story about waiting for Rayna and discovering that she was not at the animal hospital. The police learned that Matt had wanted to take a break from the relationship. They had taken a break, but recently gotten back together. Their date that night was supposed to be really special, and they were both looking forward to it. Matt knew something serious had to have happened for Rayna to not show up. Rayna's parents assured the authorities that Matt was a good and trustworthy young man. They also pointed out that his car was not the one witnesses saw, clearing him of any wrongdoing. Rayna's car was discovered the night after she disappeared, not far from the animal hospital. The car's hood was raised and gave the impression that she may have had car trouble. Officers were able to get her car started easily with her keys that were still in the ignition when they arrived. It appeared as if the car breakdown was staged. Furthermore, officers saw that Rayna's handbag was still in her car, which contained her purse and credit cards. All of her money was also still in the car, which meant this was definitely not a robbery. A man's ring was found in Rayna's glove compartment. It was shown to Matt Elser. Matt said that it was not his ring. He identified the man's ring as belonging to Jason Tibbs. Jason was Rayna's ex-boyfriend. They dated back in the 7th grade and broke up after being together for around 8 months. He had a criminal history and had dropped out of school. Police decided to question 16-year-old Jason Tibbs. He admitted that the ring in question was really his and inquired as to where it had been found. When officers informed him it had been discovered in Rayna's car, he claimed that they were still friends and he had done some work on the car and must have forgotten his ring in the glove compartment. Jason said that he had taken off his ring to protect it from grime and grease while working on the car. Locals vouched for Jason and said that he was an excellent mechanic. It seemed plausible that Rayna had contacted him if she was having car trouble. Investigators asked him where he was on the night that she disappeared. Jason claimed that he had been playing a game of fox hunting. Fox hunting is a game of hide and seek, but played in cars. Friends share their locations over wireless radios and try to hunt each other down. His friends confirmed they'd been playing fox hunting that evening, but no one had actually seen Jason. Rayna's father confirmed that Rayna and Jason were friends, so the ring seemed to be a dead end. Rayna's case started to go cold until the police made a discovery. Matt's Letterman jacket was found by a LaPorte sheriff's deputy. Rayna had last been seen with the jacket. Matt gave it to Rayna to wear. It signified that the two of them were together. The jacket was found about 6 or 7 miles away from where her car was found. The jacket had been placed there after the police's initial search. Unfortunately, the jacket yielded no further clues or evidence. On April 26, 1993, a month after Rayna was last seen, a fisherman and his teenage daughter were at a pond off Range Road, north of LaPorte, Indiana. The daughter was taking a stroll when she saw a pair of human legs in the water. She yelled for her father to come take a look. He went closer and determined that it was a female body in the water. 2 logs were placed on top of her body. When police arrived at the scene, they noted that the unknown woman wore the same clothes that Rayna was last seen wearing before she disappeared. Despite the body's advanced state of decomposition, it was determined that she was Rayna Rison. This was no longer a missing persons case. No obvious wounds or signs of significant trauma were found on her body. Later, during the autopsy, it was concluded that Rayna had been strangled. With the discovery, investigators went back to Jason Tibbs to see if he knew anything. He told them about Ray McCarty. Ray was married to Rayna's older sister, Rayna Rison. Ray had assaulted and impregnated Rayna when she was 11 and had been imprisoned for the crime. His probation ended only 2 months before Rayna went missing. You'd think Rayna Rison would have divorced Ray for what he did, but no, they were still married. He clearly had a motive and was dangerous, with a past criminal record targeted against Rayna. Investigators visited Ray and Lori's house. The couple told investigators that neither of them saw Rayna on the day she disappeared. Ray stated that he was busy shooting pigeons on a friend's farm that night. The detectives called the friend and he confirmed that Ray was indeed with him that night. Something didn't feel right to investigators, so they went to talk with Ray again. Ray talked to them alone and told them that he had seen Rayna on the night she vanished. He told them that he was house hunting on March 26, 1993. At about 5:40 p.m., he was gazing out the window of a house when he saw the animal hospital. He claimed he had just briefly seen Rayna at the parking lot of the animal hospital and asked if she knew where Lori was. He then left and picked up a female hitchhiker that night. Ray claimed the hitchhiker was the reason why he initially did not want to admit to having seen her. She did not fully trust him after what he did to her sister. Ray McCarty became the main suspect at this point, but there was no physical evidence connecting him to the crime, and the case went cold. Unfortunately, the case remained cold for almost 18 months. It was then that Indiana State Police pulled over a van driven by Larry Hall. Hall would travel across the Midwest for Civil War and the Independence War reenactments. His van resembled one used in an attempted kidnapping. The police examined the van and discovered several items related to Rayna's case. In his van, he had newspaper clippings of Rayna and a prescription bottle with the name R. Rison on it. Larry claimed he was the one that abducted and slayed Rayna. He was then arrested. Detectives investigated his movements on the night of her disappearance and discovered that he was in Kentucky and the prescription bottle was a fake. Hall had falsely confessed to abducting and slaying around 50 other women. He seemed like the type of person who would insert himself into any investigation and confess. Larry Hall was subsequently ruled out as a suspect in Rayna's case. He was not completely innocent, though. He was found guilty of taking 15-year-old Jessica Roach's life. I'll go over the case briefly at the end of the video for those interested. As for Rayna's case, it remained cold until 1998. Investigators did not know what else they could do and looked at their initial suspects again: Matt Elser, Jason Tibbs, and Ray McCarty. Matt's alibi was solid, and investigators never really considered him a serious suspect. Jason's story of fox hunting wasn't that solid because no one actually saw him, but it seemed he was on good terms with Rayna. Ray, on the other hand, lied about his alibi at first, and he was most definitely a horrible person, so investigators decided to focus on him. They got a warrant to search Ray's property. Inside his house, investigators found 2 handguns and a stun gun. They also discovered blood in his car's trunk, but were unable to determine its source. Ray McCarty was arrested in May 1998. He waited in jail for 15 months while the police continued to build their case against him. While Ray was in jail, a new prosecutor had been assigned. He was a hunter, and it was concluded that the blood belonged to a deer. The prosecutor felt that there was not enough evidence linking him to the crime, and they were forced to let him go again. He was released after a year in jail. For the next 9 years, the case would once again be classified as a cold case, unfortunately. Then, in 2008, police got a lead that would blow this case wide open. They received a letter from an inmate serving a 44-year sentence. His name is Ricky Hammonds. He requested to talk with investigators. Ricky was in prison because he took his roommate's life. Ricky said he decided to come forward after thinking about his niece. He said he would want someone to come forward if anything had happened to her. This is everything he had to say. Back in 1993, when he was 14 years old, he was in the roof of a barn next to his parents' house smoking marijuana. He heard a car drive in the barn. Ricky saw his sister's boyfriend, Eric Feldman, and Jason Tibbs. They opened the trunk of his sister's sedan, and Ricky then saw a body covered by a blanket. Ricky could still make out the upper half of the victim. It was a female wearing a Leatherman jacket. He did not know it was Rayna, but a couple of days later, when Rayna's face appeared in the media, he realized who it was. Ricky said that he was scared to come forward back in 1993 because he was worried he would get into trouble for smoking marijuana. The police tracked Eric Feldman down in South Carolina. He was visibly nervous. He did not want to speak to them and refused all interviews. Investigators then told him he will face no consequences if he can tell them exactly what happened with Rayna. He accepted the deal and told them everything. Eric said that he and Jason were cruising in his girlfriend's sedan when they drove past the animal hospital on March 26, 1993. Jason wanted to get Rayna to leave Matt and take him back. When she exited the animal hospital, he called her over to the car. She clearly did not want to talk to him. Before she could scream, he pushed her into the car and told Eric to drive away quickly. A couple minutes later, Eric stopped the car and Rayna tried to run away. Jason followed her and said, "If I can't have you, no one can." He then strangled her until she stopped breathing. Jason and Eric loaded Rayna's body in the trunk and drove to the barn. That is where Ricky saw them. After much deliberation, Eric and Jason then decided to place Rayna's body in the pond and weigh her down with logs. Eric drove Jason back to the clinic to pick up Rayna's car. Jason abandoned the car. He also discarded Matt's jacket. In August 2013, 38-year-old Jason Tibbs was arrested and charged with taking Rayna Rison's life. 20 years had passed since Rayna's life was ended. His trial started in late 2013. His defense argued that Ricky was not a trustworthy witness since he was a high school student at the time, and because he waited 15 years to come forward with the truth. In order to ensure that Eric Freeman testified truthfully in the trial, he was granted immunity from prosecution. After a lengthy trial that lasted until December 2014, Jason Tibbs was found guilty. He was sentenced to 40 years in prison with 20 years served. Outside the courtroom, Rayna's family cried. They hugged each other and the prosecutor. The Rison family got some form of justice, but the daughter they'd lost in a crime of passion would never come back. Tibbs still claims that he is innocent and that Ray McCarty is responsible for what happened to Rayna. Tibbs made numerous appeals to the Indiana Supreme Court after being shot down by the state's appellate court. On September 8, 2016, the Indiana Court of Appeals ruled against a request for a new trial by Jason Tibbs. As recently as 2018, his lawyers publicly stated that they are still fighting for his innocence. Rayna was 16 years old and had her whole life ahead of her. She was finally happy again when she and Matt got back together. Unfortunately, it seems that she was surrounded by terrible people that let her down. 15-year-old Jessica lived in Georgetown, Illinois in 1993. She had dreams of one day being a pilot. On September 20th, 1993, Jessica Roach went outside to ride her new bicycle. Tragedy struck when Jessica's sister found the bike lying on the road, but Jessica was nowhere to be found. Her sister alerted their father, who contacted the police, but Jessica would never be seen alive again. 6 weeks after she went missing, her remains were discovered in Perrysville, Indiana, which is close to the state's border. Her body was found by a farmer who made the discovery while using his combine. Jessica's body showed signs of having been there for some time. Due to the state of her remains, it was difficult for investigators to learn more about when, how, or where she lost her life. Police found suspect Larry Hall about a year later when he began trailing a pair of girls. The girls reported him to the police and provided investigators with Hall's license plate number. When he was brought in for police questioning and shown a photo of Jessica, Hall apparently flinched and covered his face before denying that he'd ever seen her. A confession eventually did trickle out, with Hall telling police that he tied her up but couldn't remember what he used. He then said that he removed her clothing, assaulted her, and strangled her against a tree with his belt. Hall also provided vague descriptions of other young girls he'd abused. "I picked up several girls in other areas, but I can't remember which ones I hurt," he told police. Investigators determined that he was falsely confessing to a lot of crimes, but that he did indeed take Jessica's life. Hall was given a life sentence with no possibility of parole. He is currently incarcerated at a medium-security prison in North Carolina. Jessica Roach's loved ones held benefits in past years in her memory, and in 2015, they created a scholarship in her name. Kayla Unbehaun was born on July 5, 2008, to Ryan Iskirka and Heather Unbehaun in the western suburbs of Chicago, Illinois. Ryan and Heather split up when Kayla was still very young, and a judge awarded Ryan permanent custody. In 2017, Kayla was spending July 4th with her mother. She was scheduled to be returned to Ryan the next day on her 9th birthday. The next day, however, Heather and Kayla did not show up for the court-ordered exchange, and the police were immediately contacted and an investigation was launched. It was discovered that all of Heather's social media had been deleted and her phone turned off. Police determined that Heather was last seen packing her belongings up to the roof of her car. Her closest family members indicated she went on a camping trip to an unknown location in Wisconsin and was expected to return on July 5th at 7 p.m. to return Kayla to Ryan. After Ryan filed missing persons reports for both Kayla and Heather, Heather was charged with child abduction, a Class 4 felony. Since then, South Elgin police pursued numerous leads and tips, working with police agencies from around the country in an attempt to locate Kayla and Heather. Ryan set up a GoFundMe page. He was appealing for donations and information to help with the search. He wrote on GoFundMe that he planned to use the assistance to hire a private investigator and any additional cost concerning the search for them and their health and safety for when they are found. The safety and return of Kayla is the top priority of all my family and I, and any help we receive through this funding is greatly appreciated, he wrote. Between July 2017 and May 2023, the page raised just over $2,500 towards its $10,000 goal. In November 2022, Kayla's picture was featured on an episode of Netflix's Unsolved Mysteries. At the end of the episode, called Abducted by a Parent, missing posters and age progression images are shown from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. For just under 5 seconds, a photo of Kayla at 9 appears on screen alongside a picture of what she might look like as a teenager. On May 13, 2023, a woman was doing her shopping at the Westgate Regional Shopping Center in Asheville, North Carolina. At upmarket consignment shop Plato's Closet, the woman spotted a mother and her daughter. The woman recognized Heather Unbehaun and recalled that the child was missing. She saw the pictures on Unsolved Mysteries. The woman informed an employee of her suspicion. The store employee immediately contacted Asheville police, who contacted South Elgin police. Police officers then confirmed the identities of the two individuals as Heather and 15-year-old Kayla Unbehaun. 40-year-old Unbehaun was subsequently taken into custody. Kayla was quickly reunited with her father. Ryan said in a statement issued through the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children that he was overjoyed that Kayla is home safe. "I want to thank the South Elgin Police Department, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and all of the law enforcement agencies who assisted with her case," Ryan continued. "I also want to thank all of the followers on the Bring Kayla Home Facebook page who helped keep her story alive and were instrumental in spreading awareness. We ask for privacy as we get to know each other again and navigate this new beginning." South Elgin Chief of Police Jerry Krauschik also thanked citizens across the country and other law enforcement agencies who worked so dedicatedly to help bring Kayla home. "We are overjoyed to report that the child is in good condition and in good spirits since being reunited with her father," he said in a release. Following Unbehaun's arrest in Buncombe County, she was charged with the felony offense of extradition, which she declined to waive. She posted $25,000 bond and was released from custody, then turned herself in the following day in Kane County, Illinois, where she was booked on an abduction charge. The 40-year-old appeared before Judge Julia Yetter on May 18, 2023, and was released on bond with an electronic monitoring device. Ryan obtained an order of protection against Unbehaun, who is barred from being within 1,000 feet of his house and cannot leave Illinois without court permission. Unbehaun's next scheduled court date is June 14, 2023. A Class 4 felony in Illinois can carry a sentence of 1 to 3 years, often probationary. 49-year-old Larry Fuller lived in Ignacio, Colorado in 2009. He worked as a diesel mechanic. Larry was married to Paula Silva, and the couple had 4 children together. They lived in Colorado since 2000. On the evening of December 31, 2008, Larry and Paula went to the Sidekick Bar at 677 Goddard Avenue to celebrate New Year's. Walking home, Larry was shot by an unknown perpetrator. It was less than 2 hours into the new year. He succumbed to his injuries at the scene. Investigators at first believed the motive may have stemmed from an altercation that took place at the bar, but Paula told them that the couple had stayed out of any conflicts that night. Unfortunately, there were no witnesses and no real leads for investigators to go on. The case soon grew cold. Sadly, Paula Silva passed away in 2015 without ever learning who was responsible for taking her husband's life. In February of 2023, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation became the lead investigatory agency on the case at the request of the Ignacio Police Department. The agency put out a renewed request for the public's help. A lot of interviews were conducted by investigators, and it finally paid off. On May 18, 2023, 38-year-old David Hendren was arrested at the Navajo Nation in Arizona and was charged with taking Larry's life. Colorado Bureau of Investigation spokeswoman Lisa Kohlbrenner had this to say in a news release. Through the course of this years-long investigation, witness interviews were conducted by CBI, which subsequently led to David Hendren's identification and arrest. Kohlbrenner said the arrest is sealed and the agency cannot offer further comment on the case. Details such as where Fuller was shot, how many times, and the weapon used have not been released. Monica Escalante, Paul Silva's daughter, said her mother never got over what happened to her stepfather. She called the arrest unreal. Monica said the investigator who informed her of Hendren's arrest said Hendren told authorities he did not mean to take Larry's life, but had mistaken him for someone else. I never thought, ever, that they were going to figure it out, Monica said. It's like a dream come true. Monica was 25 at the time of Larry's demise. Larry was like a father to Monica, and she described him as a deeply caring and capable person. Larry's slaying haunted the family, Monica said. For years, she and her two brothers heard rumors in the community that various people had been involved. You just lived in fear, Monica said. And my mom, I don't think she ever healed from it. If she was alive, she would probably cry her heart out of happiness and sadness. David Hendren is currently awaiting extradition to Durango, where he will be jailed by the La Plata County Sheriff's Office. 16-year-old Sarah Yarborough lived in Federal Way, Washington with her parents and 11-year-old brother Andrew. Federal Way is a coastal city near Tacoma. Sarah attended Federal High School, where she was an honors student and drill team member. She loved art and dancing. On the morning of December 14, 1991, she drove to her high school to attend a drill team event. A few hours later, at 9:40 a.m., two boys walking in the woods outside Federal High School stumbled upon a body. It was Sarah Yarborough's. The two boys had cut through a patch of bushes as a shortcut on their way to school when they made the horrific discovery. Sarah was found wearing her skirt and a sweater, with her stockings wrapped around her neck. She had been strangled and assaulted. Investigators found and collected DNA from the perpetrator at the crime scene and stored it for further use. Sarah's car was found in the school parking lot. Investigators found nothing in the car that led them any closer to the attacker. The two boys and a jogger, also in the area that morning, worked with investigators to help create a sketch of a potential suspect seen shortly before Sarah's body was found. The unknown man had been seen leaving the bushes in a hurry and kept shooting the witnesses a series of suspicious glances as he trudged away from the crime scene. The sketch was shared around, but unfortunately, no one came forward that recognized the man. Students and staff at the high school were questioned, but investigators were unable to obtain useful information. With no real leads, the case grew cold. It was only in 2019, after using familial DNA, that police matched DNA from the crime scene to someone. Sarah's case was the first cold case to use genetic genealogy to generate investigative leads, according to Identifinders International. The man responsible was identified as Patrick Leon Nicholas. Nicholas was finally arrested by the King County Sheriff's Office in October 2019 while sitting at a bar in Kent, Washington. Nicholas's trial started on April 17, 2023 at the Norm Malang Regional Justice Center in Kent. During his 2.5-week trial, Senior Deputy Prosecutor Celia Lee told jurors that Nicholas provided investigators with critical corroborating information before realizing he was a suspect. She also said, after leaving the safety of her car, her assailant led or dragged her into the bushes where her lifeless body was found. And as she was attacked, Yarborough scratched at the man as she fought for her life. Experts showed that DNA collected from under Sarah's fingernails and male DNA on her clothing came from a single male contributor. For years, the state admitted during the trial the DNA was run through the FBI's Combined DNA Index System, a database that has led to convictions in several cold cases. But CODIS never helped with Sarah's case. In 2019, King County Detective Kathleen Decker uploaded crime scene DNA to a different database and came back with two possible matches, Nicholas and his brother. The brother already had his DNA in the federal database. Eliminating him was easy enough for investigators. So detectives began surveilling Nicholas. They ultimately collected some cigarette butts and a used napkin he threw away at a strip mall. Then state police tested the DNA. They found their match. Had we had the opportunity and the ability years ago to run familial testing, we would have identified, conceivably, that brother. and it would have helped us to narrow down and figure out who ultimately was responsible for this particular crime, said Detective Kathy Decker. On May 10, 2023, Patrick Leon Nicholas was found guilty of all the charges against him by a jury. Judge Josephine Wiggins handed Nicholas a 45-year and 8-month sentence. This is virtually a life sentence for the 59-year-old. Sarah's mom, Laura Yarborough, had this to say: "We lived the last 30 years wondering when and if someone was going to be arrested, and knowing that was kind of a Damocles sword hanging over your head, and you never knew when it's going to fall. When we lost her, our family was irrevocably changed. The trial's like a marathon. It's a slog. I didn't realize it was going to be quite this draining or exhausting or go on so long," said Laura. This conviction is not Nicholas's first time getting the maximum sentence either. In 1983, he was convicted of first-degree assault and sentenced to 10 years in prison. He was released after a little more than 3 years. The victim in that case, Ann Croney, also gave the victim impact statement, bravely facing Nicholas in court once again. Why was a repeat offender allowed to be released after serving less than half his sentence? Asked Ann. She also said Nicholas had 2 assault convictions prior to her attack that started with a seemingly friendly conversation at her car. "He reached through the open driver's window and put a knife to my throat and told me to take off my clothes," she said. "And I ran as fast as I could and dove into the river, and I swam harder than I ever swam before until I couldn't anymore. If he had still been in prison, he would not have been around to take away our daughter," Laura Yarborough said. The family said nothing will bring Sarah back or take away the pain they feel daily, but they get some comfort knowing Nicholas won't be able to hurt anyone else. Sarah's younger brother Andrew also spoke. He does not possess the ability to experience remorse or feel emotions the way normal people do. He does not belong in the free society with the rest of the people in this room. I recall the pain in my father's voice over the phone telling me that Sarah was not alive anymore. I recall the sounds of my parents crying through the walls at night as I laid in bed. Nicholas was also ordered to pay restitution to the Yarborough family. The amount will be determined at a later date. Sarah's family added they're extremely grateful to every investigator who has worked so hard over the last 30-plus years to bring Sarah's slayer to justice. 59-year-old Carol Reiff lived in Gloucester Township, New Jersey. She had an apartment in the Lakeview apartment complex. On June 21, 2013, Gloucester Township Police Department officers responded to the Lakeview apartment complex to check on Carol after she never showed up to a planned trip with family members and was not answering her phone. When officers got into her apartment, Carol was not there. Her keys were still in her apartment, and her car was in the parking lot. She was subsequently officially reported as missing. Then, 4 days later, detectives found Carol Reiff's remains in a wooded area behind an old maintenance building for the complex, located off Lower Landing Road, not far from Route 42. An autopsy was unable to determine what exactly happened to her due to decomposition. During the initial investigation, potential DNA evidence was recovered from a pair of Carol's jeans, as well as an empty beer bottle in her apartment. Unfortunately, at the time, DNA testing did not produce conclusive results. Over the years, advances in DNA analysis have helped open new doors in the investigation, specifically equipment that can collect evidence, leaving the hope that the perpetrator would soon be found. Detective Jeremy Jankowski of the Camden County Prosecutor's Office said, "It has always been my hope that when they close this, it's going to protect other people from having to suffer through this as a family and for the loss of life." Then, on May 11, 2023, 59-year-old Joseph Grizoff was arrested and charged with taking Carol Reiff's life. Grizoff was arrested by the U.S. Marshals Service Camden Division in Moorestown. He was then held at the Camden County Correctional Facility as he awaits a detention hearing. Following the arrest, detectives revealed Grizoff, who was a maintenance worker who lived near Carol's apartment, was interviewed at the time her body was discovered. Officials said Grizoff told police during that interview that he would regularly see Carol outside and admitted to complimenting her in the past. He also claimed that he had never been inside her apartment. Despite that claim, recent DNA testing revealed the strong proposition that Carol and Grizoff were both contributors to DNA profiles obtained from the jeans and the beer bottle that were found in Carol's apartment. Gloucester Township Police Chief David Harkins said, "The Gloucester Township Police Department and the Camden County Prosecutor's Office have never forgotten about Carol Reiff. Since her disappearance on June 21, 2013, and the discovery of her body on June 24, 2013, we have worked to get justice for Ms. Reiff and her family. We will use all means necessary to achieve justice and prosecute those responsible. It is our duty to be the voice for victims and their families, and we take this responsibility very seriously. I am very proud of the collaboration and teamwork of the detectives who have worked countless hours which led to this arrest today." In August of 2014, human remains were found in the trunk of a car in the 2700 block of Powhatan Street near the intersection with Seminary Street in Alton, Illinois. Those remains were identified as those of Jose Randolfo Pagoda, a Honduran national 52 years old at the time. The identification leaned heavily on DNA science due to the level of decomposition of the body. At about the same time, a Mexican national who was in the country illegally was identified as a suspect. He is Odilon Villagran Gudino. In April of 2021, he was arrested in Mexico. On May 16, 2023, the 56-year-old was extradited to the United States and is now in custody at the Madison County Jail. Unfortunately, there is not a lot more information on this case. At approximately 5:35 p.m. on September 4, 2012, officers from the Yonkers Police Department responded to a 911 call about a suspicious package being found in the woods. Upon arriving at the scene, first responders found a decomposing human body that was wrapped in a large black garbage bag. Detectives with the department's Major Case Squad and Crime Scene Unit took over the investigation and were able to identify the victim as Bronx resident 26-year-old Pamela Graddick. Investigators determined that Pamela had been shot twice in the head at a location outside of Yonkers and dumped in the woods in an attempt to conceal the crime. Police identified Wanda Vagia as a person of interest early on in the case. She was the girlfriend of Pamela and they lived in the same apartment. A month before Pamela's body was found on August 13, 2012, Vagia told Pamela's family that she had returned after the weekend to find Pamela gone, but items she should have had with her were still there. When Pamela's relatives learned that she had not shown up for work that morning, they reported her missing to New York City police. Investigators were unable to explain how the petite Wanda Vagia could have moved the larger Pamela's body to the secluded area in the woods from their apartment. Following a 2-year investigation, authorities were unable to come up with enough evidence to charge anyone, and the case was transferred to the Yonkers Police Department Cold Case Unit. In January of 2022, investigators conducted an interview with 41-year-old Wanda Vagia. During the interview, Vagia confessed. She said that she shot Pamela inside of the Bronx apartment they shared due to ongoing domestic issues between them. She said that she got the weapon from John Torres. Torres helped her move the body from her apartment to the woods. In March of 2022, both Wanda Vigilla and John Torres were taken into custody. Torres was charged with second-degree criminal facilitation, first-degree prosecution hindering, and tampering with physical evidence, all of which are felonies. City of Yonkers Police Commissioner John J. Mueller said in a statement following the arrests, "The passage of time only reinforces our commitment to solving these heinous crimes. The Yonkers Police prides itself on focusing on victims and their families and doing whatever we can to deliver justice for them. I hope that these arrests bring some degree of closure to Pamela's family and friends, and I applaud the extraordinary efforts of our cold case detectives in closing out this case after so many years. Well done." In June 2023, Wanda Vigilla was sentenced to 20 years to life for taking Pamela Graddick's life. Pamela's sister, Tawana McClellan, had this to say in court: "You took my sister from me. You took my sister from all of us, and I hope that burns in your soul." 23-year-old Renee Sweeney lived in Sudbury in 1998. Sudbury is a city in Ontario, Canada. Renee was a music student at Laurentian University and worked at an adult video store to help pay for school. It worked with her schedule, and it was quiet so she could do her homework when no one was there. On January 27, 1998, Renee was working at the video store in Paris Street. A man entered the store shortly before 11 a.m. and approached the counter. He stabbed Renee 30 times and then stole $200 from the cash register. The man then went to the washroom to clean up. When the man emerged from the washroom, he was surprised to see Renee was still alive. She was behind the counter trying to dial a number on the telephone. Renee then fought with the man and managed to scratch him, but she unfortunately succumbed to her injuries. The man was seen running away from the store. Police who arrived at the scene a short while later were able to collect large amounts of evidence from the scene. Police tracking dogs were able to recover a lightweight windbreaker-type jacket and white cotton gloves in a wooded area nearby that belonged to the suspect. The perpetrator's DNA was also found under Renee's fingernails and in the store's washroom. As the unknown man was seen running from the store by witnesses, they were able to give investigators a detailed description. He was described as white, in his early 20s, with dark, short hair, weighing 140 to 150 pounds, roughly 5'10 to 6 feet tall, with a slim build. He was also believed to have been wearing glasses. A sketch was shared around in Sudbury, with hopes that someone would come forward and identify the man. 2 weeks after the crime, on February 11, 1998, Sudbury police announced that they charged 31-year-old John Federley with taking Renee's life. Not long after, they realized they made a mistake and released him the following day. It was stated that the evidence did not hold up. A reward for information was originally posted at $25,000 and grew to $30,000 as more and more people were made aware of the case. Despite investigators having collected DNA belonging to the perpetrator, a match was not identified through the National DNA Database. Greater Sudbury police officers continued to check every 30 days. In 1999, investigators requested that men in the area provide a DNA sample so that they could be ruled out. On December 2, 1999, hundreds of men submitted their DNA to Sudbury police, making it the largest collection of DNA for a single police investigation in Canadian history at that time. On March 23, 2000, New Brunswick serial offender Michael Wayne McGray was named a possible suspect in Renee's case. He was convicted of taking 7 other people's lives. Nothing concrete was found linking him to Renee's slaying, however. On April 30, 2003, Sudbury police launched the ReneeSweeney.com website to help collect tips about the crime. For Renee's family, the wait for answers was agonizing. Her mother, Carol Strachan, released a CD of music titled Remembering Renee Sweeney in 2006. Her sister, Kim Sweeney, said in 2017 that she doesn't remember much about the minutes, days, and weeks following the news of what happened to Renee. Kim was in school at the time when she got a call from her stepfather telling her that something bad happened and she needed to come home. Her first thought was that something must have happened with her mom, who had multiple sclerosis. I had a bad feeling about the whole thing and wondered why I was not being told to go to the hospital instead, but I got in my car and headed home right away anyways, she said. I would usually drive past Renee's work, but for some reason I did not that day. When she got to the house and heard her mother crying, she knew something else was going on. They told me that Renee had been shot, because that's what they thought initially, Kim continued. So I went to grab my coat, wondering why we were all just standing around the house, but then they told me she wasn't with us anymore, and I just dropped to my knees. From that day forward, their lives changed forever. My mom never walked again, she said. It was just too hard for her to deal with. Her condition deteriorated pretty badly after, and she never really came back from it. And in November 2017, her mother passed away without ever finding out who took her daughter's life. I wished that she had a chance to close that book, Kim continued. Kim and Renee's biological father, who also had multiple sclerosis, took his own life in 1990, and her stepdad also passed away in recent years, leaving Kim with not a lot of remaining family members. What breaks her heart the most, she says, is the fact that her own two young children will never get a chance to meet their aunt. They would have loved her, she said, and she would have loved them. She wonders what Renee would have done with her life and where she would be today. I still think about it and her every day, said Kim. I just keep having these same questions run through my head. Why would someone do this? Why her? Is he still out there? I think that sometimes people just don't want to get involved, but I can't express how important it would be to finally get justice for my sister, she concluded. If there is any information or anyone who remembers anything, I hope they remember and realize that the case has not been closed. In 2017, the Greater Sudbury Police Service announced they had been working with Parabon Nanolabs, a Virginia-based technology company that specializes in DNA phenotyping. On January 23, 2017, they released a composite sketch of the perpetrator using DNA technology called Snapshot. The term refers to a process that can predict the appearance of a suspect based on DNA evidence. Constable Megan O'Malley of the Greater Sudbury Police said the composite has provided police with more accurate information about the suspect's physical traits. We do know that he is of European descent, that he has light skin. He has either blue or green eyes, brown or blonde hair, and might have freckles. From 2017 to 2018, Sudbury Police received 360 tips from the public after the image sparked new public interest in the case. Of those tips, about 200 possible suspects were eliminated through DNA testing or other means. Detective Sergeant Robert Weston, who's the lead investigator on the case, said in 2018, "The fact that this has gone unsolved for 20 years is mind-blowing and frustrating at the same time." He also said it is difficult to investigate a crime that happened so many years ago, but he's determined to push the case forward and ultimately find the man responsible. The more you get involved in a case like this, you almost build a relationship somewhat with the victim. At the end of the day, the focus is on Renee. I still remain confident that the suspect will be identified. By late 2018, investigators had followed up on thousands of tips and ruled out 1,800 people. As 20 years had passed, most people assumed the suspect would never be caught. So it was a shock when on December 12, 2018, Sudbury Police announced that they arrested 38-year-old Robert Stephen Wright and charged him with taking Renee's life. His DNA matched the DNA belonging to the perpetrator. Wright was an 18-year-old Lockerbie Composite School student at the time of the slaying. He was arrested in North Bay, where he worked as a lab tech. Police Chief Paul Peterson said at the time of Wright's arrest, "We have been actively investigating information and tips throughout the past 20 years and up until today." Wright has made a number of court appearances since then. He was denied bail in March 2019 and in May 2020. On October 8, 2020, a judge ruled that Wright's trial will be held in Sudbury. This followed a change of venue motion filed by his lawyers, arguing that years of media coverage would make it difficult to find an impartial jury in the city. Stephen Wright's trial finally got underway on February 21, 2023. Wright denied any involvement. He said that he was finishing an exam at Lockerbie High School in Sudbury on the morning of January 27, 1998. Wright said he was wearing a teal jacket, long-sleeved t-shirt, jeans, gloves, and running shoes that cold morning. After his exam, Wright said he had some time to waste and decided to check out the adults-only video store on Paris Street. Wright testified he could not see inside the store before entering it, as the doors were dark and covered. Wright told the court the first thing he noticed when entering the store were video boxes strewn across the carpeted floor. The next thing he said he noticed was a substance had spilled onto the floor, but testified that at the time his brain did not register that it could be blood. Still processing what he was seeing, said Wright, he made his way further into the store until he saw Renee Sweeney's body on the floor. Wright told the jury he moved towards Sweeney's body to see if she was still breathing and to check for a pulse, which he said was something he learned during his days as a Boy Scout. He said he used his right hand to shake Renee's shoulder and asked if she was okay, but ultimately he said he could not detect anything, not breath, nor pulse, or any movement. Suddenly, Wright said he backed away from Renee, overwhelmed. He told the court he realized there was blood on his jacket and that he was freaked out. He told the court, "I ran because I was terrified. I was a stupid kid. I wish I had stayed." "I can't describe what was going through my mind," Wright said. "I was completely overwhelmed at that point. I just wanted out of there." Wright told the jury that when he got up from the body, he had to stabilize himself and grabbed a hold of something, but doesn't remember what. Wright was asked if he was aware of a cash tray on the counter where a fingerprint matching his DNA was found. Wright said he wasn't aware of the tray and added that he was not sure what he grabbed onto while trying to steady himself. Wright said he did not flip the money clips of the cash tray up and that he did not steal anything from the store. He said the next thing he remembers doing is crouching down, grabbing his teal jacket and gloves, and running away. Wright was asked why he decided to discard his jacket and gloves. "I realized at that point that I had run from a crime scene, and I was terrified that I would be accused. The worst decision in my life was to run. I did not even know if I consciously made that decision." After that, Wright said he briefly thought about going to a friend's house, but decided against it as he did not want to involve anyone else. He said he took the first bus home in Valcaron from the City Center Mall in downtown Sudbury. Wright said he arrived home to an empty house that afternoon. He told the court he never told anyone about what happened, not even his parents. "I just wanted to distance myself from the whole thing and forget about it. It was very traumatizing. I did not want to worry them, and I was also ashamed of running." There were lots of inconsistencies with Wright's story. It did not explain how his DNA got under Renee's fingernails and in the washroom. It also did not explain how his fingerprints were found under the cash box. Furthermore, no one else was seen at the crime scene, and no one else's DNA was found. On March 29, 2023, he was found guilty of all the charges against him. The jury delivered its verdict in the Sudbury courthouse after deliberating for a little more than a day. A cheer went up from the side of the courtroom where the Sweeney family was sitting, and people hugged each other with tears in their eyes. There were also tears in the eyes of Wright's mother, and his father gave a meek wave as they watched their 43-year-old son be led out of the courtroom by police officers. With Renee's sister Kim standing next to her grinning, family friend Kelly Irvine told reporters they were thrilled and ecstatic with the jury's decision. Renee Sweeney got justice today after what horribly happened 25 years ago, Kelly Irvine said. Justice Robbie Gordon will sentence 43-year-old Stephen Wright on June 29, 2023. It is expected to be a sentence of 25 years. Renee's sister Kim had the last word in her victim statement. Do you know what it's like to have lost your best friend? I have, and there aren't any words in the English dictionary that describe the hell that losing Renee has caused my family. I had to look at that jacket that was covered in the blood of my sister and be reminded of the brutality. I am asking to sentence him to the maximum sentence possible. We have lost 25 years of our life. He should get 25 years to think about what he has done. 29-year-old Wendy Aughe lived in Bellingham, Washington in 1987. She was a beauty school student and the mother of 2 young children. Wendy was last seen leaving La Paloma restaurant in Bellingham during the early morning hours of April 25, 1987. She was driving her 1972 Ford Torino, which was painted red with a black vinyl top. Wendy was accompanied by the restaurant's bartender, a drifter who called himself Mike Johnson. Little did she know his real name was Darren D. O'Neill. Wendy has never been seen or heard from again. Her car was found abandoned in Eugene, Oregon on May 2, 1987. O'Neill's fingerprints were inside. When authorities searched Wendy's apartment after her disappearance, they found signs of a struggle, as well as blood, male DNA, and soaked bedsheets. An all-points bulletin was issued for O'Neill. He had worked for the La Paloma restaurant for only 2 days before he disappeared after emptying the cash register and stealing liquor. The United States Customs authorities reported photographing him driving across the border into Canada. He was apparently alone in the vehicle at the time. When investigators finally caught up to O'Neill, he was incarcerated for another crime, but more on that later. Frustratingly, without Wendy's body, investigators did not believe they had enough to convict O'Neill for taking Wendy's life. The case went cold. In 2015, the Bellingham Police Department received a report from the Washington State Patrol Crime Laboratory on evidence found at Wendy's home. The lab used the male DNA found at the crime scene and entered it into the state and nationwide databases. Recently, they were able to match it with O'Neill's DNA. Then on March 1, 2023, it was announced that 63-year-old Darren D. O'Neill was charged with taking Wendy Aughe's life. He was extradited from Oregon, where he was serving a life sentence for an unrelated crime, to Washington State. He is currently being held on a $10 million bond. O'Neill refused to tell investigators where they could find Wendy's body. O'Neill was born on February 26, 1960, in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He was drafted into the Army and had to move to numerous cities, including Bavaria, Germany, and Fort Polk, Louisiana. He was discharged on February 28, 1982, and that is where his crime spree began. It started with public indecencies in Colorado Springs. In November 1984, O'Neill was charged with assaulting a woman, but she ended up disappearing, and the charges were dropped. In 1987, O'Neill moved to Puyallup, Washington, and found a truck driving job in Tacoma. During the evening of January 17, 1987, O'Neill spotted a 14-year-old girl walking on a freeway to a convenience store. O'Neill abducted the girl, assaulted her, and then released her a few hours later. He then moved to Edgewood, Washington, where he found work as a laminator under the alias Herb Johnson. O'Neill took 22-year-old Robin Smith's life on March 27, 1987. Her body was found in his car. It was then, on April 24, 1987, that he took Wendy Aughe's life. After that, he moved to Tennessee and ultimately Lakeland, Florida, under the alias John Mayo. On September 22, 1988, police pulled O'Neill over for a traffic violation, but he attempted to escape, prompting a chase. O'Neill attempted to escape on foot after crashing his car into a curb, but was soon caught. O'Neill was positively identified as the person responsible for what happened to Robin Smith through fingerprint analysis. In January 1989, O'Neill agreed to a guilty plea in Robin's case in exchange for a reduced prison sentence. O'Neill was sentenced to 27 years and 9 months in prison, the maximum sentence available under his plea deal. In Oregon, he was sentenced for all his assaults and kidnappings. He was given a total sentence of 135 years in prison. O'Neill is the prime suspect in the kidnapping and slaying of 22-year-old Leah Elizabeth Ziegert. On June 9, 1987, Leah was heading from Twin Falls, Idaho for Boise to reach the airport where her fiancé, Dwayne Abbott, was meeting her. Leah experienced car trouble on Interstate 84 near Mountain Home. A friend she called from a truck stop was the last person to hear from her. When she did not arrive at the airport, her family reported her missing. On June 13, 1987, motorists east of La Grande, Oregon, discovered her body. She had been strangled. Several witnesses saw a man matching O'Neill's description at several nearby locations along the interstate, as well as in Spokane, Washington, hours after Leah Ziegert went missing. O'Neill is also suspected of the failed kidnapping of a woman in Burley, Idaho, a week after, though no further details have been provided. Darren O'Neill is currently awaiting trial in Wendy Aughe's case. Dispatchers received reports of shots fired on Winship Street in Hartford, Connecticut on June 22, 2019. When officers arrived, they found a man in his 30s who had been shot. He was transported to Hartford Hospital and underwent emergency surgery. The man has since recovered from his injuries. A second man was found in a vehicle nearby. The man was not alive anymore and had been fatally shot. Authorities identified the man as 24-year-old Eros Diaz. He lived in Avon, Connecticut. Eros's family offered a $500,000 reward for information leading to an arrest and conviction. After a lengthy investigation, police said 35-year-old Gino McMahon of Hartford was identified as a suspect. McMahon was arrested on June 13, 2023 and charged with taking Eros's life. A motive has not been made public, but it was noted that both Eros and McMahon were involved with illegal substances. Witnesses came forward, placing McMahon at the crime scene as well as DNA on a hat found near the crime scene. He is being held in lieu of $3 million bail and is set to appear in Hartford Superior Court on July 10, 2023. According to the affidavit, Eros Diaz and Xavier Lugo, who was 31 at the time, were shot on June 22, 2019 at about 9:30 p.m. in the area of 25 Winship Street after they were involved in a car crash. Eros Diaz was shot in the head and pronounced deceased at the scene, and Lugo, who was found about a block away from where the shooting took place, suffered multiple gunshot wounds and was initially listed in critical condition. Eros's mother, Catherine Diaz, said, "We have worked and prayed for this day to come. We never gave up hope that my son's attacker would be brought to justice. I truly hope that our effort to get the perpetrator off the streets protects other mothers from the loss of a child or a loved one. We are thankful for the many members of the criminal justice system who worked for 4 years to help my family begin to heal." Laurel Jean Mitchell was born on May 24, 1958 in Whitley County, Indiana, to parents Richard and Wilma Mitchell. She grew up in North Webster, Indiana, with her siblings Sarah and Bruce. With a population of about 500 at the time, North Webster was extremely safe. A place where residents often did not lock doors, where parents felt comfortable letting their children ride bikes up and down the traffic-free streets. It was a community where everyone knew each other, and folks spent hours hanging out on their front porches. By 1975, 17-year-old Laurel was a senior at Wawasee High School. She was employed at Cokesbury Inn in the Epworth Forest neighborhood on the shores of Webster Lake. For her, working at the restaurant was a perfect opportunity to gain valuable experience while earning some extra money. She was determined to make the most of every moment, and with this attitude, she threw herself into the job with all the energy and enthusiasm she could muster. In no time, Laurel Mitchell had become a favorite among the staff and the customers. Laurel was involved in a local church youth group and was part of a traveling singing group called God's Children. They traveled all over the United States singing. The group had made some records and had a couple of albums. Laurel was described as very, very religious. Most of her free time was spent at the church. Despite the occasional argument, Laurel and her siblings had a tight-knit bond that only grew stronger with time. Laurel was a beloved figure in the community, where her warm smile and demeanor won over the hearts of everyone she met. One of her most endearing qualities was her unwavering kindness and her caring nature. The neighborhood children were particularly fond of Laurel. It was not uncommon to see her surrounded by children, all clamoring for her attention. Laurel had many talents. She had a natural gift for singing, so it was no surprise that she was a key member of the local church choir. Laurel was also an accomplished dancer who honed her skills by taking lessons at a local studio. For Laurel, singing and dancing were more than just hobbies. They were a way of life. August 6, 1975 started out as a typical day. Laurel and her siblings had morning chores that they completed. Laurel went to work at around 2 p.m. 12-year-old Sarah stayed home. Their brother Bruce was married and in the Army in California. One of Laurel's friends from Michigan stayed with the family. Laurel left work at the snack bar around 10 p.m. She was supposed to meet friends at the Adventureland amusement park about a half-mile walk away. One of her co-workers offered Laurel a ride, but she declined and said she'll walk instead. Laurel was seen walking towards the amusement park on the north side of North Webster. This was the last time she was seen alive. It was a family friend named Scott Pruitt who saw Laurel at the pillars of the entrance of Epworth Forest. He waved at her, and she waved back at him. She then went past the pillars. Laurel never met up with her friends. They decided to go to the county fair instead. This included the friend from Michigan. As a result, no one was aware that Laurel was missing until she did not come home at midnight. Laurel was responsible, known to call her parents if she was going to be late arriving home. When she did not return home by curfew that night, her family knew something was wrong. It was confirmed when the friend from Michigan arrived at the Mitchell's house and asked, "Where's Laurel?" Her friends thought she went home, and her family thought she was with her friends. This led to her parents, Richard and Wilma Mitchell, reporting her as a missing person at 4:16 a.m. the next morning. The dispatcher took their information and promised to send a unit out to their home to take a report. An extensive search was then launched by the police, family members, and friends of Laurel. Richard Mitchell went out and walked the ditches up and down the road in case she had been hit by a car and thrown off to the side. Concerned neighbors and friends gathered together to search for her by combing through the woods and checking roadsides. Investigators determined that Laurel never made it to Adventureland. It was clear to them something happened on the way there. A few hours after being reported missing at 10:30 a.m., a fisherman named Glenn Dixon and his son found a woman's body in the Elkhart River at the Mallard Roost public access site on Noble County Road, 600 North, just west of 400 West. They called 911. The officers waded into the water and pulled the body up onto the bank. They reported seeing a white female laying face down on the west bank of the river near the boat landing ramp. The body was floating about waist deep. State police could not immediately identify the woman. They estimated the body had been there about a day. Police checked out missing persons reports in the area fitting the victim's description. She was described as 5'5", weighing about 160 pounds with long brown hair. Police then identified the woman as Laurel Mitchell with her class ring from Wawasee High School, class of 1976, with her initials LJM engraved inside. At first, investigators believed it was an accidental drowning, despite Laurel being a strong swimmer. That was until the autopsy report came back. The autopsy was performed later in the day on August 7, 1975, by Dr. P.L. Sankey at the Goshen General Hospital. The autopsy showed that she was forcibly drowned as well as assaulted. The autopsy also showed signs that Laurel made a violent struggle in order to survive. The police speculated that much of the evidence of the crime had washed away in the water, as only a small bruise was present on Laurel's hand and a few abrasions under her arms. After the discovery of Laurel, police vehicles pulled up outside Laurel's parents' home. Richard and Wilma were anxiously waiting for any news of their daughter's whereabouts. They were not prepared for the news that was about to be delivered to them. As the officers told them what had happened, Richard's eyes filled with tears. Wilma, as well, was inconsolable. Laurel's funeral was seen as a testament to the sense of community in North Webster. There were so many flowers at the funeral home that there was no room for the people. An enormous crowd of well-wishers, friends, and family members had come to pay their respects to Laurel Mitchell, who had been taken from them far too soon. They had to move the funeral to the church. Laurel's sister Sarah said that she does not remember the sermon at all. I just remember sitting between my dad and my brother, and they were both squeezing my hand so hard. When we walked out the door of the church, there were people lined up all down the street that couldn't even fit inside the church. The investigation into Laurel's demise intensified after her funeral, with detectives from multiple state and local agencies working round the clock to solve the case. They combed through evidence and interviewed many more individuals. A person called investigators at 3:15 p.m. on August 9, 1975. The person had some important information, but it was not clear. The caller hung up before they got the full message or her identity. Investigators made an appeal for the person to contact them again, and they would do their best to keep her identity private. Police set up a headquarters for the continuing investigation in North Webster. One local witness, identified as Catherine Flynn, said around 10 p.m. that night she heard a loud car turn around next door. She said she heard voices say, "Let's get," or "Let's get her." Investigators interviewed Catherine, who lived half a mile east of Epworth Forest on Epworth Forest Road. She said she was home on Wednesday, August 6, 1975, and that around 10 p.m. or a little later, an old car turned into the drive next door and turned around as it came back by her house. She informed investigators that she heard several voices say, "Let's get," or "Let's get her." She said the car was very loud and probably a dark color. Another local, Frank Overmeyer, told investigators he also heard a loud vehicle in the neighborhood, possibly an Oldsmobile Cutlass. They went to interview Frank Overmeyer and his wife on August 14, 1975. The Overmeyers lived on Epworth Forest Road just west of Epworth Forest. Frank Overmeyer said on August 6, 1975, he was at home watching TV and heard a loud car go by, and the car turned around and stopped east of their house. Frank reported he then heard what he thought sounded like someone slamming the trunk on a car. Frank reported he turned on his porch light and stepped outside. When he stepped out, 2 cars were leaving the area. The first car was the one that had gone by his house that he described was a red-orange GM product, possibly an Oldsmobile Cutlass. The second vehicle was a medium green Mustang. The Oldsmobile was very loud and sounded like it was loud by design. All of the clothing and belongings found on Laurel's body were collected and preserved for DNA testing, including shoes, a sweatshirt, bra, underwear, and denim jeans. Unfortunately, due to the lack of DNA technology at the time, there was little that could be done with the clothing. Detectives from the Kosciuszko County Sheriff's Department and Indiana State Police examined the case closely through the years. The location of Laurel's abduction and the discovery of her body in the Elkhart River about 15 miles from Epworth Forest seemed to indicate that the perpetrator was familiar with the area. Many people were interviewed, and despite there being a $5,000 reward offered, there was never enough evidence to charge anyone. As weeks turned into months and months into years, the case slowly faded from the headlines and went cold. For Laurel's family and friends, the pain of her loss remained. In 2007, Indiana State Police Captain Kevin Smith was assigned as the lead investigator on Laurel's case. He was a man on a mission and was determined to provide answers that had eluded Laurel's family for so long. The pressure was on, but Captain Smith knew that he would do whatever it takes to give Laurel's loved ones the closure they deserved. Despite his best efforts, no new leads or evidence surfaced for several years, leaving him and his team frustrated. Then, on January 16, 2012, Laurel's father, Richard Mitchell, passed away. He was a well-known public figure in North Webster. Laurel's mother, Wilma Mitchell, also passed away in 2012. She operated the North Webster Food Pantry for several years. They passed never knowing what exactly happened to their 17-year-old daughter or why. It was a heartbreaking end for a couple who had dedicated their lives to seeking answers and closure for their daughter. In 2013, a woman called Renee from Port Charlotte, Florida, came forward and gave investigators a lot of useful information. Detective Donovan interviewed Renee on June 7, 2013. She informed the detective that she lived in Noble County as a teenager and that she was 16 years old in 1975. She went on a date with a man named John Wayne Lehman, and while on the date, they went to a party. After the party, John Wayne Lehman was driving her home when Lehman admitted his involvement in a crime that he committed with his friend, Fred Bandy Jr. Lehman provided details of the crime to Renee that are consistent with the findings made by police where Laurel's body was found and the anatomical findings made by Dr. Sankey during the autopsy of her body. On July 3, 2014, investigators interviewed Bill McDonald at the Ligonier Police Department. Bill indicated that back in 1975, he was a sophomore at West Noble High School and that he socialized with a man named Fred Bandy Jr. Bill told investigators that Bandy told him that he had committed the crime that took place at Mallard's Roost, which was a public access site adjacent to the location where Laurel's body was found. Also in 2014, Captain Kevin Smith received information about a local music group that performed in Epworth Forest the night of August 6, 1975. They were identified as the Celebrate the Sun group. This generated renewed interest in the case. Unfortunately, it did not lead anywhere. Captain Smith said, "I feel pretty confident after speaking with someone from that group. I don't believe they have information that will help." On September 25, 2019, Noble County Sheriff's Department Detective Joe Hutzel met with Rick Johnson to interview him about the Laurel Mitchell case. Rick Johnson informed Detective Hutzel that he was friends with Bill McDonald and that while he was in high school, he, Bill McDonald, Fred Bandy, John Wayne Lehman, and others were at a party together. While at the party, a conversation about the slaying of Laurel Mitchell came up, and Fred Bandy Jr. stated he and John Wayne Lehman committed that crime together. Investigators needed more than just reports from witnesses. They needed DNA evidence linking Bandy and Lehman to the crime. Advances had been made in cold cases in recent years due to new technology such as genetic genealogy, which involves putting a suspect or victim's DNA profile into a public database, allowing them to reverse engineer a family tree. This enables investigation of multiple branches of a family's tree to determine who could be a viable suspect in an unsolved case. Another recent advancement factoring into solving cold cases is the use of touch DNA samples. This method requires minuscule amounts of DNA, such as skin cells from the perpetrator, that may be left on objects at a crime scene. A breakthrough enabling an accurate genotype from rootless hair is another technique now available. Until 2019, forensic scientists were only able to extract DNA from hairs found at crime scenes if the root of the hair was attached. Unfortunately, most hairs do not have the root attached. This breakthrough in DNA extraction from rootless hair is extremely useful in solving crimes. Solving cold cases often involves a diligent and time-consuming re-examination of evidence from files and the efforts of experienced investigators. By 2019, Laurel Mitchell's clothes and evidence were resubmitted for DNA testing. In February 2020, a certificate of analysis was generated by Indiana State Police Laboratory Division that showed a male DNA profile was developed from the clothing. After 3 suspects were eliminated as possibilities, attention shifted to Fred Bandy for a buccal swab. Bandy voluntarily provided the DNA sample on December 5, 2022 at his residence. On January 13, 2023, the state laboratory found that Fred Bandy Jr.'s buccal swab showed he is 13 billion times more likely to be the contributor of the DNA on Laurel Mitchell's clothing than any other unknown person. A review of Indiana State Police records also disclosed that Bandy was driving a 1971 Oldsmobile at the time, which is consistent with eyewitness statements from area residents on that fateful night. Investigators concluded that Lehman and Bandy, with premeditated malice, used Bandy's Oldsmobile to bring Laurel to the Mallard Roost public access site in Noble County, where they forcibly removed her from the vehicle and deliberately drowned her. While the Indiana State Police declined to comment on the specific techniques used to solve the case, Ashley Hall, the director of the Forensic Science Graduate Program at the University of California, explained. She said the method seemed to be a standard genetic identification technology used in crime labs called STR, or Short Tandem Repeat. The technology is developing to become more and more sensitive. It is being developed to pick up smaller and smaller amounts of DNA. We can pick up much more DNA than we used to be able to. Laurel Mitchell's case is a good example of the power and evolution of DNA testing to assist in criminal investigations, Dr. Hall said. We're not done with our work until every family, every victim has an answer, and the fact that we can go back to cases that are this old, this is where we should be going, she said. Captain Kevin Smith, who has been working the case for over 20 years, said, "This case is a culmination of a 5 decades-long investigation, and science finally gave us the answers we needed." Playing a significant role in charges being filed was the Indiana State Police Laboratory Division. We simply could not have solved this case without them. He also said that the investigation of the case had followed a similar pattern of other such cases. Witnesses pass away, memories fade. All those hurdles make it very difficult, especially when you go back this far. On Monday, February 6, 2023, the Indiana State Police arrested 67-year-old John Wayne Lehman and 67-year-old Fred Bandy Jr. It was announced to the public that John Lehman and Bandy Jr., both 67-year-old residents of Indiana, have been identified as the suspects responsible for what happened to Laurel Jean Mitchell. Bandy lived in 1014 5th Street in Goshen, Indiana, and Lehman lived at 108 Clark Street in Auburn, Indiana. Both are being held without bond at the Noble County Jail. This is not the first time that Fred Bandy Jr. is in trouble with the law. He is a twice-convicted child abuser and deemed a violent predator. In 2001, he pleaded guilty to child solicitation and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. In 2016, he pleaded guilty to 2 counts of child abuse and served nearly 6 years. During an initial hearing on February 8, 2023, Bandy and Lehman were informed by Noble Circuit Court Judge Michael Kramer they each face a charge of taking Laurel's life in the first degree. With current Indiana law, an individual convicted of such a charge faces a prison sentence between 45 and 65 years, with the advisory sentence being 55 years. However, since Laurel's slaying occurred in 1975, if the men are convicted, Bandy and Lehman could be sentenced to life in prison, which was the maximum possible prison sentence at that time. Also during the initial hearing, a pre-trial conference for both Bandy and Lehman was scheduled for 1:30 p.m. on April 24, 2023 in Noble County. Laurel's sister Sarah, who was 12 years old back in 1975, recently did an interview with the New York Times after the arrests were made. She described their childhood in North Webster as typical before the horror visited her family. It was just a very small town, laid back. We felt safe, she said. We came and went as we pleased in the summer, and parents did not worry about us. She was a really good person. It's like, gosh, you picked somebody really good to do this to, somebody who could have done a lot of good in this world. I'm very glad they were finally arrested and very appreciative of the people who came forward. Sarah recalled how Captain Smith had carried around big books that detailed the names and addresses of everyone the authorities had interviewed over the years. There were over 1,000 names in there, she said. When Captain Smith called Sarah and her brother Bruce Mitchell to let them know they had arrested 2 men, she was surprised, but mostly wished her parents had been alive to see it. It has been 47 years, she said, but right now it feels like yesterday. 12-year-old Sarah Mitchell was the only one that could sleep that night when Laurel did not arrive home. She woke up the next morning, more surprised than anything that her sister Laurel hadn't come home yet. Young Sarah had a softball game that day, and her parents encouraged her to still go to the game. About halfway through the game, a neighbor woman showed up in the Mitchell family's car. I saw her pull up to the ball diamond, Sarah said. Sarah immediately yelled at her coach that she had to go. The neighbor only told her that she had been sent to pick her up. When they neared the house, it was swarmed with police cars. The neighbor said they're there to look for her sister. I walked in the back door, and there was my dad. He was crying, Sarah said. He told her that Laurel was gone. Gone, she asked. It did not register in her 12-year-old mind. Gone where? Then her father broke the news. Her big sister, the one who used to have to take her everywhere because, well, that's what big sisters have to do, was not alive anymore. Sarah also said what she thought of Lehman and Bandy when she first saw them in court. At 12, they would have been scary. They look like very frail men. I do not need to be afraid of them. I am glad they are going to be punished, that they won't be able to hurt anyone else, but she's still not coming back to us. Convictions would not bring closure for me. I do not think there is such a thing. We will continue to grieve. 51-year-old Telma Boinville lived in the quiet North Shore neighborhood of Pupukea, Hawaii, in 2017. She was married to Kevin Emery. They had an 8-year-old daughter named Makana. Telma was a teacher at a local elementary school. In order to make some extra money for her family, she cleaned units in a Hawaiian vacation rental. She enjoyed activities such as surfing, running, yoga, martial arts, and baking. On Thursday, December 7, 2017, Telma picked up Makana at Sunset Beach Elementary School and went to a nearby vacation rental house on Keiki Road, whose owners were clients of Telma's cleaning business. Makana stayed in the Toyota Tacoma pickup truck watching movies while her mother went inside the double-story home to clean it. Shortly after entering the residence, Telma walked in on a couple who was busy burglarizing the property. 23-year-old Stephen Brown and his 20-year-old girlfriend Haley Danderand got access to the house through an unlocked window. They asked Telma to lay down, tied her hands, then they beat her with a baseball bat and strangled her as well. Brown then went out to Telma's truck and told her daughter to get out and come with him. He callously told Makana that they ended her mother's life. Brown carried the girl to an upstairs room, followed by Danderand. They duct-taped her mouth and tied her to a bedpost. The couple left the scene in Telma's truck. A short time later, a couple, tourists from Australia who were renting the home, walked inside and discovered Telma's lifeless body. They heard movement inside and immediately left to call 911. The incident was reported around 3:20 p.m. Police responded to the call and discovered Telma's lifeless body tied up and lying in a pool of her own blood. They also found a hammer, knife, and mallet next to the body. Makana was upstairs, uninjured and tied to the frame of a bed. Telma's husband, Kevin Emery, learned what had happened when investigators informed him via a phone call. He was not allowed to enter the house. He then rushed to comfort his daughter in an ambulance at the scene. Telma's daughter told police that a man with green hair came out of the residence and took her inside. A woman with pink hair helped him tie Makana to the bed. The case gained significant media attention after Garrett McNamara posted an emotional Facebook video. He is the twin brother of Kevin Emery, Telma's husband. In the Facebook video, he said that he is offering $100,000 for any information leading to the suspect's apprehension. The 35-second clip went viral. "I have $100,000 cash right now for anybody who can tell me who just tied up and duct-taped my niece and caused her mother to lose her life at Keiki Beach at the North Shore of Oahu," McNamara said. $100,000 right now if you can tell me who just slayed my twin brother's girl. Makana also told her father about the appearances of the suspects while in the ambulance. Somehow, Kevin's twin brother Garrett found a photo of the couple and texted it to him. It's not clear where the photo came from, but Kevin posted the picture on Instagram with a promise of a $100,000 reward, and a civilian manhunt for the suspects ensued. Kevin also took the photo to the police still at the scene. "I told the police officer that these are the people who just took my wife's life," Kevin recalled. "I calmly asked Makana as she was shaking if I could show her an image to see if it's the couple she saw. And she immediately said yes as she pushed the phone away from her. Fortunately, Makana did not see her mother's body that day." Police officials issued an all-points bulletin for Telma's truck. That evening, law enforcement arrested Brown and Danderand when the truck was spotted in a Walmart parking lot in Mililani Town Center. Surveillance footage from the Mililani Walmart store showed Danderand buying an untraceable mobile phone. She apparently still thought they would escape the crowd of police and civilians that waited for them outside. She paid for the mobile phone with Telma's bank card. She had the card in the front pocket of her hoodie. When the stolen truck was found in Mililani, police said there were at least 75 civilians there looking for the suspects, too. It had been 7 hours since the body of Telma Boinville was discovered when authorities arrested the couple suspected of taking her life. They spent the weekend in jail and appeared before a Honolulu County judge on Monday morning, December 11, 2017. Brown's bail was set at $1 million, and Danderand's was set at $500,000. 23-year-old Stephen Brown was allegedly combative and uncooperative when he was detained, officials stated. He spontaneously uttered, "Just shoot me, I deserve this." 20-year-old Haley Danderend made a similar plea to police. "Can you just pull your gun out and shoot me in the head?" she asked. "My life is over after today." The sad news had rocked the quiet North Shore neighborhood. Friends and family members were grieving the tragic loss of Telma's life. At a vigil on Friday evening, December 8th, Telma's friend Virginia Herbert was still in shock over the news. She did everything she could to be with people, Herbert told Honolulu News Now. She would celebrate life. Telma's husband, Kevin, attended the vigil and announced he had already made peace with his wife's attacker. "It is very hard for me to say this right now, but I forgive you," he said in a video. "To the persons who did this, I know this is an act of evil. Love your friends, love your neighbors, love your families," he said. For unknown reasons, the case then stalled and was deemed cold by some. It appeared as if the couple might not be guilty, as was first assumed. Delays in the trial had led to public outcry and unrest. More than 5 years after the brutal slaying of Telma in the Hawaiian vacation rental, the court case started in 2023. Stephen Brown and Haley Danderend were charged with taking Telma's life in the second degree, as well as burglary in the first degree and kidnapping. Brown was the first of the 2 defendants to face a jury in Telma's case. Haley Danderend is yet to go to trial. She has previously pled not guilty. During his trial, Brown, who took the stand in his own defense, had attempted to pin the blame on his girlfriend. The couple smoked marijuana before entering the house. "I thought we were just going to hang out," Brown said. He accused Danderend, who was armed with a machete, of demanding Telma to lie down so the pair could restrain her by tying her up. "We asked her to lay down," Brown stated during his cross-examination. "She was cooperative." Brown testified that he left to go surveil the property and claimed that when he came back to his girlfriend, she had fatally injured Telma. He said that Telma was unharmed and perfectly fine when he momentarily left the property. However, during closing statements, Deputy Prosecutor Scott Bell said Brown was the only defendant with the physical capacity to restrain Telma. According to the medical examiner, Telma Boinville had wounds caused by a blunt object and sharp force injuries to her head and sustained 31 injuries to her body. His defense attorney, William Bagasol, questioned the state DNA expert. He held up a hammer, knife, machete, a meat tenderizer, and a bat to confirm none had evidence of Brown's DNA on it. Despite the fact that his DNA was not found on the objects, the 12-person jury deliberated for less than half a day and determined that 28-year-old Stephen Brown is guilty on all 4 counts. It was on Friday, January 20th, 2023, that Stephen Brown was found guilty of taking Telma's life, 2 counts of kidnapping, and 1 count of burglary. Brown showed no emotion and stared straight ahead as the verdict was read by the judge. On January 24th, 2023, a circuit court trial jury determined that it is necessary for Stephen Brown to be subjected to an extended sentence for the protection of the community. That verdict gave Judge Rowena Somerville the option of life without the possibility of parole. He was scheduled to be sentenced on May 10, 2023. It has not been made public yet what his sentence was. Haley Danderend's trial is set to begin in July 2023. She entered a not guilty plea to the charges against her. Patricia Joseph was a 56-year-old mother and cafe owner from Fort Jones, California, in 2005. On July 15th of the same year, she went missing from her home. She left her duplex apartment without her glasses, contact lenses, purse, or cell phone. There were also several drops of blood found on her bed. Her body was found 3 days later in the Klamath River in California by a kayaker. She was only partially clothed. It was determined during her autopsy that someone had taken her life. She had suffered from blunt force trauma and had been strangled. 5 years later, in 2010, an arrest in the case was made. Philip William Fraiss was arrested after a witness came forward and made a statement that indicated that Fraiss was involved in Patricia's case. Fraiss was a marijuana grower from the Laytonville, California area. Patricia reportedly worked as a trimmer for Fraiss some time before her life was taken. Fraiss, at the time, was in the Mendocino County Jail awaiting trial after being charged with taking the life of an employee, Stephen Richard Schmidt. Stephen was a 49-year-old transient who had been living in a motorhome on Bell Springs Road, Laytonville, California, where Fraiss resided as well. Stephen's body was found by a cadaver dog, where he was tied to a tree. Fraiss was eventually sentenced to 3 years in prison for that crime. In Patricia's case, Fraiss was released in 2012 by the Siskiyou County District Attorney without being charged, due to a lack of evidence. Unfortunately, the detectives did not have any other leads to follow up on, so the case went cold. In 2021, the Sheriff's Office created a cold case and forensic evidence team to review Patricia's case and resubmit evidence to the Department of Justice for fresh analysis. The team prioritizes cold cases and reviews physical evidence using modern tools. Finally, on February 6, 2023, 75-year-old Philip William Fraiss was arrested again and charged with taking Patricia's life. The Siskiyou County Sheriff Jeremiah LaRue, who worked on the case, said that the analysis produced compelling results connecting Fraiss to Patricia's demise. The arrest is a result of the determination of our investigators and reflects our faithful commitment to pursuing justice for victims of violent crimes and their families. Our cold case team will continue to focus on these cases with dedication. I would like to commend everyone for their devotion to this investigation and thank the District Attorney's Office for their assistance. Our hearts are with Patricia's family, and we hope this arrest begins the path toward closure and healing. On a Facebook page dedicated to Patricia's memory, our family said that the time for justice is long overdue, and we miss you like crazy, Mom. Fraiss remains in custody on a $2 million bail, as well as an additional $15,000 bail for a failure to appear charge. Terri Turachak was a 35-year-old woman who lived in Denver, Colorado with her 3 young children in 1996. On October 5, 1996, in her apartment in the 1900 block of East 17th Avenue, Denver police and medical personnel found her body. She had been hit by a blunt object to her head. She had been strangled as well. Witnesses told investigators that they could hear there was a disturbance in her apartment the night that her life was taken. The detectives took DNA samples from her body, but they could not match it to a possible suspect. There were no witnesses and no real leads for investigators. The case subsequently went cold. In January 2023, 62-year-old Ricky Dawson was extradited to Denver after his DNA was matched to the DNA found at the crime scene in Terri's case. He was 35 years old when he took her life. Terri's brother James had this to say after the extradition: "We never forgot, we never gave up. It became very real when they tell you he is being extradited." Detectives with the Denver Police Department conducted a criminal background check for Dawson and found that he was arrested in Denver in August and September of 1996. Those records showed that he was in the Denver area around the time that Terri's life was taken. Dawson is currently in the Sewanee Correctional Facility. His DNA was matched to a Panama City, Florida case of 2001 on August 8, 2004, He has pleaded guilty to taking that person's life and assaulting them. Dawson's sentence in the 2001 Florida case included a 25-year prison term, which he was still serving when he was extradited. Dawson, through DNA evidence, is also suspected in an execution and assault case in Seattle in 2000. The victim's injuries and the manner in which her life was ended were similar to Terri's case. Seattle police continue to investigate if he is responsible for that crime, and their case has not yet been presented to the King County prosecuting attorney. In February 2023, Dawson appeared in court in Colorado for Terri's case, where he was charged with taking her life and assaulting her. Terri's brother James said, "They have enough evidence, I guess, now to charge him and hopefully make it stick, and literally put him away for the rest of his life on paper. She was a great mom. Everything was for her kids," James remembered. He says time hasn't gotten easier through the years. Family goes on, it'll never get filled back up. It's a huge chunk that none of us will ever know how it ended up, said James. She would have enjoyed having grandchildren. So much lost, just a beautiful soul. He hopes his sister gets the justice she deserves soon. I know it's good to forgive. That's not me now. Maybe someday, but now, no, said James. My hope would be that he would get the execution penalty, but I know that's not possible in Colorado, said Sarah Oakland, Terri's daughter. So I think we're all hoping that he rots in jail, and we wanted to let him know that we didn't forget. Cynthia Ruth Wood was a 33-year-old mother of 3 children staying in Bradenton, Florida in 1984. She worked as a manager at the Cape Vista Child Care Center, also in Bradenton. She was in the process of divorcing from her husband, Barry Wood, and was in a custody battle. She had 1 son from a previous marriage and 2 children with Barry. Cynthia was accusing Barry of physically abusing her and her son from the previous marriage. One day, when picking up her children from the Cape Vista Child Care Center, she met a man, Donald Michael Santini, who came to pick up his girlfriend's children. Detectives believe now that this was all a plan to befriend her. On June 6, 1984, Santini contacted Cynthia and informed her that he has information on Barry that she can use against him in the custody case and asked her out on a date. The 2 of them met at her house where he would pick her up to go out on their date. She was seen by neighbors leaving her Manatee County apartment with Santini. That would be the last time Cynthia was seen alive. Then, 3 days later, on June 9, 1984, her body was found in a water-filled ditch in Riverview, Florida. The autopsy determined that she was strangled, and Santini's fingerprints were found on her body. Investigators issued an arrest warrant for Santini. When they tried to locate him, they found that he was on the run. Santini's trouble with the law began 6 years earlier in 1978, when he was convicted of assaulting a woman while serving in the U.S. Army in Frankfurt, Germany, according to a 1985 Herald article. Upon returning to his home state of Texas, he was charged with aggravated robbery in connection to a convenience store robbery in 1983. He confessed, then he disappeared from the state just days later. A witness, Pamela Lynn Kincaid, came forward on June 15, 1984. This was 6 days after Cynthia's body was found in the ditch. She stated that she knew Charles Michael Stevens. This was an alias used by Santini. He confessed to her that he took Cynthia Wood's life. Santini befriended Pamela and moved in with her before meeting Cynthia. Her children attended a daycare center just a few blocks away called Cape Vista Child Care Center in Florida, where Cynthia worked as a manager. It was clear to investigators that Santini was responsible. His fingerprints were found on Cynthia's neck. They had witness statements from Pamela. There was also the link to the child care center, but frustratingly, investigators could not locate Santini. That was until 2023. In June 2023, almost 40 years later, a tip from the Florida Caribbean Regional Fugitive Task Force led U.S. Marshals to Campo in San Diego County, California, where they arrested 65-year-old Donald Michael Santini. He was known in Campo as Wellman Wells Simmons. He served on the Campo Lake Marina Community Planning Group, as well as president of the board of directors for the Lake Marina Views Mutual Water Company, a troubled water district where nitrate contamination has left district residents forced to drink bottled water for the past 3 years. Billy Joe Janin, chair of the planning group, told East County Magazine, "Everyone was surprised. There was nothing unusual about him." The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office said in a statement that, "We are aware of this arrest and have sent detectives to interview Santini while we await his extradition." At the time of his arrest in June 2023, he had 13 aliases, including Donald Chapman and John Trembleon. During his extradition hearing, the judge had the following conversation with Santini. "Good morning, Mr. Santini," the judge said. "My understanding is that you are admitting you are Donald Santini. Is that correct?" After Santini answered in the affirmative, the judge sought to make sure, saying, "And you are the person that is wanted in the state of Florida. Is that correct?" Again, Santini said he was. On June 9, 2023, the anniversary of the day on which Cynthia's body was found and Santini's birthday, Santini agreed to be extradited from San Diego to Florida. He said he does not feel safe because of the victim's family, prompting the public defender to tell him to be quiet. Santini is currently being held without bail. Michael Running, Jr., a deputy district attorney, said, "Regardless of whether the case just happened yesterday or, in this case, it's something that is 40 years old, we want to make sure that justice is achieved." Florida Gulf Coast University forensic professor Dr. David Thomas said the following. "Due to the nature of how Cynthia Wood lost her life, Santini likely left a lot of evidence behind for investigators to gather all those years ago. There is this thing called Locard's exchange, meaning that what is on me usually is left at that crime scene, so I'm going to leave some part of me there. So it may be in her clothes, it may be on some part of her body, but there's something that he left there at that scene, and they were able to collect it, so kudos to them," he said. And it is evidence that Dr. Thomas said, if stored correctly, can still be processed. Usually, the case is literally in a box that is stored in a room, and most likely that room, depending on if the room is temperature controlled, can probably last forever, he said. Dr. Thomas also said this break in a decades-old cold case is likely bringing a small sense of relief to the detectives who first worked it. It became very personal to them, because it is the victim and that investigator that are tied to the hip, and that investigator is tied to that family, he said. If Florida authorities failed to extradite Santini within 30 days, he would have another hearing on July 10th at 8:30 a.m. in the San Diego Central Courthouse. Her family was informed by the police department, but they have not yet released a statement after news of the arrest was made public. Connie Margotto was born in Rockville, Connecticut on July 31, 1976, to parents Cindy and Kenneth. Connie was one of 4 siblings, having 2 sisters, Marlise and Leslie, and a brother, Keith. The Margotto children grew up in Vernon and Ellington. Connie attended Ellington High School, where she graduated in 1995, after which Connie attended the University of Connecticut. She attained her undergraduate degree in 1999 and began working as a pharmaceutical sales representative for Reckitt Benckiser. Everyone who knew Connie described her as a warm-hearted, generous person who would do anything for those she loved. Connie had many friends and was popular among everyone she met. In the early 2000s, Connie told her close friends about a man she had met. His name was Richard Dabate, and Connie was smitten. He was a handsome man who treated Connie like a queen. When Connie was introduced to Richard's family, they immediately knew that she was the one for him. Richard, or Rick as he was known, was born on July 29, 1976, to parents Richard Sr. and Julie Dabate. He grew up in Manchester, Connecticut, and graduated from Manchester High School in 1995. After finishing high school, Rick attended technical school before beginning his career in computer network administration. Ricky and Connie married on July 4, 2003, and had 2 sons, RJ and Connor. Connie was a devoted mother to her boys, and Rick seemed like the perfect husband and family man. The Dabates lived in a beautiful home in Ellington on Birchview Drive. 2 of Connie's closest friends, Peggy and Darlene, lived in the same neighborhood. Their families spent plenty of time together, with Peggy and Darlene often joking about what a doting husband Rick was to Connie. From any outside perspective, life for the Dabates looked picture perfect. They seemed to have it all. In reality, cracks had started to show. December 23, 2015 started like any other day. It was a Wednesday, and everyone in Ellington felt the festive cheer with Christmas just 2 days away. At 8:10 a.m., Rick dropped Connor and RJ off at the nearby bus stop. While he was out, Connie dressed and headed to a spin class at the local YMCA. What happened next is unclear, as Rick has given many differing versions of events. This is what he first told investigators after the incident. Rick dropped off the boys and then returned home to change into his work clothes. Once he was ready, Rick got back into his car at 8:30 a.m. and set off on the 40-minute drive to work. He wasn't on the road for long until he realized his laptop was still at home. Rick couldn't work without it, so he went onto his cell phone and emailed his supervisor that he would be late. As Rick looked at his phone, he happened to see a security alert about a silent alarm that had been triggered at his home. He mentioned this in the email as well. Rick headed back home and cautiously went inside. Rick heard a noise coming from upstairs, and upon further investigation, it sounded like someone was in their main bedroom. The door was partially opened, and when Rick looked inside, he was confronted by a masked intruder. It was a large-framed man standing roughly 6 foot 2 inches tall, wearing a dark green camouflaged outfit and mask. The intruder pulled out a knife and told Rick something along the lines of, "Give me your money, your wallet, and your pins, and if you don't, I'm going to wait here for your wife and kids." The man had a deep voice, which Rick compared to sounding like Vin Diesel. Rick had been with the intruder for less than a minute when he heard the sound of their garage door opening. It was Connie. Her class had been canceled and she was back early. Rick screamed out to her, desperately trying to alert his wife to the danger in their house. The intruder then apparently turned his attention to Connie, and he and Rick were in a race to reach her first. In the struggle, Rick was pushed down the stairs and was briefly disoriented. The intruder managed to get past him and pursue Connie into the basement. Rick was able to pick himself up off the floor and rush to Connie's rescue, but it was too late. As he sped down the stairs, a gunshot rang out. It was so loud that his hearing was affected for several minutes afterward. The intruder turned his focus back on Rick, where he overpowered him by using a certain pressure point that caused him to collapse. The next thing Rick knew, he had been partially tied to a metal folding chair with zip ties. The intruder had grabbed a box cutter from Rick's toolbox and inflicted superficial wounds on Rick's body with it. The intruder next grabbed a blowtorch, which he used to burn random items. He then tried to use the blowtorch on Rick, but Rick was able to use his free hand and grab the blowtorch from the intruder. He aimed it at the man's face and burnt him, despite Rick previously saying the man had a mask on. The entire ordeal lasted 5 minutes before Rick scared the man off after the blowtorch incident. Looking at the original timeline, this meant that it would now be no later than 9:05 a.m. Rick only calls the police at 10:21 a.m. State troopers were already on their way as a call had been automatically placed to them at 10:16 a.m. from the security company regarding an alarm triggered at home. This alert gets sent to authorities immediately. So why did it not get sent after the alert that Rick allegedly saw shortly past 8:30 a.m.? The first to arrive at 7 Birchview Drive was a member of the Ellington Fire Department. He noticed the front door was open, but the storm door was still closed. He knocked with no answer and proceeded inside. He first noticed a light layer of smoke that hung in the air. The basement door was open and droplets of blood led from the basement toward the kitchen. The man followed the trail where he found Rick. Rick was still attached to the folding chair lying face down on the kitchen floor. Rick told the man that he is still in the house, referring to the intruder. The man quickly called for backup, reporting the crime as a home invasion, and soon a flood of officers were on the scene. They focused on locating the gunman as soon as possible. The investigators started taking note of everything in the house. They took multiple images of Rick on the floor, showing how he had been tied to the metal chair. Curiously, it was only Rick's left hand and left ankle that was zip-tied. Connie was found in the basement's boiler room. She had been shot twice, once in the stomach and in the back of the head. She was pronounced deceased at the scene. This was no longer just a home invasion. Canine units were soon on the scene, hoping they would show investigators which direction the gunman had gone in. But the dogs seemed only to be focused on one person, Rick Dabate. One of the dogs found Rick's wallet on the lawn outside, presumably where the intruder had dropped it while fleeing. Still, the dogs could not follow a scent leading away from the property. Instead, they led their handlers to the ambulance where Rick was being treated for his superficial wounds. From the get-go, investigators saw holes in Rick's story. Rick was taken to Hartford Hospital. This is where he was first questioned about the events that day. He described the intruder to the investigators and told them he had seen the man shoot Connie in the basement. After he said his version of events, the investigators had some follow-up questions for Rick. This was when they noticed Rick's story changing slightly, which is always a red flag. There was confusion about the alarm system, when Rick saw the alarm alert, and whether he had been the one who set it off. Initially, Rick said he left before Connie dropped the boys off. This changed to him saying he couldn't remember who left first. The next thing that changed was his explanation of the sound upstairs. Now, Rick hadn't heard a sound when he first entered. Instead, he went upstairs and noticed the bedroom light was on. He then came across the intruder rifling through their closet. The next story change involved the staircase. Remember that Rick first said he was pushed down the stairs. Now he was saying he tripped down them. Most important to investigators was the gun story. The gun used to shoot Connie was a .357 Magnum. It was one of Rick's guns that he kept in the house. He first told investigators that he was unsure how the intruder got the gun from Connie. Now he said he saw Connie and the man wrestling for the gun. The man pulled it from Connie, and he then shot her. Oh, and the basement was also dark during all of this, apparently. Rick told investigators how he dragged himself up the stairs, still attached to the metal chair, after he regained consciousness. He found his cell phone and called for help, all while calling out to Connie, hoping she would call back. Rick's injuries were conveniently located. The wounds to his chest were only found on his left side, and the wounds to his legs were all within reach of his right hand. This piqued the investigators' interest. He also had no injuries that would suggest he had been pushed or fallen down the stairs. The dried blood from the box cutter marks hadn't dripped down the edges of his legs like you would expect if the wounds had been inflicted while he was sitting on the metal chair. The other inconsistency that stood out to investigators was the lack of blood leading up the stairs. If Rick had dragged himself from the basement to the kitchen, you would expect to see evidence of that. Instead, only droplets were found on that path, and the only drag marks were found in the kitchen. Rick seemed to have walked upstairs before collapsing in the kitchen. Investigators were also curious why Rick hadn't tried to check on Connie. The evidence shows he hadn't been near the body after she was shot, as the pool of blood near her body was undisturbed. Investigators wanted to find out exactly how an intruder was able to get into the home. They theorized they had entered through an open basement window, as the rest of the house showed no sign of forced entry. But even this didn't make sense. The locks on the basement window were removed from the inside and just left on the windowsill. An intruder wouldn't have been able to access these locks from outside without leaving significant damage. So why would Rick or Connie have removed these locks without immediately replacing them? It is customary for investigators to question those closest to a victim to get an idea of their life in general and any possible problems they were experiencing. After running through that morning's events, the investigators asked Rick about his relationship with Connie. He started off by saying things had been pretty good, but added that Connie was going through some things lately. She was battling with depression and had been noticeably easy to anger, something very unusual for the usually cheerful mom of two. Rick did say that Connie seemed to be slowly returning back to her old self, though. The investigators then bluntly asked Rick whether their investigation would reveal any problems in their relationship. To which Rick replied, yes and no. Rick revealed he had been having an affair, but he had an explanation for this. He claimed that both he and Connie were wanting to add another child to their family, but health problems were standing in the way of that. Connie was unable to conceive, and after several attempts, they decided to explore a different route. Rick told the investigators about Sarah, an old friend from high school who was newly divorced. Sarah also happened to want to have a child. Rick explained that the three of them, meaning Rick, Connie, and Sarah, got together and came up with a plan that Rick would get Sarah pregnant. Since the entire artificial insemination was so costly, the group agreed that Rick would sleep with Sarah and get her pregnant that way. He insisted that Connie agreed to the whole thing, even adding that it was actually mainly her idea. So how would the parenting work? Apparently, all three of them would co-parent the child together. The investigators couldn't make sense of such a bizarre story and felt skeptical that Connie would agree to something like that. They asked Rick more questions about this situation, and yet again his story started to shift. He told them that their baby was due in February 2016, but when asked whether Connie knew about the pregnancy, he wouldn't give the investigators a straight answer. If this had all been Connie's idea, surely she would have found out the good news as soon as Rick had. Rick then added that Connie and Sarah hadn't actually ever spoken. Yet again, this punched major holes in his story about Connie's involvement in the plan and their eventual co-parenting. By the end of the conversation, the real story came out. Rick had been unfaithful to Connie for years leading up to her passing. Sarah's pregnancy was also unplanned. The investigators didn't try to hide their disbelief. They told Rick that his entire story didn't make sense and added that the evidence at their home didn't match what he said happened that morning. He insisted he wasn't responsible for what happened to Connie. After hearing about Rick's affair, the investigators focused on tracking down Sarah. She was able to give them a statement later that same day. Sarah admitted to knowing that Connie and Rick were married, but said Rick had told her he was getting a divorce. Rick told Sarah that he and Connie had been unhappy for years and that the divorce was a mutual decision. Sarah found out she was pregnant on June 18, 2015, and waited until August to break the news to Rick. But when Rick found out, he told Sarah he had recently hired a divorce attorney. Like many other things had been, this was a lie. Sarah and Rick were still in an active relationship shortly before Connie lost her life, even traveling to Vermont in mid-December 2015. During this trip, the pair discussed how they would break the news to Connie. Rick wanted to wait until after the holidays to tell her. During subsequent conversations with Connie's closest friends, investigators discovered that Connie would never have accepted Rick having a child with another woman. Connie shared everything with her close friends, who said she never mentioned Sarah or the child's situation. She would have undoubtedly told them if she found out Rick was unfaithful. While Connie's friends were none the wiser to Rick's affair, Rick's friends, on the other hand, did know about Sarah and the pregnancy. He told a friend how much he loved Sarah and that he was afraid Connie would leave him. The entire investigation team was in a precarious position. From the get-go, though, they felt that Rick was involved in his wife's slaying. This was something they kept private from the public. To everyone outside of law enforcement, they believed that an intruder had broken in and taken Connie's life, leaving Rick injured. Those close to Rick hadn't even considered the possibility that he had something to do with Connie's passing, and they grieved alongside him. While they clearly had a main suspect, the investigators didn't want to lose focus on exploring all possibilities. The Dabates did have someone who would potentially want to hurt them. They had been involved in a long-standing legal battle with a contractor who worked on the house. Connie and Rick sued the man in small claims court after multiple problems with the contractor's work, and Connie had even expressed concern about her safety. The man was difficult to deal with, and Connie's car had even been vandalized twice in 2015. She believed the contractor was behind it. After these incidents, the Dabates installed their security system and purchased guns. The contractor even came up multiple times when friends of Connie and Rick were questioned after her passing. But this lead fell flat after the contractor was found to have an airtight alibi on the day of the crime, and he didn't at all match Rick's description of the intruder. While no one other than law enforcement suspected Rick was involved in Connie's demise, many people noted odd behavior from him. He didn't seem to be grieving how you would expect. Not long after the incident, Rick placed a message on the neighborhood group asking everyone where they liked to get takeout food. This seemed off for a man who had recently lost his wife in such traumatic circumstances. As investigators peeled back the layers of the Dabates' lives, they uncovered some glaring financial issues. Money was going out faster than was coming in, and Connie felt like all the responsibilities were resting on her shoulders. She told her close friend she was thinking about separating from Rick, and even had a file on her notes app titled, "Why I Want a Divorce." The reasons ranged from Rick's lying to his poor treatment of her and not being a good father to the boys and focusing only on himself. Money is often a motive in cases like these, and in mid-January 2016, investigators found out about 2 life insurance policies for Connie and Rick. Each policy was for the hefty sum of $475,000. It turned out that only Connie's life insurance was still valid, as Rick's had lapsed due to non-payment. Rick waited just 5 days to claim Connie's insurance money. He also received $75,000 from her employer a month after her passing. Over the next year, investigators slowly built their case against Rick Dabate. They executed multiple search warrants, looking into both Rick and Connie's phone records, financial statements, communications with outside parties, security system data, and most importantly, Connie's Fitbit. Connie's Fitbit showed she had first been active at 7:52 a.m. on the morning of December 23rd. This was followed by an extended period of inactivity, consistent with Connie driving to the YMCA, the search warrant stated. We know Connie arrived at the YMCA as she was spotted on surveillance cameras. Then her Fitbit again registered another 10 minutes of inactivity when Connie was driving back home. She was back at the house at around 9:20 a.m. From 9:37 a.m. to 9:43 a.m., she was stationary. Investigators believe Connie was just resting during this time. The next 20 minutes saw Connie moving around like normal. During this time, Connie posted videos from her phone to Facebook with an IP address linked to her house. The last time Connie's Fitbit picked up any movement from her was at 10:05 a.m. So why was this so significant? This information provided concrete evidence that Connie's life was not taken at the time that Rick stated it had been. Connie was alive and moving until 10:05 a.m., an hour after Rick said he had witnessed the intruder take her life. Once they felt like they had enough evidence to convict Rick Dabate, authorities arrested him on April 14, 2017. He was charged with taking Connie's life, evidence tampering, and giving false statements to investigators. Rick pleaded not guilty to the charges. The police had a 50-page affidavit that included the Fitbit information, Rick's contradictions, and his affair with Sarah. The news of Rick's arrest rocked the close-knit community of Ellington. No one had given a thought to him being responsible. Even Connie's close friends, who she had spoken with about her marriage issues, thought many people go through difficulties without it ending like this. His bail was set at $1 million, which he posted immediately. Despite the mountain of evidence, it was a while before the case was actually taken to trial. It had been postponed twice before it kicked off on April 5, 2022. From his arrest to his trial, Connie's case received a lot of media attention. It became known as a case that was solved by a Fitbit, which Connie's family didn't approve of. They felt that it took the focus off of Connie to get a catchy headline. While it seemed like the prosecution had a clear-cut case, the defense was able to bring forward some damning information. Unidentified DNA had been found in the home in 6 separate places. This DNA coincides with Rick's story about the intruder starting off in their closet, moving down the stairs, and ending in the basement. The other evidence that the defense used was the gunshot residue found on Rick. The amount found on him was insignificant. You would expect there to be much more had he been the one to pull the trigger. The prosecution was able to counter this by explaining that the test had been administered hours after the trigger was pulled, meaning his hands could have easily been wiped or washed during that time. The prosecution stated a clear motive from the get-go. Rick's life was falling apart around him, with Sarah's pregnancy and Connie thinking about leaving him. Attorney Matthew C. Gdansky told juries, "Time is moving on. The pressure is mounting, the baby is coming, and the defendant's worst fears are going to be realized." Following the 5-week trial, on May 10, 2022, the jury deliberated for 3 hours before reaching a verdict. Richard Dabate was guilty of all charges. Connie and her family finally got justice after 6.5 long years. Judge Corinne Klatt handed down a sentence of 65 years in prison. She called the crime a brutal, calculating, and incomprehensible act. Her sentence fell just a year short of the maximum penalty. While his lawyer did signal they will be filing an appeal, it is safe to say Richard will spend his remaining days behind bars. During the trial, Judge Klatt got to know the wonderful woman that Connie was. She was a loving mother, a hard worker, and a best friend to many. As Judge Klatt so beautifully put it, the world is truly a lesser place without Connie in it. Lisa Ziegert was born in Holyoke, Massachusetts on March 24, 1968, to parents George and Diane. She had 3 siblings, David, Lynn, and Sharon. Lisa and her family moved to Agawam, Massachusetts in 1974. She graduated from Agawam High School in 1986. While in high school, she played tenor saxophone and flute in the concert band. She had also been a drum majorette for the school's marching band for 2 years. Lisa worked for the school newspaper and literary magazine. After school, Lisa became a member of the National Honor Society and the American Field Service. In 1990, Lisa received a degree in elementary education from Westfield State College. Lisa was a communicant of Sacred Heart Church and taught confraternity of Christian doctrine classes there. Lisa loved to draw and often gave pieces of her artwork to her friends and family. She remained close to her family as a young adult and had a close group of friends. She had a boyfriend named Blair. He co-owned a house where many of their friends lived together. Lisa became a teacher's aide in the special education department at Agawam Middle School. Unfortunately, it did not pay well, so she had to get extra work. One of those jobs was working as a clerk at Brittany Card and Gift Shop. She also worked at the Perry Lane Camp for 4 summers. It is a summer camp for residents of Agawam. April 15, 1992 started like any other day for 24-year-old Lisa Ziegert. It was just a few days away from Easter. After a long day of teaching special needs students, Lisa hopped in her car and drove over to her night job at Brittany's Card and Gift Shop in Agawam. The 24-year-old with dark curly hair, freckles, and blue eyes was scheduled to work until closing time at 9 p.m. Lisa spent most of her shift putting helium into balloons as shoppers filled their carts with gifts and decorations for the upcoming holiday. At around 5:30 p.m., an unexpected visitor walked into the store, Lisa's sister, Lynn. It was a rare chance for the siblings to catch up. They chatted about Lisa's job at the school, where she was beloved by students, and her future goals. After about half an hour, Lynn left the store and drove home, glad that all seemed well with her sister. The following morning, Lisa's co-worker, Sophia Maynard, showed up as usual to open the shop. When she spotted Lisa's white Chevy Geostorm in the parking lot and saw that the store's open sign was still outside the door, alarm bells started ringing in her head. The front door was unlocked and the lights were on. A radio was playing in the background. Sophia called out Lisa's name, but received no reply. She walked up to the cash register and saw that Lisa's car keys and purse were left behind. When Sophia walked into the storeroom to look for her friend, she noticed that the back door was open and several boxes had toppled over. Sophia began to panic. She ran out of the store and across the street to Alvin's sandwich shop. "Something's wrong," she shouted. "Call the cops." Minutes later, officers arrived at the store and found evidence of a struggle. There were shoe markings on the back door and a small amount of blood in the storeroom. The police theorized she had been taken out the back entrance and into an alley. 2 doors and a card rack were removed by police and taken as evidence. Interestingly, the cash register was undisturbed. It did not appear to be a robbery. Local officers, aided by Massachusetts State Police detectives and the FBI, spent hours scouring the banks and watery depths of the Westfield River on foot and from the sky with a state police helicopter. They could find no trace of Lisa. Lisa had not reported to work at Agawam Middle School, which was unusual enough that the school called her mother. Her family then also started searching for Lisa. A police officer said that he saw that the lights of the shop were still on at about 3 a.m., a few hours before Sophia entered the shop. He did not call it in because he had to transport a prisoner. Lisa was last seen when she spoke to the owner of the carpet store next door for about 15 minutes around 7:35 p.m., an hour and a half before her shift ended. They commiserated over the parking problems at the shopping center caused by people using its lot when going to the nearby bowling alley instead of the stores in the center. Before he left, he told Lisa he would not be challenging any drivers because there are a lot of crazy people out there. The last transaction in the shop occurred at 8:20 p.m. Another customer arrived at the store at 9:05 but found it empty. She thought she heard a noise coming from the back of the store, but left without investigating it. This meant that Lisa vanished sometime between ringing out the purchase at 8:20 p.m. and when the customer arrived just after 9 p.m. On April 17th, Agawam Police Lieutenant Robert Campbell told the press that the chances of Lisa simply walking away from the store were slim. He announced that the case was considered a kidnapping, as their investigation had ruled out any other possibilities. 3 days after Lisa went missing, on April 19th, it was Easter Sunday. All 12 churches in Agawam passed out white ribbons for their congregants to wear. It was a sign of hope that Lisa would soon be found and of support for her family at their services that morning. Later that day at around 2 a.m., a man was hiking with his dog along a mud-caked path in the woods 4 miles from the gift shop when he stumbled upon what appeared to be a partially clothed body of a young woman. Based off of the clothing of the body and a charm bracelet on her wrist, the woman was quickly identified as Lisa Ziegert. Lisa had suffered 7 stab wounds around her shoulder and throat, some more than an inch deep, and another knife wound to her upper left leg. Her light blue denim skirt and blood-soaked white blouse were pulled down toward her ankles. The cuts on her hands led detectives to think she had not gone down without a fight. An autopsy would later confirm their hunch that she had been assaulted by a man. Police discovered male DNA and blood all over her clothes and body. After visiting the crime scene, Agawam Police Detective Wayne Macy sped over to the Ziegert house. He feared that if he slowed down at all, he would lose his nerve and leave the difficult task of informing Lisa's family to someone else. He tried to think of the least offensive word he can use to tell them that Lisa was not alive anymore. It turned out he did not have to come up with a euphemism. When Lisa's mother opened the door for him, she already knew, based on the fact that he had come to their home. Lisa's funeral took place at Sacred Heart Church. More than 900 people were in attendance. Joseph O'Neill, the owner of Brittany's card and gift shop, made the decision to permanently close the store. He had been considering doing so for some time, but the dismay he felt knowing Lisa had been taken from the store and the grief he felt over his employee's demise finalized his decision. After the crime, fear spread through the town. Young women from Agawam and the surrounding communities signed up for self-defense classes in droves and insisted someone walk them to their cars at night. Within 2 days of the discovery of Lisa's body, more than 300 women had filed permits to carry firearms or mace. Police offered check-ins at businesses that were open late to ensure the safety of the people working there. All 8 members of the Detective Bureau at the Agawam Police Department were put on the case. The FBI provided resources for the investigation, and the Connecticut State Police were brought in because of the proximity of the site where Lisa's body had been found to the state border. Lisa's case was worked on nearly constantly, with investigators working shifts of 18 hours or longer spanning every day of the week. Investigators received many calls from residents with possible leads. One of those leads led them to Gary Shara. Let me explain what that lead was. It started with Noelle de Laurier. She was a 22-year-old nursing student living with her parents in nearby Longmeadow at the time of Lisa's slaying. She was gripped by Lisa's case. Day after day, she sat glued to the TV coverage of the case as police searched for the perpetrator. 9 months later, in January 1993, Noelle was in a patient's house working as a home health aide when a breaking news update shot across the television screen. It was another local case that was unfolding in real time. Reporters were interviewing a man who said his infant son had been abducted. Noelle realized she knew the man. The infant's father was Gary Shara, whom she had briefly dated while they were students at Longmeadow High School in 1986. A few days after seeing him on the television, Noelle was surprised to pick up the phone and hear Gary's voice on the other end of the line asking her out to dinner. They had not seen each other since high school, but she remembered Gary fondly and agreed to meet him a few days later at Collegian Court. It's a historical restaurant and banquet hall in Chicopee, Massachusetts. During dinner, Gary pulled out his wallet and showed Noelle a photo of his infant son. 1 month later, the mystery of the boy's abduction was solved when police found Gary's son living with his mother across the country in Seattle. Suddenly, what was once a kidnapping case was chalked up to a messy custody dispute. Through her attorney, Gary's wife Joyce McDonald made a startling claim to Agawam detectives. She told them that Gary was responsible for taking Lisa's life. She added that he had an obsession with the case. Agawam police had never heard of Gary Shara before. He had no criminal record, and there was not any evidence linking him to the crime. Since the beginning of the investigation, detectives had been flooded with tips from angry former wives and girlfriends who tried to pin the crime on the men who had done them wrong. Detectives quickly placed Joyce's allegations against her ex into that category and dismissed the tip. Even her own family did not take Joyce's claims seriously. She had a long history of alcoholism. At least one relative, according to news reports, said she was convinced Joyce was just being a crazy drunk. Weeks and months went by without a prime suspect in the case. When months turned into years and no other similar crimes were committed, residents began to relax, all but forgetting it seemed that the perpetrator was still on the loose. Mark Fow worked the case from the beginning, starting in 1993 as an Agawam police officer with a 4 p.m. to midnight shift, during which he fielded phone calls and read the volumes of information about Lisa's slaying. In 2001, Mark had been recently promoted to detective sergeant and took the reins of Lisa's case. He was determined to revive it after the original lead investigator retired. Mark scanned through everything in the files. As a result of Joyce McDonald's claim, Mark asked to interview her former husband, Gary. Gary had declined an earlier request to sit for an interview, but this time he agreed. When Gary showed up at the Agawam police station a few months later in 2002, he was polite and cordial. After Mark asked him to submit a DNA sample to clear his name, things turned sideways. Gary refused to give a sample, saying he was scared of being secretly cloned. In the meantime, Lisa's family kept pressuring the police for answers. Her mother, Dee Ziegert, appeared on an episode of Unsolved Mysteries. It led to a lot of new leads, but none of them were fruitful. Lisa's mother also organized charity golf tournaments to raise money for college scholarships and took part in candlelight vigils in her daughter's memory. "We want people to know that we will not forget, we will not give up," she told a reporter. "Someone knows something, and we hope that they will have the courage to come forward." By March 2015, Noelle Delorier found herself alone and struggling through a messy divorce. Heartbroken, she isolated herself for several months until her friend invited her to another high school reunion dinner. Gary Shara was there at the reunion. There, Noelle and Gary talked all night and soon after started dating. Noelle believed she had finally met Mr. Right. Gary had a steady job as a shuttle driver for Enterprise Rental at nearby Bradley International Airport in Connecticut. He loved animals and was especially good with children. Noelle thought he might be overcompensating because he had no contact with his own son, who was living with relatives in Seattle. An orphan, like the fictional Bruce Wayne, Gary had a deep affinity for Batman movies. He had a collection of Batman t-shirts. Gary's adoptive parents had taken custody of him as a small child after he had bounced from foster home to foster home in California. The family eventually moved to Western Massachusetts for Gary's high school years. Soon after they started dating, Noelle began to notice odd behavior from Gary. It seemed as if he suffered from anxiety around crowds. When they went to the Boston Marathon, he refused to walk through the police checkpoint, and he was white with fear. As time went on, Noelle began to wonder whether perhaps it wasn't the crowds he was trying to avoid, but police. One day, Noelle recruited Gary to chauffeur her wheelchair-bound patient to the girls' senior prom at a local country club. After the dance, the teen struggled with a disability ramp and nearly fell out of her chair. Gary rushed to the girl's aid and saved her from landing onto the concrete sidewalk. The patient was okay, but protocol required Noelle to call 911. When police arrived, Gary was nowhere to be found. Noelle later learned he had hidden behind the transportation van while the officers interviewed her about the incident. By 2016, police were solving one cold case after another thanks to advancements in DNA evidence. With Lisa's case, that meant they were able to put together a digital composite image of the perpetrator. A man of European extraction with some freckling, dark eyes, and black or dark brown hair. District Attorney Anthony Gallooni said, "All evidence and leads previously developed in this case are now being evaluated in view of this new forensic development. The technology that we have put to use is at the leading edge of the industry." With their mission renewed, State Police Trooper Noah Pack and Detective Sergeant Mark Fow once again began poring over the stacks of case files. They focused on 11 suspects who matched the new digital composite and had refused to provide a DNA sample when questioned. After taking the case to a grand jury, Anthony Gallooni received a court order granting him permission to force any unwilling suspect to provide a DNA sample, including Gary Shera. On Wednesday, September 13, 2017, Noah Pack visited Gary's residence in West Springfield, Massachusetts. He lived with a roommate in a two-bedroom apartment on the first floor of a large two-family home. At the front door, Noah told the roommate he was there to see Gary. The man told Noah that Gary was not home, but said he would relay the message. Later that day, Gary called Noelle and asked if he could stay at her place for the night. Noelle found the request a bit odd. Gary never spent the night at her home during the week while he was working. But he told her that the traffic around his street was intense because of the hordes of visitors flocking to the gates of the Big E fair nearby, and he was worried about being late to work the next morning. Gary arrived at Noelle's home 20 minutes later, and they settled into a relaxing evening of dinner and TV. The next morning, she woke up before dawn and got dressed for work while Gary slept. When Noelle returned home at 4:30 p.m. after an exhausting 10-hour shift, she noticed Gary had left his wallet, his watch, and a handful of coins on the kitchen counter. She tried calling his cell phone, but the device was shut off, so she couldn't even leave a message. Noelle then noticed a clipboard belonging to Gary on the coffee table. Attached to it was a letter with Noelle's name written on top in Gary's handwriting. Here is what he wrote, with a few words changed to accommodate YouTube guidelines. "You are going to find out some awful things about me today. They will tell you I abducted, assaulted, and took the life of a young woman approximately 25 years ago. It is true, all of it. I had no intention of taking her life when I grabbed her, but events spun out of my control. And in the eyes of the law, it is all the same. I have never regretted anything so much. I always knew one day it would catch up to me, and now it has. I received a text from my roommate last night that the state police were at the house with important papers for me. That will be a warrant to take DNA, and that will send me away for life. I have never really been or felt normal. From a young age, I was fascinated by abduction. I could never keep it too far from my mind for long. On that fateful day, I let myself do something terrible. I've never forgiven myself for that. I also never did anything of the like again. I hated what happened. I despised myself. I thought of turning myself in hundreds of times over the years, but I am truly a coward. today it will all end. I will either take my own life or face the music, as it were. Gary Shara. The next 2 pages included Shara's last will and testament, and also a letter to Lisa's family. In the letter, he expressed remorse for the slaying and wrote that he could never apologize enough for taking their daughter and siblings' life. I neither expect or deserve your forgiveness, he wrote, but I hope knowing who I am and knowing I am gone will bring you some closure and peace. I am truly so sorry. At first, Noelle didn't believe it. She thought that he was having a psychotic breakdown and that he had only imagined committing this heinous crime. Even though she had her doubts, Noelle knew she had to give the letter to the police. She scrambled into her car and drove to the Massachusetts State Police Barracks in Westfield. Noelle ran into the station and asked to speak with someone working on Lisa Ziegert's case. Investigators were stunned when she showed them the letters. They had believed DNA would identify the perpetrator, but they never thought they would see a confession before a DNA test was performed. Police interrogated her into the night, asking hundreds of questions. Most important of all, where was Shara? After saying she was afraid that he took his own life and was hanging from a tree somewhere, Noelle added that she still loved him very much. In Agawam, Mark Fow got a call from the state police, jumped into his squad car, and raced to the barracks to read the letters for himself. He stayed silent as he digested every word. To Mark, the letters did not reveal a full confession. After all, Shara did not detail much about the crime. But it was clear to the veteran detective that Shara was attempting to clear his conscience. Mark Fow then reflected on a visit he had paid to Joyce McDonald's relatives in Seattle, where they told him she had received a music box, like the one sold at Brittany's card and gift shop, from Shara on the night Lisa's life was taken. Detectives pinged Shara's cell phone and tracked its GPS coordinates to Stratford Springs, Connecticut. It was just past 10 p.m. when police found his black Honda Civic in the parking lot of Johnson Memorial Hospital. There was no sign of Shara, but he had left a note on the dashboard. To whomever finds my body, I apologize for any psychological trauma incurred. All Mass State Police, thank you. Hours earlier, Shara had swallowed a fistful of ibuprofen, but he immediately grew scared and walked into the emergency room, where doctors pumped his stomach and admitted him overnight. He was then put into the critical care unit, and once detectives arrived, they placed him under arrest as a fugitive from justice. Noelle waited outside her home while investigators searched each room for evidence. They took Shara's toothbrush and a full syringe of insulin used to treat his diabetes. They even searched the well under her house and the cereal boxes in the kitchen cabinet. In the end, the DNA results were conclusive. Saliva found on Shara's toothbrush tied him to the decades-old crime. In 2017, 48-year-old Shara was extradited from Connecticut back to Massachusetts, where police formally charged him with the slaying, aggravated assault, and abduction. It took Noelle several months to work up the courage to visit Shara at the Hampton County Correctional Center. She waited for him on one side of a plexiglass partition until he arrived in a red jumpsuit and sat on a stool on the other side. Over the jailhouse phone, he attempted to make small talk, telling her that the food was not so bad and that his brother had sent him some books. After listening for several minutes, Noelle stared into his eyes and unloaded. After she yelled at him, he just blankly stared back at her. He did not say a word. In 2019, 50-year-old Gary Shara went to court and changed his plea from not guilty to guilty. He was given a life sentence with no chance of parole. 10-year-old Catherine Lyon and her sister, 12-year-old Sheila Lyon, lived in Kensington, Maryland in 1975. They lived with their parents, John and Mary, as well as their older brother, Jay. On March 25, 1975, Sheila and Catherine left their home between 11 a.m. and noon. Their mother instructed them to get back home by 4 p.m. They were heading to see the Easter exhibits in the Westfield Wheaton Plaza shopping mall, which was located about half a mile from their home. It was their spring break, so they planned on enjoying a day out, even having lunch at a pizzeria within the mall called the Orange Bowl. By 7 p.m., the Lyon sisters had still not returned home. Their parents then called police to report them missing. The extensive search and investigations for Sheila and Catherine revealed nothing about the location of the girls, but thanks to witness statements, it did help the police set up a timeline that they felt was accurate. At 1 p.m., a neighborhood boy saw the sisters outside the Orange Bowl. They were speaking to an unidentified man. At about 2 p.m., their elder brother Jay also noticed them at the pizzeria, alone and enjoying their meal. A friend of theirs then saw the girls walking westward down a street near the mall somewhere between 2:30 and 3 p.m. It was the direct route to their home. That was the last time Sheila and Catherine Lyon were seen alive. The neighborhood boy who recalled seeing Sheila and Catherine talking to someone outside the Orange Bowl described the unidentified man to be about 6 feet tall, 50 to 60 years old, and wearing a brown suit. He said that the man was carrying a briefcase with a tape recorder inside. The man was demonstrating a type of audio cassette player to the teens and children gathered near him, which included the Lyon sisters. 2 composite sketches of him were created and released to the public, and several other witnesses came forward to declare that they had seen him in the mall that day. A girl around Sheila and Catherine's age then talked to the detectives and gave them a completely new possible suspect. She described how the young girls had confronted a man who had been staring so intently at them that it made them uncomfortable enough to act. He was described as a white male, 5 foot 11 inches tall and weighing roughly 140 pounds. It was believed he was in his late teens or early 20s. He had acne on his face and scars on his left cheekbone. The man wore a light-colored Peters jacket, as well as a blue and white horizontal striped shirt with white pants. The Lyon sisters' disappearance shattered the sense of security in Kensington, Maryland, rattling parents to the point where they no longer let their children play outside or walk to Wheaton Plaza. Even with all the promising information, the case soon got plagued by false leads and questionable subjects, eventually making it go cold. An 18-year-old named Lloyd Lee Welsh went to a security guard at the Wheaton Mall a week after the girls disappeared. He said that he had been at the mall that day and saw the girls get abducted by the tape recorder man. Mall security then called the police, who took Lloyd to a nearby station. When the investigators made Lloyd take a lie detector test, he failed. Lloyd then confessed to having made the whole thing up. It was believed he was just interested in the $9,000 reward money being offered, and he was released. On April 7, 1975, about 2 weeks after the disappearance, a witness in Manassas, Virginia, reported seeing 2 girls resembling the Lyon sisters in the rear of a beige 1968 Ford station wagon. The witnesses stated that the girls were bound and gagged in the vehicle. The driver of the vehicle resembled the man in the publicly available composite sketch. The witness further claimed that when the driver spotted the witness tailing him, he ran a red light and sped west on Route 234 towards Interstate 66. The station wagon had Maryland license plates with the possible combination of DMT6. The last 2 numbers are unknown due to the bending of the car's plate. The known combination was issued in Cumberland, Hagerstown, and Baltimore at the time. This supposed sighting inspired a small army of mobile CB radio users to scour the area throughout the night with a running commentary and chatter, but without any tangible results. A search for matching plate numbers failed to produce any information. Although this witness's report was at first treated as credible, and a media firestorm erupted because of it, it was later deemed questionable by police. The disappearance granted calls from psychics, extortionists, and attention seekers. Several phone calls from people claiming to be holding the girls for ransom were made to the Lyon family in the immediate aftermath of their disappearance. One began with an anonymous mail on April 4, 1975, and demanded that John Lyon leave a briefcase with $10,000 inside an Annapolis courthouse restroom. John Lyon left $101 in the briefcase, as directed by law enforcement officials. It was just enough to make the crime a felony, but the briefcase was never claimed. The same anonymous person called John later and said there were too many police officers around the courthouse and he could not retrieve the ransom. John said he would have to hear the girls' voices before he could do anything else. The caller never made contact again. There were suspects, but nothing that linked them to the crime, one being Fred Howard Coffey. Coffey was convicted in 1987 for assaulting and strangling a 10-year-old girl in North Carolina in 1979. Authorities learned that he interviewed for a job and was subsequently employed in Silver Spring, Maryland, 6 days after the Lyon sisters vanished. This is a short distance from Wheaton Plaza. Investigators were unable to determine if Coffey was connected to the case, and he was never charged in the disappearances. Raymond Rudolph Molesky Sr., a resident of Suitland, Maryland, at the time of the disappearance, took the lives of both his wife and teenage son in November 1977. He was convicted and sentenced to 40 years in prison. Based on both prison informants' tips and Molesky's own claims to know something about the case, which he offered to share more fully in exchange for more favorable prison conditions, authorities searched his former residence in April 1982. No evidence was discovered. Raymond Rudolph Molesky passed away in prison in 2004. Police interviewed countless witnesses and followed hundreds of tips. Every stand of woods or weeds were searched. Storm sewers were explored, as was every vacant house for miles. The residents of a nearby nursing home were interviewed one by one. Scuba divers groped through mud at the bottom of ponds. Nothing was found. Nothing came of anything the police did. The case haunted the Montgomery County Police Department. Generations of detectives had come and gone, and many had taken a crack at it. Periodically, a new team would start over, combing through the many boxes of yellowing evidence, hoping to find something missed. In 2012, the Montgomery County Police Department decided to make one final push to solve the Lyon sisters' mystery. Their approach was to act as if a call had just come in for the two missing girls and to scour the boxes of case records as if starting from scratch. One of the most intriguing finds early on was a brief report written by investigators a week after the disappearances. The report was about 18-year-old Lloyd Lee Welsh that falsely claimed to see the tape recorder man abduct the sisters. The detectives newly plowing the case learned that Lloyd Welsh went on to compile an extensive criminal record. His record includes an arrest in 1977 in Montgomery County for breaking into a house 8 blocks from Wheaton Plaza Mall and stealing $580 worth of jewelry. The burglary case yielded a mugshot, which bore a striking resemblance to a composite sketch drawn in 1975 of the man at the mall who stared at the Lyon girls so long that they confronted him. The newly assigned detectives learned Welsh was imprisoned in Delaware after being convicted of assaulting a 10-year-old girl in that state in 1998. Detectives drove to see him, not sure what to expect. Would he even want to talk to them? It turns out he did. Welsh talked and talked for 8 hours. It was on October 16, 2013, that Detective Dave Davis traveled with Montgomery Deputy State's Attorney Pete Feeney to Dover, Delaware, to interview Welsh. He acknowledged he was at the mall the day the Lyon sisters were reported missing, but said he had no involvement in their disappearance. The investigators continued trying to uncover as much as they could about Welsh. They learned that his mother lost her life when the car driven by his drunken father, Lee, crashed. Lloyd Welsh was a passenger. He was placed in foster homes, but ran away to live on the streets instead, where he did whatever he wanted to. As an adult, he traveled around the country, sometimes hitchhiking, and at one point started a landscaping business in South Carolina. In that state, he was also convicted of assaulting a 10-year-old, just like in Delaware. As the detectives gathered Welsh's history, they repeatedly returned to interview him in Delaware. In subsequent interviews, Welsh lied elaborately and repeatedly about his connection to the Lyon case. He eventually admitted that he had helped kidnap the girls, but insisted that the crime had been planned and carried out by others in his family. He would talk for hours, shifting his story and offering names of relatives he said he had seen abduct the Lyon girls and hold them captive. In the summer of 2014, investigators began an extensive probe of the entire Welsh clan. What the detectives found shocked them. The clan had two branches, one in Hyattsville, Maryland, and the other 5 hours southwest on a secluded hilltop in Thaxton, Virginia. It was a place locals called Taylor's Mountain. Here, the family's Appalachian roots were still in existence, even though some members had gradually moved into more modern communities in and around Bedford, the nearest town. The family's mountain hollow ways, a suspicion of outsiders, an unruly contempt for authority of any kind, stubborn poverty, a knee-jerk resort to violence, set it perpetually at odds with mainstream suburbia. During one of the interviews, Welsh named relatives he had seen abuse and take the lives of at least one of the Lyon girls. If the sisters had been taken by this family, as Welsh claimed and the detectives now suspected, then someone in the family might help investigators with more information. In 2015, Welsh was claiming that the chief culprit had been his uncle Richard, who he said had planned the girls' kidnapping and demise. Richard Welsh was nearly 70 at the time, but seemed older. In addition to heart trouble, he faced a frightening array of accusations. Various family members had accused him of ugly and violent behavior toward them in the past. Richard Welsh denied it all. He was summoned to appear before a grand jury in February 2015, where he still stuck to his story. He said he never saw either of the Lyon sisters and did not know what happened to them. On May 12, 2015, detectives visited Lloyd Welsh again to see if he could tell them anything else. He continued spinning one story after the next to explain what had happened to Sheila and Catherine, always placing the blame for the crime on others. Gradually, and often inadvertently, he revealed more and more about himself and the crime. The detectives came to realize that you had to forget the narrative. The way to read Welsh was to look past his stories to their details. Running through many of his versions were certain particulars that recurred: stalking girls in the mall, a station wagon, a crying girl in the back seat, a basement accessed from the backyard, an axe, an army green duffel bag, and a bonfire. On a Monday in May 2015, Detective Dave Davis went looking for the place where Welsh said his Uncle Richard had taken Catherine's life before stuffing her remains in a duffel bag and ordering him to take it to Taylor's Mountain. Uncle Richard's old house had been completely destroyed to make room for a new district court building, but Dave knew where it had been. Right away, Welsh's story didn't add up. The house was the last place you would bring two little girls who were the object of a massive manhunt. The house was right next to police headquarters. Dave next sought out Buchanan Street, which Lloyd Welsh had also mentioned and where members of the Welsh family had once lived. When Dave arrived there, he recognized a house from snapshots in the police file. It was the house where Lloyd Welsh's parents had lived. The current owners of the house led Dave to a basement, only accessed by walking around the house to the rear. Dave stepped into a dark, low-ceilinged stone dungeon heaped with old furniture. This was the place. He knew it. It was exactly where one would stash two frightened young girls. You could do anything without being seen or heard. Dave returned the next day with a forensics team. They squirted Blue Star spray to try and find any blood. It lit up from the floor to the ceiling. The room announced itself as the place where Sheila and Catherine Lyon, or at least one of them, spent their last moments. Welsh often talked about his Uncle Richard's sanctuary, but that was all untrue. This was the space where Lloyd Welsh hung out. It was his. Not long after Dave Davis found the likely crime scene, the case against Lloyd Welsh was solid enough to charge him. On September 12, 2017, he pleaded guilty to ending the lives of both Sheila and Catherine Lyon. Despite pleading guilty, he still claimed that his involvement was in fact very limited. He was given a 48-year sentence, and given that he was 60 years old in 2017, it was essentially a life sentence. Frustratingly, Lloyd Welsh still refuses to tell investigators where they can find the bodies. Investigators are still looking into the possibility that Lloyd Welsh did not act alone. Uncle Richard worked as a mall cop around the same time, and it would have been much easier for him to abduct the two girls than it would be for Lloyd Welsh. Let me know what you make of the case down in the comments section. Roger Scott Dunn was born on February 10, 1967 in Lubbock, Texas, one of two sons born to Jim and Mary Sue Dunn. Everyone referred to him as Scott. Scott was described as a jokester, fun-loving, and as a ladies' man. By 1991, the 24-year-old left the military and settled in Lubbock. He worked at MGM Electronics, where he installed custom sound systems in vehicles. He loved working on cars, and he had even won stereo installation competitions. He also bought, restored, and resold used automobiles on his own. Scott dated Leisha Hamilton. She was a 28-year-old waitress. On the evening of May 13, 1991, Scott attended a party at one of his friends' homes. Out of nowhere, Scott got seriously ill. He couldn't walk or drive home and slept at his friend's house. The next morning, Leisha came to pick him up so that he could rest in the comfort of his own bed at the apartment they shared at Oakwood Club Apartments at 5818 24th Street. The day after that, on May 15th, Scott was finally feeling well enough to get back to his work. His car was still at his friend's house, so he arranged for his friends to take him to work. He told Leisha about this arrangement. She made him tea and left for work. When his friends arrived at their apartment, Scott didn't answer. Leisha arrived home later and told his friends that he must have left while she was at work. Scott did not come home that night, and for the next 2 days there was absolutely no sign of him. Leisha then contacted Jim Dunn, Scott's dad, who lived in Pennsylvania, and told them that Scott disappeared. Jim Dunn then contacted the Lubbock Police Department to file a missing persons report. Jim told detectives that it was unusual for Scott to leave his Camaro, nicknamed the Yellow Submarine, and his tools at work. When the police arrived at Leisha and Scott's apartment, Leisha immediately told the police that a piece of carpet was missing from underneath the couch. In Scott's bedroom, the police found that missing piece of carpet. It had been duct taped together with the carpet in the bedroom. A piece of carpet had been removed from the bedroom. Along the seam, the police noticed a rusty-colored stain. It was clear that it was blood. There was another large stain on the padding underneath the carpet in one section. The blood on the padding had seeped down to the concrete below. It also looked like someone had cleaned blood off of the baseboard of the wall. The investigators used luminol to test the room. The room lit up. It was obvious that someone, presumably Scott, had suffered a violent attack. Investigators looked at Scott's life and the people he knew to see if anything stood out to them. Scott had a previous arrest for using illegal substances. At age 23, he was arrested in connection with a Domino's Pizza robbery. The police followed up on this to see if anyone might have had reasons to hurt Scott because of the substances or money. They didn't find anything useful. Looking at Scott's relationship with Leisha, investigators found a lot of oddities. It seemed that Scott wasn't able to commit to Leisha as much as she would have liked. 1 month before Scott's disappearance, Leisha had learned that Scott was engaged to another woman. Investigators saw this as a possible motive. Could Leisha have sought revenge against Scott? Scott's friends told investigators something worrisome about Leisha. A family friend of Scott said that Scott was afraid to break up with Leisha. Leisha's ex-boyfriends warned Scott that she could lather herself up into violent, jealous rages. Leisha continued to contact Jim to talk about the case. Jim taped all of their phone calls. For some reason, Leisha didn't really seem that interested in finding Scott. She often talked about his sports car. She even asked Jim if she could have it. Leisha told Jim that she didn't want the car but needed it. Leisha was clearly getting impatient about having to wait for the car. This was really odd behavior. Investigators learned that Leisha had a criminal record. She had been arrested in New Mexico for embezzlement. Investigators continued looking into the possibility that she was responsible, but then she actually came up with the first suspect. Leisha told Jim that she believed a man named Tim Smith was involved in Scott's disappearance. Tim lived near Scott and Leisha and became infatuated with her. The police went to speak to Tim at his apartment and saw that he was packing up to move. Tim willingly let the police search his apartment. When the police walked back out to the room where Tim was standing, they discovered that Tim had moved a roll of duct tape that was on his bookshelf. Tim claimed he didn't move anything, but the police found it hidden behind some books. The tape was sent in for forensic testing. Using infrared lights to look at different wavelengths and components of the tape, the results were that the tape from Tim's apartment were consistent with the tape used on the carpet in Scott's bedroom. On the side of the tape, triangular green carpet fibers were found, which were the same color as the carpet in Scott's bedroom. Unfortunately, without a body, there wasn't much else investigators could do, and the case went cold. Jim got impatient and set out to find answers himself. He met with a group called the Vidach Society. It's a group of 82 international forensic experts. The group is a members-only group that meets in Philadelphia to try to solve unsolved crimes. Jim met with Richard Walter, a co-founder of the group, to go over the case of his son. Richard immediately confirmed that Scott is not alive anymore. Furthermore, he was convinced that Leisha held the answers. Richard sent the information to Dr. Richard Shepard of New Scotland Yard. Dr. Shepard concluded that Scott's life was taken in his bedroom and had been struck multiple times with a blunt object. He conducted multiple tests and confirmed that with the amount of blood that was lost, no one could have survived. Richard Walter begged the district attorney to take this case to trial. Richard said that they didn't have a body, but had a body part, the blood's connective tissue. Richard Walter noticed that there were unidentified hairs in the duct tape found in Scott's bedroom. It was sent in for testing and was determined to be hair from both Tim Smith and Leisha Hamilton. Smith and Hamilton were finally arrested 3 years after Scott disappeared in 1994. It is believed that Scott's life was taken in the early morning hours of May 16, 1991, while he was asleep. Scott was struck 4 times with a blunt object. Hamilton and Smith tried to clean up the scene, but obviously left behind too much evidence. It is believed that Leisha wanted revenge after finding out that Scott had been seeing other women and was engaged. Smith probably helped Hamilton because she manipulated him and he was obsessed with her. They were tried separately and both convicted. Leisha Hamilton was sentenced to 20 years in prison, and Smith was sentenced to 10 years of probation. The jury believed that Smith was involved in helping Hamilton clean up and get rid of evidence, but weren't convinced that he was in the room when the crime took place. It's not clear why Leisha got such a short sentence, in Texas no less, but she had to serve it in full after losing multiple bids for parole. Leisha dropped out of sight once she got out of prison. Frustratingly, neither Hamilton nor Smith wanted to tell police where they put Scott's body. There was much relief in 2012 when Lubbock Victims Assistance Services got word to Jim Dunn that a work crew had uncovered skeletal remains in a sewage system near Scott's apartment complex. Dental records confirmed they came from Scott. On June 16, 2012, the Dunns buried him in a grave beneath a stone engraved with a likeness of Scott's Camaro. Jim was quoted as saying, "I tell everyone that Scott came home for Father's Day." In late November 2010, the sudden disappearance of a young girl shook the tight-knit community of Brambati di Sopra. It's a small town on the outskirts of the Alps in northern Italy. The investigation that followed is widely considered one of the largest in Italian history. This is the story of Yara Gambirasio and a twisted tale that gripped a nation. 13-year-old Yara Gambirasio came from a large, loving family. She was one of 4 children to parents Fulvio and Mora. Her father worked as an architect and her mother as a teacher. Their respective families had lived in the area of Brambati di Sopra for generations. It was a quiet town with 8,000 residents, despite being only an hour from the fashion capital of the world, Milan. Life in Brambati di Sopra could not be more different. Time moved slowly there, and the scenery is quintessential rural Italy, with cypress-lined streets and views of distant mountains. It seemed like the ideal place to raise a family. On Friday, 26 November 2010, Yara said goodbye to her family and set off to the local gym where she trained for gymnastics. She left at 5:15 p.m. to walk the short couple 100-meter route like she had done countless times before. Yara needed to drop off a stereo for her instructor, and then she would be right back home. When 2 hours had passed and Yara had still not returned, worry set in for her parents. Yara's mother, Mora, dialed her number, but the call went straight to voicemail. They waited until 7:30 p.m., hoping their daughter would walk through the door with an explanation of something that was keeping her busy until then. Unfortunately, she was still not home, and Yara's father, Fulvio, called the police. The call went through to Letizia Ruggeri, the magistrate on duty in the nearby city of Bergamo. The experienced magistrate wasted no time in getting authorities out and searching for the missing 13-year-old girl. When retracing her steps, the investigators found out that Yara made it to the gym that day where she saw her instructor. They had done a light training session in preparation for an upcoming competition before Yara left and started the journey back home. The last time anyone had contact with Yara was at 6:44 p.m. when she sent a text message to close friend Martina. She told Martina that they could meet up early the next weekend before the gymnastics meet. There were a few witnesses who claimed to have seen Yara talking to 2 men near a red car, but this could not be confirmed. They were not completely certain that it was, in fact, Yara. Tracker dogs were brought to the gym to try and trace Yara's route home. Instead, the dogs led their handlers in the opposite direction towards Mapolo, a small commune located less than 10 minutes from Brambati di Sopra. Yara's phone records confirmed that her phone had been in Mapolo at 6:49 that evening. As is standard procedure in missing persons cases, the family is always questioned by authorities. Each member of the Gambirasio family was thoroughly interviewed, which meant the investigators were able to rule them out as potential suspects. Maura and Fulvio were respected members of the community, and Yara was loved dearly by them and her 3 siblings. Letizia Ruggeri authorized wiretaps on hundreds of cell phones belonging to possible suspects and had her team try to track down the 15,000-odd devices that had passed through Mapolo on November 26th. This led to the identification of their first suspect, a Moroccan man named Mohamed Fikri. A conversation had been overheard where Fikri asked God for forgiveness and mentioned something about not being responsible for taking her life. At the time of Yara's disappearance, Fikri was working in Mapelo on a building site. By the time investigators believed he may be linked to the case, he was already gone. Fikri had boarded a boat heading for Tangiers, a city in northwestern Morocco. The Italian authorities weren't going to give up that easily and set out to intercept the boat. The mission was successful, and Fikri was arrested. His van was subsequently searched, and lo and behold, a mattress with dried red stains was discovered inside. It seemed like they could be on the right track to finding out what happened to Yara, until further investigation revealed that the mattress was unrelated to the investigation, and that the supposed phrase heard over the wiretap had been mistranslated. Now, the investigation began to slow, as no obvious fresh suspects stood out to the authorities. The case had garnered national attention, with the mystery of Yara's disappearance being broadcast on countless Italian TV shows and reporters from across the country filing into Brembati di Sopra. The Gambirasios knew the attention was good for Yara's case, but nonetheless found the intrusion during such a difficult time hard to bear. Over the next 3 months, the scores of investigators working on Yara's case tracked down every possible lead, checked every possible sighting, and interviewed any possible suspects. Maura and Fulvio were still holding on to the hope that their beautiful young daughter was alive somewhere and would be brought home to them. Tragically, that hope was crushed on February 26, 2011, 3 months after she was last seen. Lario Scotti had been flying his model airplane in a town 6 miles or 10 kilometers south of Brembati di Sopra. He chose an area away from any public spaces and over an expanse of scrubland to try out his new toy. Ilario was having some issues with the device, which led to him landing it in an overgrown section of shrubbery and weeds. He walked over to the site and waded through before reaching his plane. As Ilario stood back up, something caught his eye. It appeared there was some fabric on the ground. His first thought was that someone dumped some clothing there. But then Ilario saw a pair of shoes. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the remains of a person. While the person had clearly been left in that location for a long time, a few items of clothing stood out. A black jacket and a Hello Kitty sweatshirt, the same clothing items that Yara had last been seen wearing. Further analysis of the scene uncovered Yara's iPod and house keys. Her SIM card and phone battery was also found, but her cell phone was not. The autopsy was performed by Professor Cristina Cattaneo, one of Italy's most well-known forensic pathologists. Traces of lime were found in Yara's nose and airway, and rope fibers were found on her clothing. This suggested that the person responsible may be a builder or involved in the building trade. Yara's body had multiple marks sustained from a sharp object. The saddest finding of all was that she had lost her life due to exposure, not a direct result of her injuries. 2 DNA samples were recovered at the scene, one on Yara's gloves and the other on her phone battery. The samples were run against the national system, but neither person had been recorded before. All of the items were shipped off for further investigation, including Yara's clothing items. This is how a third DNA profile was discovered 2 months later on Yara's underwear. Authorities believed there had been a struggle and the perpetrator had injured himself, hence the DNA being left behind. The suspect was named Ignoto 1, meaning Unknown 1. Now they just needed to find who this DNA belonged to. The investigators ordered DNA samples to be collected from everyone close to Yara. That included family members, friends, and locals who frequented areas that Yara had. Other officers were in charge of cross-referencing phone records of devices that had moved through Brembati di Sopra and the town where Yara's body was discovered. When a number was found, the owner was tracked down and asked to provide their DNA. This was not glamorous police work. It took hundreds upon hundreds of hours looking through data and trying to put faces to these numbers. Each new sample took a few hours to analyze and get a profile from, with multiple geneticists from across Italy working overtime to get them logged. The search for Yara and the subsequent search to track down the perpetrator has gone down as one of the largest and most expensive manhunts in Italy's history. Yara was finally laid to rest at the end of May 2011. In the months following the discovery of her body, thousands of DNA samples had been analyzed, but still, there had not been a hit against Unknown 1. Letizia Ruggeri decided to look at another angle. She knew that many perpetrators tend to dispose of their victims in areas that they are comfortable in or familiar with. Where Yara's body was found, there was a nightclub not far away. She knew it was a long shot, but Letizia ordered officers to take DNA samples from club patrons outside on busy Friday and Saturday nights. This is how Damiano Gerinoni entered the picture. Damiano frequently attended the nightclub, and his DNA sample bared a striking resemblance to Unknown 1. But he had a rock-solid alibi, since he was in South America during the time that Yara was last seen. Still, the authorities weren't giving up on this lead, and geneticists were convinced that Unknown 1 was a relative of Damiano Gerinoni. Every member of the Gerinoni family was looked into, and a shocking link to the Gambirasios was discovered. Damiano's mother, Aurora, had worked for the family as a domestic helper for 10 whole years. Aurora lived near to Yara's home and came over twice a week when she was growing up. Yara and Aurora were close. Aurora always made sure to keep an eye out for Yara, seeing that she did not get up to nonsense, and Yara loved to show off her new gymnastics moves to Aurora. Even though she stopped working for Fulvio and Mora, Aurora maintained a good relationship with the family. So imagine her shock when she found herself at the center of the investigation. It was the worst thing that could happen to me, Aurora later confessed. Both Aurora and her son, Damiano, were extensively questioned. The pair's phone calls were monitored, and they were followed. After months of trying to find any connection between either of them and what happened to Yara, Letizia admitted resigning herself to the fact that, in the end, this was nothing more than a sick coincidence. At the one-year anniversary of Yara losing her life, the pressure on authorities to bring the person responsible to justice was reaching a breaking point. Various politicians were making digs at Letizia, questioning her competence as magistrate, despite her running a textbook investigation from the get-go. But she could not let this background noise distract her from solving Yara's case, so she doubled down on the only viable lead so far, Damiano's DNA profile. They focused on building an extensive family tree of those around Damiano, which resulted in hundreds of names being cataloged. Relatives as far back as 1815 were recorded, until an immense family tree lay before them. This led investigators to the sleepy village of Gorno, where the same families have lived for generations, including the Guerinonis. Damiano's uncle, Giuseppe, passed away in 1999. Investigators hoped they could somehow obtain a DNA sample from him, so they visited his widow, Laura, in September 2011. As luck would have it, she was able to provide 2 stamps that her late husband had licked. The results showed that unknown one was likely Giuseppe's son, making him Damiano's first cousin. Giuseppe worked as a bus driver and was a talented accordion player, putting his talent to use at Gorno festivals. He had 3 children with Laura, 2 sons and a daughter. When their DNA was compared to unknown one, neither came back as a perfect match. Since neither of them had children, the next logical explanation was that Giuseppe had another son out there that they did not know about, one that he did not have with Laura. Letizia described this as an investigation within an investigation. So how on earth would they track down Giuseppe's illegitimate son? Through their deep dive into Giuseppe's personal life, investigators found out that he visited a resort called Salis Terme every May from the early 1960s. It was an annual tradition for him. These trips were made without his wife, Laura. The spring months of 2012 were spent looking through Salis Terme's records, tracking down women whose time at the resort overlapped Giuseppe's. The effort proved fruitless, as did searching through orphanage records and women's shelters. They came to the conclusion that the possible woman they were searching for was most likely married. Divorce in Italy had been illegal until 1970, so even if the mystery woman had an affair with Giuseppe, she likely stayed married. During this time, Yara's parents had hired a freelance geneticist, Giorgio Portera, to look over the investigation and explain to them, in layman's terms, what everything meant. After reviewing the information, Giorgio campaigned for Giuseppe's body to be exhumed so a proper DNA analysis could be performed. The DNA taken from the stamp could only compare part of unknown one's DNA sequence. His wish was granted on March 7, 2013, when Giuseppe's body was exhumed. This effort confirmed that, without a shadow of a doubt, Giuseppe was unknown one's father. He did have a son out there who was responsible for Yara's passing. The authorities kept details of the information private for the most part, much to the frustration of the media desperate for a story. Slowly, rumors started to spread about Giuseppe's illegitimate son, who was believed to have taken Yara's life. As an array of journalists started their own investigation, many affairs and family secrets were uncovered. Things began playing out like a soap opera in the small towns, but a breakthrough was on the horizon. Marshal Giovanni Moccarino worked closely with Letizia. He worked in an office alongside her own. Marshall was a well-liked man with a stubborn streak, by his own admittance. Yara's case had caused him many sleepless nights and 4 years with no breaks, working towards bringing the man responsible to justice. In stark contrast to the high-tech work that went into analyzing the DNA samples and tracking phone records, Marshall was more old school. He liked getting out into the community and talking to people, making them feel comfortable by talking face-to-face. Through this, Marshall found out many details of Giuseppe's life. As previously mentioned, Giuseppe worked as a bus driver, and Marshall managed to track down his old colleagues. The main bus route for the drivers was taking factory workers to the abundant textile factories in the area. Many of these passengers were women. The drivers often described Giuseppe as somewhat of a ladies' man. While Marshall became acquainted with every aspect of Giuseppe's life, a name came up: Esther Asruffi. Esther was born and raised in Ponte Selva, where Giuseppe lived since the early 1960s. Giuseppe actually lived not far from Esther at the time. When she was 19 years old, Esther got married and moved to a nearby village. She worked at a textile mill and would take the bus daily to her job. This is how Esther met Giuseppe. Her husband was a sickly man who used a cane, and during her frequent trips in Giuseppe's bus, Esther fell in love. Did investigators finally have their missing link? Letizia and her team checked their database to see if Esther happened to be on file. They found that a sample had been taken from Esther back in 2012, but a lab error meant it was not showing on the system. The result was conclusive when the moment came to run Esther's DNA against Unknown One. Unknown One was Esther's son. Had her sample been correctly logged in the first place, this very well may have come to light 2 years earlier. Esther left the home with her husband and they moved back to Ponte Selva in 1970. The couple welcomed twins that same year, a boy and a girl. The little boy was named Massimo. In 2014, Massimo Bossetti was 44 years old and married with children. The family lived together in Mapello, the same town where Yara's cell phone had last pinged. Now that Letizia had a name, she wasted no time in tracking down Bossetti and collecting a DNA sample from him to compare it against Unknown One. This would be the final puzzle piece if it confirmed that his DNA was found on Yara's body. They knew asking Bossetti directly for a sample would raise suspicion, so they came up with a clever plan. But first, they needed to find him. Bossetti was observed for a few days, where the team learned he had a fairly set routine. He worked in construction and returned home each evening at the same time in his small truck. Bossetti seemed like any other family man. After establishing his routine and confirming what car he drove, the plan was set into action. While Bossetti was out driving, an officer pulled him over and explained they were breathalyzing drivers to catch people driving over the legal limit. Bossetti was asked to blow into the device. His initial response was a chuckle, followed by, "I do not drink." The officer persisted and got Bossetti to complete the test. The officer then looked down at his breathalyzer and explained to Bossetti that it seemed to be faulty, before asking him to blow into a second device. It showed that Bossetti had not been drinking that day, so he was free to go. As he drove off, the officer jogged back to his car armed with 2 quality DNA samples from their prime suspect. They were sent off to the lab immediately and ran as they arrived. By early afternoon, authorities had their answer. Massimo Bossetti was Unknown One. On June 16, 2014, Bossetti was pounced on by police and taken into custody, where he was charged with taking the life of Yara Gambirasio. During their investigation into Bossetti, investigators found that he frequented areas near where Yara lived. He often ate at a pizzeria down the road and would park his car behind the gym where Yara practiced her gymnastics. He also got regular suntans from a local shop. His internet search history showed a twisted desire for teenage girls, and his phone records showed he was in Brembati di Sopra when Yara disappeared. Bossetti intentionally turned his phone off at 5:45 p.m., only turning it back on the following morning. When he was questioned, Bossetti remained silent and claimed he was not guilty. His legal team decided to call the DNA evidence into question, saying that while it may prove he had contact with Yara, it did not prove he was responsible for her slaying. The trial began in mid-2015 and lasted an entire year. It revealed the sheer extent of the investigation, where over 18,000 DNA samples had been analyzed. After multiple witnesses took the stand and dozens of pieces of evidence presented, it was time for a ruling. The Court of Bergamo, overseen by Judge Antonella Pertoja, found him guilty on July 1, 2016. Bossetti was given a life sentence. Yara's case is unique for many reasons. Not only was her loss felt by her family, but the investigation into finding the monster who took her away from them upended multiple other families. Giuseppe's widow now had to come to terms with the fact that her husband had been unfaithful and that his son was the man responsible for this deplorable crime. Bossetti's mother and sister also have to live with what he had done, along with many other scandals that were uncovered along the way. It, of course, goes without saying that the loss of the bright young girl that was Yara Gambirasio is by far the hardest to swallow. We still do not know exactly what happened that night, as Bossetti still maintains his innocence. Maybe, one day, the truth will come to light. In an 18-month stretch from February 2003 to August 2004, 3 young women were preyed upon by a malicious monster out to inflict as much harm as possible. Each of these women had been out in public minding their own business when a man decided he would try to take their lives in a horrific manner, from trauma to the head to using his vehicle as his weapon of choice. Towards the end of 2004, the man was captured and taken into custody. He was found guilty of the charges a few years later, but in a shocking twist, he was linked to another unsolved slaying that had happened 8 years earlier. Amanda Jane Dowler, or Millie as she was known, was born on June 25, 1988, to parents Bob and Sally Dowler. Millie had an older sister, Gemma, who she adored. The girls got on extremely well and were practically best friends. Gemma described her sister as friendly and vivacious with a sparkle in her eye. She had many close friends and was a kind, generous young girl who loved to cheer others up when they were having a bad day. Millie was a bright light in the lives of those around her, making her sudden disappearance all the harder to bear. It was March 21, 2002. 13-year-old Millie left Heathside School at 3:07 p.m. and walked to the Weybridge railway station with a friend. Both girls got on a train and rode to the Walton-on-Thames station. This was one stop before where Millie usually got off, at Hersham. The girls had decided to grab a bite to eat at the station cafe. Millie made a call to her father at 3:47 p.m., telling him she would be home in the next 30 minutes. The girls parted ways at 4:05 p.m. and Millie set off home. The last time she was seen was waiting at a bus stop on Station Avenue, where a friend of Gemma recognized her. CCTV cameras further along the route showed no sign of Millie. Millie didn't arrive home as planned, and worry started to set in. By 7 p.m., her parents called the police and reported her as missing. A large-scale search operation followed by numerous different officers on foot looking for Millie. Police helicopters were also deployed, hoping to catch a glimpse of the young girl or find something that showed signs of her being in a particular area. Local rivers were searched, and the route Millie should have taken was gone over with a fine-tooth comb. When the CCTV cameras along Station Avenue were accessed, a red Daewoo Nexia was pictured at 4:32 p.m. 7 years later, we would find out who was behind the wheel. Detectives working on the case made multiple public appeals for any witnesses who may have seen anything suspicious or seen Millie herself that day. Her disappearance was so sudden that initial theories revolved around Millie either purposely running away or knowing the person who took her. How could a complete stranger have grabbed her at this time of day in a fairly public setting? It didn't make any sense. Millie's family was adamant that she wouldn't have run away. Crime Watch UK aired a reconstruction of Millie's last known movements and featured a direct appeal to the young girl, as Millie having run away was the definite best-case scenario. But her mother couldn't fathom why her youngest daughter would do such a thing. Years later, it was publicly revealed that Millie had written letters saying she was going to leave home and expressing some unhappiness. In reality, these letters were nothing more than a teenage girl writing her completely normal frustrations out on paper after what was likely a typical argument with her parents or sister, nothing more. On March 28th, the police still didn't believe they were dealing with a stranger taking Millie by force. No witnesses had come forward having witnessed any sort of struggle, despite Millie having been seen on multiple occasions throughout the afternoon. They felt it was unlikely she had gone anywhere with a stranger, hence believing she was familiar with the person she left with. 4 weeks went by with few leads and still no sign of Millie. On April 23, 2002, a body was found in the River Thames, and immediately speculation ran wild that this could be Millie Dowler. It was later confirmed that the remains were that of 73-year-old Macy Thomas. She had disappeared the year prior, and her passing was ruled as non-suspicious. Macy likely drowned. Weeks turned into months with still no new information about what had happened to Millie. Frustrations continued to grow for the Dowlers, not understanding how their daughter could just disappear into thin air. As if things couldn't get any worse, the family themselves started facing scrutiny, with Bob Dowler being the main target. Since the police had stated on many occasions that Millie likely knew whoever she had left with, naturally the media latched on to that person being a family member. While trying to come to terms with their loss, they also had to contend with stories being published and unfounded rumors spreading. Bob Dowler had nothing to do with his daughter's disappearance, which made the focus on him hard to bear. Not only was it a horrific thing to be accused of, but Bob knew that all the time spent looking at him was time wasted on finding the person who was really responsible. Authorities later apologized for the possibility of missing crucial leads while looking at Bob for Millie's disappearance. By June, the authorities spoke to the Dowlers and told them they needed to brace themselves for the worst-case scenario. Bob and Sally continued to send their daughter text messages, hoping she was still out there somewhere. That month, a £100,000 reward was offered by The Sun, but still, no one came forward with any useful information. In September 2002, everyone's worst fears were realized. It was September 18th, and a small group of mushroom pickers were out in Yateley Heath Woods in Yateley, Hampshire, when one of them spotted something in the undergrowth. It was a body. The authorities were immediately identified, and dental records confirmed that they had found Millie Dowler. She was found unclothed, with none of the items she had in her possession when she disappeared. That included her backpack, purse, and cell phone. To this day, none of the items have ever been recovered. The case was no longer a missing person investigation. Authorities were now looking for the person responsible for taking Millie's life. The Surrey police launched the investigation, titled Operation Ruby, to bring this monster to justice. A month after Millie was found, the Surrey police set up a large-scale roadblock near Yateley Heath Woods. Roughly 6,000 motorists were stopped and questioned, but this produced no new leads. Items from Millie's bedroom were taken in for forensic testing, and on March 23, 2003, a year after she was last seen alive, unknown male DNA was found on one of her items of clothing. This led authorities to theorize that Millie had potentially met with the man who took her life before she vanished. Unfortunately, this lead was shortly ruled out. Despite hundreds of people being interviewed, extensive house-to-house inquiries, and a thorough look into some unsavory characters that lived near where Millie was last seen and near where her body had been found, the Surrey police still had nothing. The next possible lead came when the Dowlers received a chilling letter from someone claiming to be responsible for what happened to Millie. It didn't take long to work out the letter was written by Paul Hughes, who was in jail at the time for indecent acts to a young girl. He was given an additional 5 years behind bars for the letter and the threats he made to Millie's sister, Gemma. The prison service made an apology to the Dowlers for not having intercepted the letter before it was sent to them. Other sick individuals also viewed Millie's disappearance and passing as some sort of game. Leanne Newman made multiple phone calls claiming to be Millie before her blog was found. She called Bob and Sally, the police, and even Millie's school. Newman was given a 5-month prison sentence after pleading guilty to making these phone calls. Gary Farr, a mentally ill man, repeatedly emailed those close to Millie and the investigators, claiming she had been smuggled into Poland. Farr claimed her body was nothing more than a cover-up. He was eventually sanctioned under the Mental Health Act for indefinite holding due to being a danger to the public. Behind all of this nonsense, there was still a family desperate to know what happened to their Millie, but the truth was years away. On February 4, 2003, 19-year-old Marcia McDonald was hit over the head with a blunt object, not far from her Hampton home. The incident happened not long after Marcia had gotten off the 111 bus at the Percy Road bus stop. Tragically, Marcia lost her life 2 days later in hospital. On May 28th of the following year, 18-year-old Kate Sheedy was walking home when she noticed a suspicious car parked on the roadside. A man was inside and the engine was running, but the lights were deliberately turned off. Kate decided to move away from the vehicle and cross the road. Before she even knew what happened, Kate was run over by the car. Proving this wasn't an accident, the man then reversed over Kate's body before racing off. Miraculously, Kate was able to drag herself off the road and find help. Despite the severity of her condition, Kate survived after a lengthy hospital stay. 3 months later, another young woman was preyed upon. Amélie Delagrange was a 20-year-old French student visiting England. Shockingly, Amélie's life was taken in a brutal manner similar to that of Marcia McDonald. It took authorities less than 24 hours to link the cases. On November 22, 2004, a man was arrested for what had happened to Amélie Delagrange. His name was Levi Belfield. Levi Rabbits was born on May 17, 1968, in Isleworth, London, to parents Jean and Joseph Rabbits. It is unclear exactly when he changed his surname to Belfield from Rabbets, but we do know that was his mother's maiden name. When he was still a child, Belfield's father passed away after battling with leukemia. He grew up with his 4 siblings on a council estate in southwest London and attended Crane Junior High School. When Belfield was in his early teens, he was convicted of breaking into a house and stealing various items. That was in 1981. In 1990, Belfield got into a physical altercation with a police officer, which resulted in a second charge. His criminal history is littered with multiple offenses and convictions, but none of them were as serious as what he would later be accused of. Belfield has 11 children with 5 women. His ex-girlfriends later described Belfield's behavior as charming initially before his true colors started to show. All of the women shared the same stories of what Belfield was like as a partner. This is what Detective Chief Inspector Colin Sutton, who worked on the later cases involving Belfield, had to say of the man. When we started dealing with him, he came across as very jokey, like he's your best mate. But he's a cunning individual, violent. He can switch from being nice to being nasty instantly. In 2003 and 2004, Levi Belfield operated a wheel clamping business. This gave him an intimate knowledge of the streets he stalked. Like a wild animal looking for its next meal, Levi would prowl the streets looking for a suitable victim. Detective Sutton commented on this mentality of Belfield, saying, "Belfield has a massive ego to feed. He thinks he's God's gift to everyone. He drives around in his car, feels a bit whatever, and sees some young blonde girl. The young blonde girl says, 'Go away,' and he thinks, 'You dare to turn down Levi Belfield, you're worth nothing.' And then she gets a whack over the head. It is shown in the case of Kate Sheedy. She was smart enough to think she didn't like the look of his car and crossed the road. He thinks, "You think you're so clever," and whoosh, he runs her over. After CCTV linked him to Amelé's case, Belfield was surveilled by undercover officers who witnessed him talking to young girls at bus stops. It was quite clear that had he not been taken into custody, more women would have lost their lives. On February 25, 2008, Levi Belfield was found guilty of taking Marcia McDonald's and Amélé Delagrange's lives. He was also convicted of his actions towards Kate Sheedy. On February 26th, Belfield found he would be spending the rest of his life behind bars. His defense passed the news on to Belfield as he refused to be in court that day. Levi Belfield was also considered in two other cases, falsely imprisoning 17-year-old Anna Maria Rennie back in October 2001 and attempting to take the life of Irma Dragoshi in December 2003. Both women identified Belfield as the person responsible, but juries failed to reach a unanimous verdict in both cases. Following his convictions, 39-year-old Belfield was publicly named as a chief suspect in Millie's case. This was mainly due to CCTV footage that tied him to the red Daewoo Nexia seen around the time Millie was last seen on the same road that she had been on. Further investigation showed that Belfield's then-girlfriend owned the car, and she lived in the same area as the Dowlers. In an interview Belfield did with the Daily Mirror in 2009, he said, "There's not many red Daewoos floating about in Walton-on-Thames, so we've got to be realistic about it. But then I've got to be careful about how I answer these questions. I did use the Daewoo once, and I was stopped by the police once in it for speeding." It is unclear why Belfield thought this was the right thing to say when being considered for something so heinous. Like Millie's items, the car was never found. In March 2010, investigators felt certain they had their man, and Levi Belfield was charged with snatching Millie from the road and taking her life. Belfield's trial began on May 10, 2011 in the Central Criminal Court, presided over by Mr. Justice Wilkie. It took place over 6 weeks before a verdict was reached. In his opening statement, the prosecuting barrister recounted what happened to Millie on her final day. On this day, an entirely innocent and quite ordinary diversion to a station cafe to buy some chips with some school friends was a decision that was to cost Millie her life, because it meant her taking a fateful journey along Station Avenue. Belfield was found guilty on June 23, 2011, and given a second life sentence. Years later, Belfield admitted to what he had done to Millie. The Dowlers finally had some sort of closure, but still a sour taste was left in the mouths by many aspects of the investigation. Sally spoke to journalists and explained, "Our family life has been scrutinized and laid open for everyone to inspect. Bob said that the price for this conviction had been far too costly for the family." Belfield's defense had viciously cross-examined Millie's parents as Gemma watched on. She later described what she witnessed as one of the worst days in her life. The defense attempted to paint Millie as a depressed teen, not the vivacious girl those around her knew. Millie's story was subsequently brought back into the spotlight on June 30, 2011, when Crime Watch aired a special titled Taken, The Millie Dowler Story. The program detailed the investigation, had witness interviews, and had Millie's family involved. Reconstruction was also featured, where they reenacted how that day unfolded. Millie's family was finally able to show the nation who Millie was as a person beyond the sensationalized headlines. After everything, one question still remained. Was Belfield responsible for more slayings? Patricia Joyce Morris was born on January 10, 1966, to parents George, a retired Army chief, and Marjorie Morris. She was one of 3 siblings, with a sister and 2 brothers. Patsy, as she was fondly known, was born in Birmingham, but moved to Isleworth, southwest London, when she was 13 years old. On June 16, 1980, Patsy disappeared during a lunch break at school. It has been theorized that the 14-year-old decided to walk home that day, as she needed to change into dry clothes after she had been without a raincoat that morning. On her way there, Patsy vanished. 2 days later, a police dog found her body on Hounslow Heath. She had been left face down in a thicket, just a quarter mile from her home. A ligature had been used to take her life. Levi Belfield was 12 years old at the time. After leaving Crane Junior School, he moved to Feltham Comprehensive, the same school that Patsy attended. In fact, Belfield had been her childhood boyfriend. A year after what happened to Patsy, Belfield was convicted of the first official crime of burglary. He wasn't at school on the day Patsy was last seen, and he knew the area where she was found very well. When Patsy's mother learned of where her daughter was discovered, it caused great confusion. She didn't understand why Patsy would have walked through there. "We can't understand what she was doing on the heath. She was always told not to go there and never disobeyed our orders," she told the press. Knowing now that Belfield used to hang out there, often skipping school to do so, it does make you wonder. But was Belfield born evil? Could a boy that age really be capable of committing something like that? Following the conclusion of Millie's case, the possibility was explored. When Patsy's father, George Morris, heard about Belfield's connection to his daughter, he recalled a time all those years ago when a teenage boy had called his house and given him a death threat. He believes that was Belfield. He's a local man, which is why it could be him. And it's terrifying to think that someone of 12 or 13 could have done it, George said. Patsy Morris wasn't the only unsolved slaying that Belfield was considered for. In 1990, 51-year-old housewife Judith Gold was found a stone's throw from her Hampstead home, having been viciously struck in the head with an unknown item. Similar incidents took place across London from 1990 to 2004. All of these cases could be linked to Belfield due to the nature of them. The weapons of choice were distinct, the same type of weapons he used on Marcia and Amelie. While they couldn't confirm without a shadow of a doubt that he was the person responsible, he could also not be ruled out in any of the many incidents except for one. On July 6, 1996, 45-year-old Lynn Russell and her young daughter Megan, the pair and Lynn's other daughter, 9-year-old Josie, were ambushed while walking home from a swimming gala. They were then tied up and struck repeatedly with a hammer. Lynn, Megan, and the family dog lost their lives that day. Miraculously, Josie survived. While she was able to make a full recovery, it is highly likely that she still lives with the mental scars of what happened that tragic day. Belfield allegedly confessed to the crime to his cellmate. Belfield denies ever making this confession. His ex-girlfriend, who helped get a conviction in Millie's trial, has always maintained that Belfield was with her that day. "My daughter was born in '96, and that was the day of my birthday. He, Belfield, never left my side all day and all night, so there's absolutely no way he could have gone from Twickenham, where I lived, or Windsor, where I kept my horses, to Kent. Do what they say he did and get back without me knowing he was there. I can hand on my heart, I hate to say it, but I can say hand on my heart, he didn't do it," she said. Michael Stone was convicted of the charges after a second trial, following a successful appeal from his first conviction. Michael Stone had been behind bars since 2001. He still maintains his innocence. There have been many other cases that Belfield was considered for, and some that he allegedly confessed to, but as of today, police have not been able to find any substantial evidence that ties Belfield to any of these cases. Maybe one day the police will track down who was responsible for taking these lives, and maybe that man may just be Levi Belfield. Levi Belfield remains behind bars at HMP Franklin in County Durham. He will never set foot in the outside world again. On June 29, 2017, Gemma released a book titled My Sister Millie. In the heartfelt piece, Gemma describes what it was like living through that wild time, dealing with the loss of her sister, the media circus, and the suspicions of her parents. Gemma explains how she found healing. As an excerpt from the blurb reads, "It is the story of two stolen childhoods, Millie's and Gemma's, and about the love that kept the family together as they struggled with terrible darkness and injustice." Heidi Marie Erickson was born on December 14, 1984 in St. Paul, Minnesota. She was the daughter of John and Linda Erickson and had two brothers, Peter and Joel. Heidi committed her life to Jesus Christ as a young girl and faithfully walked with him. She was described as a joyful child of God. She loved and was loved by her family and many wonderful friends. In 2005, Heidi met Nick Firkus at church, hit it off, and they got married soon after. Nick was born February 25, 1983, and is the son of Steve and Julie Firkus. Heidi found work at Securian, a financial services company, while Nick Firkus was the director of operations for a carpet cleaning business. Heidi and Nick Firkus were both close with their parents. In 2010, the couple had been dealing with financial difficulties and were about to be evicted from their home. They were in over $15,000 of credit card debt. Heidi knew none of this, however. Out of shame, Nick did not tell anyone about their financial situation. Early in the morning on April 25, 2010, at approximately 6:30, 25-year-old Heidi made a 911 call from her cell phone. She frantically said that someone's trying to break into their home. She could be heard breathing heavily and screaming. It was clear she was terrified. The call ended abruptly with a loud noise. Just 65 seconds later, another 911 call was made from their home, this time from her husband, 27-year-old Nick Firkus. "My wife is shot. Someone broke into our house," Nick screamed into the phone. "I've been shot." When officers arrived at the scene, they found Nick with a gunshot wound to his left thigh. He was beside Heidi on the floor, talking to the 911 operator. He was highly emotional and was taken to the hospital. Heidi had been fatally shot in the upper back. Her body was found in the kitchen. Investigators noticed that the Firkus house was clean and tidy, and the entryway table beside the front door was undisturbed. They could not find any signs of a struggle taking place or anyone that forced themselves into the house. Nick Firkus told Sergeant Jim Gray of the St. Paul Police Department that he awoke to a suspicious noise at his front door, grabbed his shotgun from the closet where he kept it for safety, and alerted his sleeping wife. Both of them were trying to run out the back door to the detached garage to escape, according to Nick. Heidi stopped next to the front door to grab her wallet, which was on the table next to the front door. At that moment, the door opened and there was a guy around 6'1" or 6'2" with a dark hooded sweatshirt, with the hood drawn tight around his face. Nick Firkus said that the guy grabbed the barrel of the shotgun, They wrestled, and that his finger slipped onto the trigger and it went off. The gunshot hit Heidi and she fell onto the floor. Nick Firkus and the intruder struggled over the shotgun, and the gun went off a second time, hitting Nick in the leg. He fell down and the intruder took off through the front door. He told police that they were about to lose their house because they were behind on their bills. He said that they had not told any of their friends or family about the foreclosure or their need to be out of their house, but that they were going to tell their parents and friends and were planning to move later that day. According to him, they had planned to pack up their house on Sunday and Monday morning, put some of their belongings in the garage to get later, and find someone to stay with. Photographs and a video taken inside the Firkus home after the incident showed that despite having to be out of the house the next day, absolutely no packing had been done. Also, Heidi was scheduled to work on Monday, April 26th. She did not request the day off. On Thursday, April 22, 2010, 3 days before her life was ended, Heidi exchanged text messages with a friend, making plans to get a pedicure in the afternoon on Sunday, April 25th. In this exchange, Heidi was given the option of doing the pedicure on Sunday or the following Wednesday, and Heidi chose Sunday. She also suggested that they all go to church together that Sunday morning. It was evident that Heidi knew nothing about the eviction or that they had to move to a new place. Heidi's funeral took place at the Calvary Church in Roseville, Minnesota, a week after she lost her life. Many messages sympathizing with her parents, Nick, and their families streamed in. She was remembered as a beautiful young woman, and the community was deeply saddened. On her tombstone, the words "Joyful Child of God" are engraved. Extensive neighborhood canvassing and a canine search showed no sign of an intruder. He was never found. Investigators did note that Nick Firkus perpetuated several false accounts to them during interviews. He became a suspect in the case when the police found no signs of a forced break-in or any missing items. There were also no background noises that indicated there was an intruder or a struggle taking place. When investigators looked into the audio of the 2 911 calls made, investigators also found only Nick Firkus's DNA on the gun, and several witnesses testified there were no signs of a break-in. Nick Firkus's attorneys claimed the intruder was wearing gloves and was in the home for only a couple of seconds, so he could not have left DNA evidence. Nick Firkus retained the services of a defense attorney, Joe Friedberg, who recommended he cease contact with the St. Paul Police Department. At the advice of his lawyer, Nick Firkus declined investigators' request to sit down with a police sketch artist to create a composite of the alleged intruder. "I knew they had used that as a lever to try interrogating him more, so I said, no, we won't do that, but we'll hire an artist and do it," Friedberg told ABC News. Nick Firkus and Joe Friedberg returned to the St. Paul's Police Department with their own sketch of the alleged intruder, who Nick Firkus said was a male in his late 30s and wearing a hoodie. The police released the sketch through the media to see if any tips would come in. A woman identified Michael Pye to police as a potential match. Investigators started researching him immediately, and they learned that he was engaged in a pattern of breaking into homes in St. Paul around 6 in the morning. However, Michael Pye was incarcerated on the day of Heidi's slaying. Authorities subsequently cleared him of having any involvement in this case. A few months after Heidi's demise, Nick Firkus met Rachel Watson. She believed he was the man of her dreams. Rachel is described as a loving, caring, and generous individual who is always ready to extend a helping hand. She is also known for her kind and amicable behavior, which helps her maintain positive relationships with everyone around her. Also born in Minnesota, Rachel got to know Nick Firkus on a personal level through her sister Sarah and her brother-in-law David Olson, who were both close friends of Heidi. In fact, Sarah considered herself one of Heidi's best friends, and she was the one to insist that Nick Firkus was a wonderful man who loved and took care of his first wife without fail. Neither Sarah nor David minded when Rachel fell in love with him before deciding to tie the knot. The two got married in August 2012 and moved into a house purchased for them by Nick Firkus's parents. They welcomed their first child just a few months later. Neighbors who were acquainted with the couple claimed they appeared utterly in love, and they even went on to become proud parents of 2 more wonderful children. Yet with time, Rachel began doubting her husband's involvement in Heidi's case. Her suspicion about her husband's involvement with what happened to Heidi were raised when she found a notice that they might lose their home to foreclosure due to unpaid property taxes. Nick and Rachel Firkus had an arrangement where they would pay the mortgage amount to Nick Firkus's parents, and he would pay the property taxes directly to the county. She immediately thought of what she had heard about Heidi's demise. According to Rachel, "I didn't know that this was happening, and I'm living with this person. I have children with this person, and the last time he had problems with finances, a lot of things went wrong," she said in an interview. She decided to confront him about it. Because she feared for her life as well, she sent their children away and even decided to record the whole conversation before talking to Nick. Although Nick Firkus said nothing incriminating while talking to his spouse, it was apparent he was hiding something. In one recording, Rachel said, "The fact that you're lying was so easy for you to do in front of me over and over and over makes me think that I could end my wife's life?" He responded. She replied, "Yes." This worry kept nagging Rachel until she could not take it anymore and divorced him in 2019. Rachel told ABC's 2020 that catching Nick Firkus in a substantially similar lie was what led her to see the 2010 event in an entirely new light. In 2019, Sergeant Nicole Sipes of the St. Paul Police Department took a new look at Heidi Firkus's case. "The case always bothered me because the circumstances did not seem to fit what happened," Sipes said. Once Sipes learned of Nick Firkus's recent divorce from his second wife, she reached out to Rachel, who shared her suspicions. "She could have also been a victim," Sipes said. In May 2021, Nick Firkus was arrested and for the first time officially charged with taking his first wife's life. The investigation showed Nick Firkus was served with foreclosure in June 2009, and their house was sold at a sheriff's auction in the same month, 10 months before Heidi was slayed. Eviction proceedings had been filed in February, and an eviction hearing was held on March 8, 2010, which Nick Firkus attended alone. The lockout date was originally set for April 9, 2010. Nick Firkus called the attorneys and stated his grandmother was in hospice and asked to move it to April 26. However, investigators found no evidence either of his grandmothers were in hospice or passed away in 2010. In a review of correspondence between the couple and financial documents found in the home, investigators were unable to find any proof that Heidi knew of the impending eviction. Nick Firkus's trial started in February 2022. Defense attorneys argued Heidi knew about the foreclosure and impending eviction. Prosecutors, on the other hand, said she did not know, and her husband was desperate. Nick Firkus, the complaint said, had done absolutely no packing and kept Heidi completely in the dark about the fact that they were about to be evicted on April 26, 2010, which was one day after the slaying. Investigators have reviewed the text messages and emails sent to and from Heidi and Nick Firkus' cell phones and email accounts. There is not a single message that references foreclosure or eviction proceedings or gives any indication that they would need to move out of their house imminently. On the contrary, on March 11, 2010, Heidi sent an email to a friend saying, "Wish we weren't tied down to our house so we could move somewhere fun." The law firm handling the foreclosure and eviction has no documentation signed by Heidi, and their representatives never had any contact with Heidi. All their contacts were with Nick Firkus. Investigators have spoken with Heidi's family, friends, and coworkers, and not one person said that Heidi ever said anything about foreclosure, eviction, or needing a place to stay or store their belongings. In April 2010, Heidi emailed Nick Firkus multiple times regarding scheduling a meeting with a realtor who helped them buy their house and who was referred to as JS, and also a friend from church. Nick Firkus responded by saying that he had been in contact with JS. On April 23, 2010, Heidi sent Nick Firkus an email asking whether he had heard from JS. Nick Firkus responded, "JS said that he's ready to meet when we are. I told him Monday should be good." Police interviewed JS, who said that he had not spoken to Nick Firkus in over a year and that there was no meeting scheduled for any Monday. The FBI also combined their ballistics testing and a virtual model of Heidi and Nick Firkus' house to prove that the shots were most likely not accidental in the middle of the struggle, but deliberate. However, Nick Firkus' attorney countered that these findings did not necessarily disprove his version of the events. Finally, the prosecutor asked the big question: "Did you have anything to do with the incident in which Heidi lost her life?" "No," Nick Firkus said. "Absolutely not." Ramsey County prosecutors argued that Nick Firkus hid details of their financial troubles from his wife and took her life due to the shame of their impending eviction. It wasn't just going to be the loss of his house. It was going to be the realization that he had lied to his wife and he had lied to his friends. He had lied to the community for many years, Ramsey County Assistant District Attorney Elizabeth Lamont said. He took Heidi's life and saved his reputation. Senior Assistant Hennepin County Attorney Rachel Craker said at the trial, where she aided Ramsey County prosecutors in securing the conviction. The trial lasted 11 days. On February 10, 2023, after 4 hours of deliberation, the jury found Nick Firkus guilty of slaying Heidi. Robert Richmond, Nick Firkus' defense attorney, refuted these allegations, but nevertheless he was found guilty on all the charges against him. In April 2023, Firkus was sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. It took more than a decade for this case to be solved, and it could very well have still been unsolved if Firkus was not caught in a big lie by his second wife, Rachel. Nick Firkus' family declined a request from ABC News for an interview, but issued a statement in support of him. He was wrongly convicted and sits in jail for a crime he did not commit. This is not just the belief of heartbroken parents, a part of the statement reads. After 13 years, Heidi's family and friends found some sort of closure. They had this to say in a statement. Because of the lies we were told as early as the day after her life was ended, along with the pressures to believe them, it has been virtually impossible to find closure to our grief as the shock begins after what happened to Heidi. The realization quickly set in that everything Nick Firkus was telling us betrayed who I knew my sister to be, Heidi's brother, Peter Erickson said. The fact that he had the audacity to peddle a story that was so obviously inconsistent with Heidi's character was, and still is, very much insulting and offensive to me and everyone else who actually knew and loved her. I really miss my sister," he added. Heidi's mom, Linda Erickson, holding back tears, said, "Nick Firkus's unthinkable actions robbed her daughter and loved ones of participating in that adventure of life with her. She looked forward to being a mother," she said of Heidi. "Because of Nick Firkus, I never get to see my friend again," Jesse Bain added. "Because of him, Heidi is missing out on so much." At present, Rachel still resides in St. Paul, Minnesota, where she owns and operates her own cosmetics company, Be Lovely. On top of it, she is also a vocal advocate for victims of human trafficking. In fact, reports indicate that Be Lovely donates 10% of each sale to organizations that work for victims of trafficking and other social injustices. It honestly is great to witness Rachel's success. Nick Firkus is serving his life sentence without parole at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Sandy Point is a coastal town located in Victoria, Australia. It is situated on the southeastern coast of the country, near the entrance to the Gippsland Lakes. Sandy Point is known for its beautiful sandy beaches, making it a popular destination for beachgoers and water sports enthusiasts. The area also offers opportunities for fishing, birdwatching, and other outdoor activities. On Christmas Day in 2017, a snorkeler made a startling discovery at Shallow Inlet in Sandy Point. The snorkeler found human remains on the ocean floor. The remains were devoid of tissue, clothing, or personal effects. Remarkably, almost the entire skeleton was uncovered in a near-perfect condition beneath the sand. With no context or clues to the man's identity, Victoria Police reported the finding to the coroner and transferred the remains to the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine. As the team of experts began their scientific tests, they were able to infer some characteristics of the unknown person. The forensic anthropologist determined that the remains belonged to a Caucasian male aged between 21 and 37 years who stood at approximately 170 centimeters tall. The forensic odontologist who delved into the dental restorations noticed that work done on the teeth hinted at the fact that the person lost their life a very long time ago or were not from Australia. The man's upper jaw was recovered, but not the lower jaw. Radiocarbon testing was not able to illuminate the timeline. It indicated a 95% probability that the individual lived between 1666 and 1942, which is hardly specific. A nuclear DNA profile and a mitochondrial DNA profile were obtained from the remains. The DNA profile information was compared to the Victorian Missing Persons DNA database, but no match was found. The DNA profile was also uploaded to the National Criminal Investigation DNA database for identification purposes, with no match. Since he could not be identified, the man was named the Sandy Point John Doe. At one point, there was speculation that the remains could have been those of Martin Weiberg. Martin was a ship's carpenter aboard the SS Avoca, who in 1877 managed to steal 5,000 gold sovereigns that would be worth millions of dollars today. Martin was caught and arrested on October 29, 1878. He spent 6 weeks in custody and went to the Tarwin River to show police where the rest of the gold sovereigns were hidden. During the search, Weiberg punched one of the officers in the stomach and ran into nearby bushes. He managed to evade police capture for 5 more months. Weiberg met up with police again on a bush track near Eagle Point in Paynesville, Australia. He was arrested, taken to Melbourne, and sentenced to 5 years of hard labor. Once released, Weiberg traveled to Hobart and purchased a yacht. He sailed the yacht back to Waratah Bay in Gippsland, parked the yacht, and rowed a small boat to shore to collect supplies. But when he tried to row back to the yacht, the weather turned bad. His small boat was found washed ashore the next day, and Weiberg is presumed to have drowned, but his body was never found. Of course, the only way of finding out if the remains belonged to Martin Weiberg would be modern DNA technology. The Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine was determined to discover the identity of this unknown man. Recently, they embarked on a program to explore the use of forensic genetic genealogy to solve several Australian cold cases, including this cold case. Forensic evidence was sent to Otham's laboratory in the Woodlands. Texas and Otham scientists used forensic-grade genome sequencing to develop a comprehensive DNA profile. Once Otham developed the DNA profile, it was returned to investigators, who then uploaded the profile to genealogical databases. The investigative research resulted in a compelling lead that Sandy Point John Doe was Mr. Christopher Luke Moore, a Gippsland farmer and World War I veteran who was thought to have drowned in Waratah Bay in 1928. He enlisted for the war, aged 18, serving for more than 18 months for the 10th Field Artillery Brigade. Historic police and coronial documents reveal that Christopher was at Waratah Bay with his parents, Cornelius and Charlotte, brother Francis, wife Elizabeth, and toddler Mary, when he got into difficulty in the waves on December 30th, 1928. A beachgoer tried to save him, but the tide was too strong. Cornelius Moore spent 10 long days searching the coastline for his son without success. Unearthed historical records unveiled an interesting twist. Mere weeks after Christopher's potential drowning, a local Sandy Point farmer discovered a mandible at Shallow Inlet. Christopher's father, recognizing the distinct dental work, confirmed the mandible as his son's. The coronial inquest held on January 24, 1929, officially validated this identification. Recently, the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine's findings were shared with the state coroner. A possible grandniece of Christopher Luke Moore was identified, residing in Gippsland, Australia. Police contacted this vital link to history, and she graciously cooperated, confirming the family's account of Christopher's drowning and the subsequent recovery and burial of his mandible. To establish an irrefutable familial connection, the grandniece provided a DNA sample. Through confirmatory DNA analysis, the truth was confirmed. Sandy Point John Doe was indeed Christopher Luke Moore. The discovery was made in July 2023. Based on the family's account, it is confirmed that Christopher accidentally drowned and no foul play was involved. Thanks to the effort of the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine and Othram, a 95-year-old case has finally been solved. Monica Faye Pritchett was born on February 16, 1979 in Anniston, Alabama. She was the daughter of Donald and Dorothy Pritchett and had 2 sisters as well as 2 brothers. Monica married Jeremy Rollins, her high school boyfriend, and they stayed in Heflin, Alabama. They had a stable marriage until the birth of their second son, Aaron. For reasons they never made public, the couple decided to live separately. This was despite Monica being pregnant with their 3rd child. Monica and the boys moved into their Sugar Hill Road home in mid-2001. Jeremy Rollins still had visitation rights to visit his 2 sons every other weekend. Monica loved her children dearly. Dalton was 6 years old and Aaron 2 years old. She was very excited about her 3rd son's arrival in only a few weeks. Monica planned on naming him Shane. She was a busy mom, balancing a full-time job and raising her 2 sons. She worked at a daycare called Kitty Castle until July 2002, when she accepted a higher-paying job at ITC Deltacom. On Friday, September 13, 2002, Monica and her sons visited her father, Donald Pritchett, after work at his home in Anniston. He had a gift for his oldest grandson, Dalton, and could finally give it to him. The gift was a foal. Dalton named it Mojave. The evening was filled with horseback riding, playing, dinner, and conversation. At 8:30 p.m., Monica and the boys headed back to their Heflin home. They planned to return later that weekend to spend more time with Monica's father and his wife. However, when the weekend passed without any further word from Monica, relatives decided to go check and make sure everything was all right. When they arrived at Monica's mobile home on Monday morning, September 16th, nothing could have prepared them for what they would find. Monica and 6-year-old Dalton had been brutally slayed inside their home. It seemed as if Monica went into labor from shock during the attack. The baby was found partially delivered and not alive anymore. 2-year-old Aaron was found alive and unharmed, hiding in a closet. A relative called 911. The same day of the discovery, Jeremy Rollins, Monica's ex-husband, ended his 12-hour shift at Southwire around 6 p.m. and went home. A few hours later, officers arrived at his house and told him what had happened. They asked him to come to the police station. According to officials, Jeremy Rollins was quickly ruled out as a potential suspect and was cooperative throughout the investigation. After being ruled out, Jeremy said how he felt when he learned about what happened to Monica and Dalton. It was unbelievable. There where I was at, somebody was telling you something that you just cannot believe. Early press reports indicated that Monica and Dalton had both lost their lives due to stab wounds received at some point over the weekend. Everybody pretty much knows everybody when you live in a small town, and with a population of less than 3,500 people, Heflin is one of those towns. When something as horrible as a triple slaying occurs somewhere like Heflin, it rocks the very foundation of the community, especially when the victims were a young pregnant mother, her 6-year-old son, and her unborn son. The crime terrified the community, and people started improving security measures on their homes and kept their kids inside. Family members described Monica as an easygoing, loving mother who was always smiling and good with kids. Debbie Clark, owner and director of Kitty Castles, said, "She was just always smiling, just a good person. Her little boy, he was so precious." Funeral services were held for both Monica and Dalton on September 19, 2002 at Dryden Funeral Home Chapel. They were set to be buried at the Cedar Creek Cemetery, but prior to the burial, investigators decided they needed to collect more DNA for investigative purposes. On September 20, 2002, Governor Siegelman offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person who committed this terrible crime. Very few details about the slaying were made public, even years later. The Heflin Police Department kept the details confidential as an investigative technique. They believed that the perpetrator would one day mention something about the slaying that was never made public, leading to an arrest. Captain Joe Neighbors of the Alabama Bureau of Investigation confirmed that DNA, fingerprints, and other evidence had been collected at the scene and were sent to the Alabama Department of Forensic Science for analysis. At the time, the department was facing serious backlog issues due to budget constraints, which created a delay in processing. In June 2014, Heflin Police Chief A.J. Benefield contacted the Attorney General Office's Cold Case Unit, and the two agencies started working together. Based on new information, they began to interview people again. They met with the State Bureau of Investigation and local prosecutors and started new discussions. Police Chief Benefield was an officer at the time of the slayings. He and his partner responded to the 911 call of the relative who found Monica and her son's bodies. When talking about the case in 2014, Benefield had this to say: "So really, there were 3 victims. It was the worst crime scene I have ever seen. Not a day goes by that we are not talking about this or working on it in some way. It is very near to our hearts." In 2015, Benefield hinted that they were looking at someone that they have known about since 2002, but he did not elaborate further. In March 2015, the Alabama Attorney General's office joined the investigation. Authorities periodically posted on social media asking for information on the case. Unfortunately, no useful leads came in, and the case went cold for some time. In 2021, the case was reopened by Chief McGlone and Captain Scott Bonner. They resent multiple items to forensic labs, both private and state. They continued to keep close contact with some of the family members and tried their best to provide support as much as they could. Although they could not go into specific details due to the ongoing investigation, Captain Scott Bonner said there was a suspect and evidence. "There is no threat to anyone from the suspect in this case at this time. The suspect, who I cannot name yet, is in jail in another state for unrelated crimes," he said. With help from the state, grant money from Seasons of Justice, and a literal truckload of evidence, investigators were able to make an arrest more than 20 years after the crime. Louis Landon Spivey was arrested on June 26, 2023, and charged with taking the lives of Monica, Dalton, and Shane. On June 30, 2023, Heflin Police Department made the announcement to the public. Louis Spivey kept the sordid secret to himself until he was released from a Florida prison. He is now 39 years old and was 18 years old when he committed that horrendous crime in 2002. They were acquaintances, Captain Bonner said in a press conference. They had a relationship. Bonner did not reveal a motive or the circumstances leading up to the slayings. For the last 15 years, Louis Spivey has been sitting in a Florida prison cell for an unrelated robbery and aggravated assault case out of Bay County, for which he was sentenced in February 2010. Captain Bonner and Chief McGlone took Louis Spivey into custody after his release from the Florida prison. Captain Bonner explained, "Louis Spivey has since cooperated with the investigation. He was looked at early on in the investigation by other agencies before we opened up the case. Good investigation work gave us some good leads. We did not have surveillance, pictures, or cameras," said Bonner. "We did not have the things that you would have nowadays." When investigators sat down with Louis Spivey, he allegedly gave them a complete confession, outlined the crime, and took sole responsibility for the slayings. A bond hearing was held on June 29, 2023. The court determined that the criteria for invoking Anaya's law had been met, leading to Louis Spivey's continued pre-trial confinement without the possibility of bond. Anaya's Law is a legislation named after Anaya Blanchard, a college student whose life was tragically taken in 2019. The law aims to enhance penalties for certain violent offenses in Alabama. It allows judges to deny bail or parole for individuals charged with certain violent crimes, ensuring that they remain in custody throughout their trial process. The law seeks to prioritize public safety and protect potential victims by keeping individuals considered dangerous off the streets during legal proceedings. Investigators gave few details on what led to the break in the case, but we do know about the confession and that the department was given a grant for DNA analysis, and several items were processed by a state lab and private labs in Canada. In a statement on behalf of Mayor Robbie Brown, Chief Ross McGlone offered his condolences to the family of Monica and Dalton. Hopefully, this will bring you some sense of closure to this awful chapter in your lives. We would like to extend our deepest gratitude and appreciation to Captain Bonner, the Heflin Police Department, and all the other agencies and individuals who displayed unwavering dedication and determination in their pursuit of justice for Monica, Dalton, and their grieving family. It was definitely the hardest case, and I have worked several similar cases in my career, explained investigator and Captain Scott Bonner. The box of reports and everything we had to go through, that alone took several months. This case proved to become personal to Bonner. He admitted he has probably spent more time with Monica and Dalton's family over the last 3 years than he had with his own. I have become really close to them, he said. It makes me feel great that I can give them some peace. Jeremy Rollins, Monica's ex-husband, remarried in 2011 and has twin daughters with his wife. Aaron Rollins, Monica's second son, graduated high school in 2018 and is now in his early 20s. The family still resides in Heflin. Louis Spivey was transferred to the Cleburne County Jail, where he is now being held without bail and awaiting trial. In June 1994, a 39-year-old victim reported to the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department in North Carolina that an unknown man had broken into her residence and assaulted her at knife point. Male DNA was collected from her body and tested, but DNA technology was not advanced enough at the time to identify the attacker. Additional testing of the evidence was conducted in 2018. In 2019, the forensic samples from the scene were linked to another assault in Columbia, South Carolina, that took place in 2010. In 2022, detectives utilized forensic genetic genealogy to identify a person of interest. Forensic evidence was then sent to Othram. Othram scientists used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive genealogical profile for the unknown man. Their in-house genealogy team used a genetic genealogy search to produce investigative leads that were returned to the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department. Investigators continued working the case, and their follow-up investigative efforts led to the collection of a DNA sample from a person of interest. The DNA profile for this person of interest matched the DNA profiles for the unknown subject that were recovered from the 1994 and 2010 assaults. As a result of years of extensive forensic testing and evidence examination, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department's Crime Lab and Cold Case Unit identified the suspect as James Wayne Ingersoll. He was born on November 6, 1972. In May 2023, members of the police department's Violent Criminal Apprehension Team located and apprehended Ingersoll in Concord, North Carolina. South Carolina Law Enforcement Division and the Columbia Police Department also assisted. The victims have been notified of the arrest. The investigation into this case is active and ongoing. As additional information develops, it will be released by the CMPD's Public Affairs Office. Anyone with information about this incident is asked to call 704-432-TIPS and speak directly to a detective. The public can also leave information anonymously by contacting Crime Stoppers at 704-334-1600. Investigators want to know if James Wayne Ingersoll could be responsible for any other crimes. Destiny Renee Pittman was born in Kokomo, Indiana, on January 9, 1992, to parents Melvin Douglas and Carla Pittman McCombs. Destiny was one of 5 children and had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. In 2013, at the age of 21, Destiny was staying with her 2 young children, her boyfriend, a female roommate, and 3 dogs in 815 James Drive, Kokomo. On the evening of February 7, 2013, 2 armed intruders forced their way into Destiny's home. Destiny stepped out from her bedroom into the hallway to confront the intruders. She was then fatally shot by one of the attackers. The bullet went through her chest and struck a wall at the end of the hall. Renee's boyfriend, roommate, children, and dogs were at home at the time, but hid away out of fear and were unharmed. At approximately 9:33 p.m., officers from the Kokomo Police Department were dispatched to 815 James Drive when they were notified about shots being fired at the residence. When officers arrived at the crime scene, Destiny was already gone, and there was nothing they could do to revive her. A single .40 caliber shell casing was recovered. Neither her boyfriend, whose name was never disclosed, or roommate saw the intruders and could thus not give investigators any description. It was suspected that the perpetrators may have been looking to rob Destiny and her boyfriend of marijuana and cash they had from selling weed. Destiny's boyfriend reportedly admitted to police that he sold marijuana and had taken a bag containing weed and over $2,000 in cash to another house just days prior to the home invasion. Both the boyfriend and the roommate also admitted to police that Destiny too was involved in selling, but had not as much since she inherited money. Unfortunately, investigators were unable to identify the attackers, and the case went cold. For more than 10 years, Destiny's case remained unsolved without a single suspect ever being identified. Destiny's demise left her surviving family and friends devastated. Even years after, her mom stayed depressed and cried a lot. "I hope and pray to God someone will have something to say," she said. "My life has turned absolutely upside down. They took my child for no reason. Whoever it was, I hope they are satisfied. They did not get anything out of it. She was just getting ready to start modeling and have a life for herself." Her mother said not knowing who did this to her daughter or why eats at her each and every day. On March 2, 2023, 2 men were finally identified as suspects in Destiny Pittman's case. Investigators announced the arrest of 32-year-old Joey McCartney and 36-year-old Jesse McCartney. Joey McCartney was taken into custody by U.S. Marshals at the crack of dawn at a residence in Graham, Kentucky. Jesse McCartney was arrested by U.S. Marshals and local police roughly 2 hours later at a residence in Kokomo. Graham and Kokomo are more than a 4-hour drive apart. As a result of the continued investigations since 2013, along with citizens continuing to provide leads, investigators with the Criminal Investigations Section were able to determine that these two individuals were responsible for what happened to Destiny. On December 5, 2022, a woman called in and claimed to have information about Destiny's case. She told police she could not keep this information to herself anymore after repeatedly seeing press releases on the case over the years. According to the court documents, this informant claimed to have been with Jesse McCartney on the night Destiny's life was ended and had been sitting in his white Jeep Cherokee outside Destiny's home. According to the informant, Jesse and Joey said they were running an errand, which the individual reportedly believed meant a deal that involved illegal substances. Jesse reportedly told the informant to stay inside the vehicle, while he proceeded to put on black leather gloves and grabbed his handgun. Joey McCartney met Jesse at Destiny's front door before the pair entered the residence. The two of them then started searching the home, which police believe it was for substances that Destiny and her boyfriend were selling. The informant heard a gunshot and saw both men come running out of the house. Jesse was sweating heavily and had a large bag of marijuana and cash in his hand, according to the informant. She alleges that she and Jesse drove back to his apartment and Joey joined them. She said Jesse then made her drive back by the home the next day. When they drove past, there was police tape surrounding the house. The informant also told police about Jesse McCartney changing his phone number and said he still lived in Kokomo on Monroe Street. She said he sold his gun and Jeep 6 months later after the crime was committed. The woman told investigators she did not come forward sooner because she was scared and still is. She had an alleged history with Jesse. Police showed Destiny's boyfriend photographs of Joey and Jesse McCartney after the new revelations. The boyfriend stated that Joey looked familiar and might have visited before with a common friend, but it was still unclear to investigators whether Destiny knew the McCartneys. The two men each faced charges for taking Destiny's life as well as burglary. Jesse McCartney faced additional charges of robbery and possession of illegal substances. The brothers were held without bond for the alleged connection to the case, with their hearing taking place in March 2023. Jesse McCartney's trial took place on August 11, 2023, and he was acquitted of some of the charges against him since it was determined he was not the one that shot Destiny. Joey McCartney's trial is yet to take place. 12-year-old Jennifer Renee Odom was a 7th grader at Thomas E. Waitman Middle School in Wesley Chapel, Florida, in 1993. She played the clarinet in the school band, and she was also a barefoot water skier who placed high in tournaments. Often, she was the skier who climbed to the top of the human pyramid, gliding atop the water. Jennifer was born on August 25, 1980. She was the eldest daughter of Renee Converse and stepdad Clark Converse. She had a 9-year-old sister, Jessica Ann Odom, and was the granddaughter of Jim and Margie Denny. They lived in St. Joseph, a small community near Dade City, Florida. Jennifer and Jessica had a rabbit called Beanie. Jennifer also absolutely loved her Springer Spaniel, Gypsy. The two sisters built forts, rode four-wheelers, and spent summer days swimming in the creek behind their house on the family's 15-acre property. It was a crisp morning on Friday, February 19, 1993, when Jennifer Odom put on her white jeans and white turtleneck in order to get ready for school. She put a red cashmere sweater, a gift from her grandmother, over her shoulder-length chestnut-color hair. She was slim and tan due to spending a lot of time outdoors. On that same morning, after lacing up her pair of black boots, she got into the car with her mother. The two drove 200 yards up the winding lime rock driveway to wait for the school bus near their mailbox. Jennifer climbed onto the bus and took her usual spot on the back seat, so she and her mother could see each other until Renee, following behind, turned left to head to work. After school at around 3 p.m., Jennifer stepped off her school bus, waved goodbye to her friends, and started walking the short 200 yards to her home. At about 4 p.m., Jennifer's sister arrived at their home from school to find it locked and unable to enter. She then called their mother to tell her that her big sister was not home yet. Renee Converse then realized Jennifer must not have made it home. She called Jennifer's best friend, Michelle, who stated that she saw Jennifer exit the bus and begin walking home. Jennifer's mother knew something was very wrong and called the police. Within hours, deputies launched a wide-scale search. A search party of about 400 volunteers was formed to help scour about 60 square miles of countryside. Family, friends, neighbors, and other volunteers searched for Jennifer. Law enforcement was equipped with police dogs to fine-comb the rolling groves, pastures, and woods surrounding the tiny Pasco County town of Dade City. Every law enforcement agency in the Bay Area was looking for a blue truck that was seen in the area by some of her classmates. Children riding the school bus with Jennifer remembered seeing an older light blue, unknown model pickup truck slowly following Jennifer down the road in the direction in which she was walking. The children described it as having a silver-painted rear bumper, not chrome, and a trailer hitch with wires hanging, and pipes or a ladder in the back. The driver was described by the children as a white male in his 40s with shoulder-length brown hair. The blue truck was the focus of the search parties, as investigators believed that the driver may have been involved in the disappearance of Jennifer. As a last resort to find the truck, the FBI as well as Hernando and Pasco County Sheriff's personnel worked from a dock and boathouse as drivers searched Lake Jovita for the vehicle. 6 days after Jennifer vanished, on Thursday, February 25th, a man and a woman searching an abandoned orange grove about 10 miles north of Jennifer's school bus stop found her badly decomposed, nude body. Her body was found near a horse trail off Powell Road south of Brooksville, amid a cluster of pine trees in the orange grove. She was found viciously assaulted and suffered blunt force trauma to her head. Detectives said she likely lost her life there in the woods, not long after her disappearance. Hernando County Sheriff Al Nienhuis stated, "We are not exactly sure how long her abductor kept her captive or when exactly the slaying took place, but we are relatively confident it took place in that field." He added, "Every one of us, including those in law enforcement, can look at Jennifer as our niece, our sister, our granddaughter, and realize that it is a tragedy beyond tragedy." Jennifer's clothing was never found, neither the blue truck nor its driver. While Jennifer's family was still busy with her funeral arrangements, country music star Vince Gill was scheduled to sing at the local Strawberry Festival on Monday, March 1st, 1993. Jennifer's stepfather, Clark Converse, said the girls had looked forward to Gill's performance for weeks, hoping they could get him to autograph photos. Before the concert, Clark Converse and Jessica went to the festival to fulfill Jennifer's wish that Gill autograph a photo in which Jennifer and her sister had posed with the singer at a previous concert on January 10th. Between shows, festival vice president Joe Newsom took the 3 snapshots to Gill, who was eating dinner. Jennifer's stepdad had asked that Gil autograph one for Jessica, one for Jennifer, and one for both girls. Newsom said afterwards, "I told Gil this young lady had been slayed and her dad was outside." Gil replied that he remembered hearing about the incident. He, who also had a young daughter, autographed the photos, writing on one, "To Jennifer, may God be with you," as both Gil and Newsom wept. Gil then went to the night's second show. Before singing the last song, he told the audience about Jennifer. "I'm going to try to get through this the best I can," he said, his voice cracking. Gil sang his Grammy-winning hit, "I Still Believe in You," and dedicated it to Jennifer, who was tragically robbed of her life. Midway through the song, with tears running down his face, Gil asked the crowd to help him finish. Nearly 15,000 voices joined in. Radio personality Jeff Moore stood backstage and looked out at thousands of tear-stained faces. "It was heart-ripping," he said afterwards. Unfortunately, with no one in the community providing investigators with useful information, her case went unsolved. 13 months before Jennifer was abducted, on January 16, 1992, a 17-year-old girl was kidnapped as she got off a school bus in north-central Pasco County. She was found in a pool of blood behind an abandoned house, brutally attacked, assaulted, and beaten. Sheriff Nienhuis said she suffered injuries to her head and skull that were very significant. She survived, but her life was forever changed as she was paralyzed on her left side. Nienhuis said she was a former honor roll student and track and field participant and was a true victim. She was not engaged in a high-risk lifestyle. Law enforcement was able to collect DNA from the crime scene at the time. Since there were similarities between what happened to Jennifer and the unnamed girl, detectives believed the cases may be related. Both victims were adolescent girls who were abducted after getting off of the school bus in Pasco County, taken to a remote field, assaulted, and abandoned with the belief they will succumb to their injuries. The other victim was found just a few miles from where Jennifer's body was found. After a series of blind alleys, the police called upon psychic Nancy Meyer, 16 months after the incident, to assist in finding the person responsible for what happened. Nancy Meyer is a psychic from Pennsylvania who has been working with police around the country for decades. According to Nancy, she had consulted in more than 300 criminal investigations and had offered critical clues more than 80% of the time. Nancy believed that two men were involved in taking Jennifer's life. She described them as white, muscular mechanics, and she said one may be a smoker with a heavy cough. The crime scene photographs were classified. Therefore, Nancy Meyer was not allowed to see it. Despite this, she was able to visualize two men in detail. She was taken to the site where Jennifer's body was found. Nancy pointed out that there were belongings in a nearby area that had not yet been discovered. She was able to describe several of Jennifer's items that were still missing, including her cousin's clarinet case with the letters L.O. on them. She continued to give information about the perpetrators in hope of solving the case. Detective Carlos Douglas of the Hernando County Sheriff's Office said, "Nancy Meyer was extremely accurate on some things that led us to look in other areas that we had not thought of, so we obtained a lot of information from what she had to offer." On December 2, 1994, Jennifer's unsolved case was aired on an episode of Unsolved Mysteries on national TV. After the show aired, more than 50 phone tips and even more investigative leads from around the country arrived by mail at the Hernando County Sheriff's Office. A spokesman of the Sheriff's Office said, "The show did for us what we wanted it to do. it got us some more exposure. Despite the new exposure, former Hernando County Sheriff's Major Gary Zorn Smith, who oversaw the investigation in its early years, said that investigators were stumped. He said there was a strong possibility the crime would go unsolved. And what's even worse is that if we solve it, it may take another crime to do it, he said at the time. Approximately 2 years after Jennifer's body was found, on Thursday, January 5, 1995, a couple hunting for scrap metal in a rural area of Hernando County discovered Jennifer's missing book bag and clarinet case. It was found several miles from the location of her body. Police were able to lift fingerprints from her backpack and clarinet case from what is believed to be the person responsible. Unfortunately, there was never a hit in the database for a suspect matching these fingerprints. Over the years, the case garnered national attention and haunted the Tampa Bay region. Thousands of dollars in reward money offered for tips went unclaimed. Detectives logged tens of thousands of hours chasing leads. Jennifer's family waited for news as the years turned to decades. Jennifer's mother, Renee Converse, wondered if it was somebody Jennifer knew. Clark Converse, Jennifer's stepfather, added, "There is a real chance that the person who did it is somebody we have contact with. If they catch someone, we're going to be thrown into the spotlight. Learning how to deal with a trial and confronting this person is going to throw us to square one in learning to deal with this." Renee said she cries a bit more each year. The reality is that Jennifer is gone and will never be in our lives again. Nothing is going to change that. She also said that the family is thankful for what they do know. "We are blessed that we have this much closure. We are not looking for her. We know where she is. It is going to be a bittersweet finale." She could still picture her 12-year-old daughter, slim and sun-kissed, waving goodbye out the back window of the Pasco County school bus. It was the last time she would see her brown-eyed firstborn girl. Renee recounts the last words being spoken between the two as, "I love you." The couple said they have done everything possible to cooperate in finding Jennifer's slayer. They wanted the person found so that no one else got hurt. On Monday, February 19, 2007, the St. Petersburg Times reported that it marked 14 years since the unsolved abduction and subsequent slaying of Jennifer. In that same year, members of Hernando County Crime Stoppers handed out special playing cards to inmates at the Hernando County Detention Center. Each card featured a brief description of an unsolved case from around the state and a hotline number. Jennifer's card was the Queen of Diamonds and featured 2 color photos. A website has been set up by the Hernando Sheriff's Office with pictures and information about Jennifer. A slideshow was also put together with photos of Jennifer set to a mournful soundtrack. Hernando County Detective George Lloydgren later on headed the cold case unit. He was armed with the latest DNA technology and a disturbing theory. "I believe that there is probably one person, if not more, that would know who is responsible for this," he said. He also believed that person could be a family member or ex-spouse, either protecting the perpetrator or too afraid to come forward. "I think the reason people do not want to get involved is they may not want to sit there and have to testify against that individual." Over the years, a couple of anonymous tips came in that led investigators to believe that there are several people out there with more information, and the investigators wanted them to come forward. They tried various methods of generating new leads, from billboards and a $20,000 reward to a documentary on national TV. Investigators amassed some 1,000 pieces of evidence, took thousands of tips, and conducted hundreds of interviews over time to try to determine who took Jennifer's life. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children reached out to the sheriff's office and offered to scan every piece of paper in Jennifer's case so it would be readily available. It was more than 75,000 pieces of paper. During all the investigations, there were clues, including the fingerprints on Jennifer's clarinet case and backpack. There were also suspects. Serial offender Frank Thaniel Potts was a possible suspect. He assaulted a 10-year-old girl in Lakeland in 1993. At the time of the slaying, he was working on a construction site in Pasco County and owned a blue pickup truck, which he allegedly later dismantled. Authorities were unable to link him to Jennifer's case, however. Another possible suspect was Walter Ducharme, who lived in the area at the time of the slaying. His ex-wife claimed that he was responsible for it. However, her testimony was inconsistent. When the case against him was presented to a grand jury, he was not indicted. He was no longer believed to be involved in the case. In February 2015, Detective George Lundgren was contacted by Pasco County Sheriff Chris Nocco. According to him, new technology had led to a solid lead in the 1992 case in which the teenage girl was found alive. It was the case investigators believed was linked to Jennifer's. The odds of finding another match, Nocco said, was 1 in 7.7 nonillion, a number with 30 zeros. Lloydgren commented, "I think DNA is going to be a big part of Jennifer's case, as it is with any of the old cases, because items were collected. It is just now that the technology has advanced." The biological evidence found in the investigation of the 1992 case was tested before February 2015, and detectives got a full DNA profile. Investigators used a DNA procedure known as familial searching, which allows law enforcement to find a suspect by comparing male DNA left at the scene with that of family members. The shortfall of a standard DNA search is that a suspect's genetic fingerprint must be on file in the offender database for law enforcement to make a match. Sheriff Nienhuis said until 2015 there were no leads on that particular piece of DNA. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement compared the DNA to local DNA to see if there were any close matches, which would be a family member. The sheriff said they found the DNA matched that of Jeffrey Crum, who was in jail at the time. Investigators then obtained DNA samples from Crum's brother, father, and grandfather. A direct comparison between the DNA found on the victim and that of Crum's father found a match. Investigators concluded that Jeffrey Crum took the girl from the 1992 case by the arm and led her behind the abandoned house, where he hit her head with a blunt object so hard it crushed part of her skull and caused her to lose part of her brain, leaving her paralyzed on the one side. This then finally led to the arrest of Jeffrey Crum, 53 years old at the time, in connection to the 1992 case. It was Crum's arrest in this case, authorities said, that made him a person of interest, reinvigorating an investigation in Jennifer's case. Sheriff Al Nienhuis said, "When Crum was implicated in the 1992 case, he quickly, almost instantaneously became our #1 suspect in Jennifer's case because of the similarities." He also noted that over the years there were suspects, but Crum was not on that list, so he came out of left field in 2015. In 2018, on the 25th anniversary of her daughter's demise, Jennifer's mother told The Times that she and other family members tried to have faith that her case would eventually be solved. "I think the investigators would have done anything in the world to have solved this case." In 2019, Crum was sentenced to life in prison for the crime he committed in 1992, leaving his victim partly paralyzed. The victim's aunt spoke in court during the sentencing hearing, recounting the lifelong damage he had inflicted. Her aunt said her life stopped that day. She also mentioned Jennifer. A year later, a young lady, Jennifer Odom, was slayed, she said, and that brought back so much different things that today the perpetrator still has not been caught. The arrest and sentence of Crum gave Detective Lloydgren a new resolve, and Jennifer's family new hope that the person responsible will be caught. Detectives then began an intensive investigation and interviewed everyone they could find for the next several years that may have been associated with Crum around the time Jennifer was kidnapped. This information was turned over to the state attorney, and the facts and circumstances were turned over to a grand jury. On July 27, 2023, a month shy of what would have been Jennifer's 43rd birthday, officials announced that they had finally made an arrest in the case and that prosecutors would seek capital punishment against the accused. State Attorney Bill Glass made the announcement during a press conference. This was just after the Hernando County Sheriff's Office announced that it has charged the 61-year-old Jeffrey Norman Crum with the kidnapping, assault, and slaying of Jennifer 30 years before. Glass also said, "I have confidence that we have the right person, and we have the right aggravators in this particular case to treat it as a capital punishment case. This is every parent's nightmare. This is the thing that keeps parents up at night, worried about their children." Detective George Lloydgren, who had spent years investigating Jennifer's case, said, "Shock is probably the best word to describe the reaction of Jennifer's family when he told them about the arrest. He said he did it quickly because I did not want to get emotional. It is a lot for them to take in and absorb, and I can imagine it is going to take some time before it really sinks in." According to Sheriff Nienhuis, every viable lead for the past 30 years, including those that came from the Pasco County Sheriff's Office or the Florida Department of Law Enforcement or private citizens, were investigated thoroughly. He added, the investigation never stopped. Hundreds of items were tested and retested every time new technology came out in the hope of finding a smoking gun to solve this case. The sheriff added, countless, literally countless detectives and sworn law enforcement personnel and civilian and tipsters have had a hand in this investigation. The minute Crum was identified as a suspect in the case, Detective Lundgren went to work putting a mosaic together, or a puzzle, and I can tell you, other than the conviction in a previous case, there was no other piece of the puzzle. That was a big piece of the puzzle. Every other piece of the puzzle that got us to this point were tiny little fragments that gave the state attorney and the grand jury enough confidence to indict Crum. Sheriff Nienhuis also said that they are searching for additional victims. Authorities fear Crum may be responsible for other crimes. A picture of him from 1993 was released, asking that anyone who recognized him from the 1980s and 1990s to contact Sheriff Nienhuis. We urge anyone who had interactions with this individual, has information on other crimes he may have committed, and or may have themselves been a victim of Jeffrey Crum, to reach out to the Hernando County Sheriff's Office and speak to our cold case unit. Despite keeping a lot of information close to the vest, authorities did say that in 1992, Crum worked in construction as a drywall installer and lived on Somerset Lane in Spring Hill, the Pasco County area where Jennifer was abducted from. His residence was about 21 miles from the place where Jennifer was last seen and 12 miles from where her body was found. Officials also say at that time he drove a blue truck. During Thursday, July 27, 2023's press conference, Sheriff Nienhuis kept reiterating Crum was not on the investigators' radar until the past few years. Records showed Crum has a significant history of convictions for violent crime. The sheriff said Crum had been arrested in the early 1980s for armed robbery in Hillsborough County. In 1985, he was charged with kidnapping, assault, and false imprisonment in Hillsborough County. He was arrested by Tampa police in 1987 for carrying a concealed weapon. In 1988, he was caught again carrying a concealed weapon and was charged with aggravated assault. In 1998, he was arrested for domestic violence in Hernando County 3 times. In 2001, he was arrested for violation of probation in Hillsborough County. He was arrested a few years later for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon in Hernando County. In 2015, he was arrested in Pasco County for aggravated assault on a child under the age of 12. Sheriff Nienhuis stated, "He is a bad individual who enjoyed violence." Crum is already serving 2 life sentences for the assault and kidnapping case out of Pasco County that was prosecuted around 2015. He is currently in the Hernando County Jail. Judge Kurt E. Hitzman ordered him to be held without bond and appointed a public defender to represent him. Communities in Pasco and Hernando counties were on edge after Jennifer Odom's kidnapping and slaying back then. They shared their thoughts and feelings after the news of the arrest was announced. Jeannie Cameron, the general manager at Papa Joe's Italian restaurant in Brooksville, said she and others in the community remember hearing about her disappearance all too well. "So we all remember hearing about her disappearance, Jennifer's, and about the blue truck, and everybody was on alert about looking. I think the bottom line was finding out who did it and getting him off the streets so that another family doesn't have to be tormented, because I really feel like the whole community was tormented until they found out the answer." Joseph Giorratana, the owner of Papa Joe's Italian restaurant, said, "Back then, 30 years ago as a parent, I was very angry that someone could do something like that to a child and then leave her there in the middle of nowhere." Jessica Ellis said she went to Waitman Middle School with Jennifer and played in the same clarinet section in band class. "I would say we saw each other a lot. We weren't like close friends, but we knew a lot of the same people. We rode the school bus every day, and I just remember her always being nice with me and everyone else that rode her school bus that knew her. You know, a lot of us are parents ourselves now. The fact that anyone would do this to a child, it makes me hold my 5-year-old a lot tighter now." Grief and fear followed in the days, months, and years after Jennifer lost her life. The arrest of Crum is closure for many in the community. Gretchen Eleanor Harrington was born on June 13, 1967, in the quiet town of Marple Township, Pennsylvania. She was the beloved daughter of Harold Boyd Harrington and Ina Cover Harrington. Gretchen had 3 sisters, Zoe, Anne, and Jessica. The girls grew up in a household filled with love and sibling companionship. Their close bond and support undoubtedly played a crucial role in shaping Gretchen's character and forming cherished memories. Her father, Harold Harrington, was a pastor and dedicated his life to serving various congregations of the Reformed Presbyterian Church of North America. On the morning of August 15, 1975, 8-year-old Gretchen Harrington left her home on 27 Lawrence Road in Brumal, Pennsylvania, with her Bible in one hand. She was on her way to go to summer Bible school camp at the Trinity Church Chapel Christian Reformed Church on 140 Lawrence Road. This was the premises of 2 local churches. Gretchen's father was the pastor of the one church, and David Zanstra was the pastor of the secondary church. She was eager to attend Bible school. Usually, she walked the half-mile with her older sisters Zoe and Harriet, but on this particular day, though, her mom, Ina, was bringing home her newborn baby, Jessica. Zoe and Harriet preferred to stay home and wait for their arrival. Pastor Harrington encouraged Gretchen to go to Bible school to keep up her perfect attendance record. Therefore, Gretchen was all alone as her father waved goodbye to her. She began her stroll up the hill to the church just after 9 a.m. A child walking alone on a sunny summer day in a place like Marple was hardly unusual. It was not regarded as dangerous or risky. This was the 1970s, in a leafy suburb. Kids played various games outside till all hours. They played on the streets, in the dark, and in the woods. They cooled off in Darby Creek, which ran behind Gretchen's home without a care in the world. Kids walked to their friends' houses blocks away. No cell phones or GPS watches to tether them to their parents. Marple was as safe could be. At around 9 to 9:30 a.m., the children arrived at the camp, and the first activity on the agenda was a morning exercise session, led by David Zanstra, the other pastor. At approximately 10 a.m., half of the children were then transported to the Reformed Presbyterian Church for the remainder of the day. Zanstra was one of the people responsible for transporting the children. At 10:30, Gretchen's father became concerned when she had not arrived yet at the second church where he was waiting. Harold began searching Lawrence Road to see if maybe Gretchen had wandered off or went home. When he could not find Gretchen, Harold contacted Zanstra's wife, Margaret, who was at the Trinity Church, to find out if Gretchen was still there and if David Zanstra perhaps knew if she was transported to the other church. Margaret told Harold that her husband returned to Trinity Chapel after transporting children. He was somewhere on the property of the church and had not seen Gretchen that day. The Harringtons and Zanstras knew each other well. The two families lived close to one another. Both dads were in the same line of work, and both moms filled the stereotypical role of pastor's wife. One of Zanstra's daughters was Gretchen's best friend. When David Zanstra learned that Gretchen's father was looking for her, he called the Marple Township Police Department at Harold Harrington's request and reported Gretchen missing. The call was made at 11:23 a.m., and Zanstra described Gretchen to the police as an 8-year-old girl with blonde hair in pigtails, 3 feet 6 inches tall, 50 pounds, wearing dark blue shorts with a zipper and snap in the front, pockets on each side of the front, and no visible buttons, and a white top. Quite a detailed description for someone who apparently did not see Gretchen on that day. As the sun set that day just before 8 p.m., there was still no sign of Gretchen. Margaret Zanstra brought supper to the Harrington home, where Ina, Gretchen's mother, seemed resigned to the fact that she would never see her daughter alive again. Margaret commented, "She was just kind of accepting the fact that Gretchen was gone. I do not know whether she was just putting on a brave face. I think she was in shock." Gretchen's disappearance sent shockwaves through Broomall and Marple Township. The people went into full-blown panic mode. By Saturday, hundreds of people were involved in the search for Gretchen. A Pennsylvania State Police helicopter searched the area continuously from above. Friends and family members began handing out flyers to passing motorists in the area. The flyers showed Gretchen in her most recent school photo, sporting a missing tooth and a childish grin. There was a lot of speculation, so many unanswered questions. Had she run away? Did she drown in a creek? Did a stranger kidnap her? Was it somebody she knew? People and church members who searched for little 8-year-old Gretchen said her disappearance destroyed the belief that their community was safe. Karen Frank Zetterberg was a Bible school classmate of Gretchen. They were the same age and lived in the same tightly knit community. After Gretchen's disappearance, Karen's mom took her to the hairdresser to cut her hair real short in order for her to look like a boy. She did not want her daughter to stand out with her long hair. Karen was also not allowed to walk alone to her piano lessons and to the swim club anymore. Paul Barton, who lived in nearby Newton Square, heard about the search on his police scanner while he was relaxing in his backyard pool. He soon drove down to Darby Creek to join a search team. His group combed a grassy hill. Barton recalled, "There was just this very solemn feeling amongst all of us who were out there searching. We went out there not knowing what to expect, what we might find. We were looking for something, anything, but we found nothing. Nobody did." That Sunday, just 2 days after Gretchen's disappearance, police called off the large-scale search operation. Investigators had little to go on. The police chief told a local newspaper, "We haven't got a clue. No useful clues of any kind were found by the search parties." In the weeks that followed, the police spoke with several people to piece together what had happened to Gretchen. On August 17, 1975, the interviews began for the investigation. Witnesses, camp teachers, students, and parents were interviewed by police, providing various important facts for the case. The crucial pieces of information were the observation of either a green station wagon or light-top, dark-bottom Cadillac stopping to talk to a girl near the church. Another fact that was brought up was that the camp's daily routine was broken on August 15th because the group at Trinity Church stayed 45 to 50 minutes longer than usual. The investigation took a turn on August 19th when a small pair of shorts were found on a fence post in West Chester, Pennsylvania. David Zanstra was called in to talk to police, based around the fact that he provided such a specific description of Gretchen's shorts, although, according to him, he never saw her that day, since she never arrived to camp. The shorts found in West Chester ultimately ended up not being Gretchen's, but investigators were still left questioning how Zanstra knew such specific details about her shorts. When investigators interviewed Zanstra on August 19th, he told them that he had picked up some children and driven them to the church the day Gretchen went missing. He still denied having seen her that day. On October 14th, 2 months after Gretchen disappeared, a jogger in Ridley Creek State Park, about 20 minutes from Gretchen's home, stumbled on human remains. At first, he was not sure what he had found, until he saw what was clearly a fingernail. He ran to fetch a park ranger. Gretchen's parents confirmed that the distinctive clothing found with the remains was hers. Ina made the girl's clothes by hand. The remains found were of a small human body, which the autopsy later revealed was indeed Gretchen Harrington's. Dental records were used for identification purposes. Dr. Halbert Fillinger performed the autopsy. He found a cranial cerebral injury and stated that Gretchen had suffered 2 or more blunt impacts to her skull, leaving her with a depressed skull fracture. Police suspected that she had been assaulted as well, though the autopsy revealed no evidence of that. The heart-wrenching discovery left everyone mourning the loss of a promising young life. The Sunday after Gretchen's body was found, her father Harold delivered a sermon at church. Gretchen, with her simple faith in Christ, is free, he declared. But the perpetrator is in terrible bondage. The world is filled with unspeakable evil because of the wickedness of the human who knows the truth but will not accept it. The discovery in the woods led to a new frenzy of activity in the case. Witnesses came forward with reports of men of various descriptions they had seen in the area where Gretchen was found. Police received numerous tips, some sounding very promising, some completely frivolous. On October 30th, 1975, David Zandstra was called back to the police station for a further interview about the morning of August 15th. Zandstra told police that he started picking up children for the opening session at 9:10 a.m. and was finished with the pickups and back at Trinity Chapel by 9:30 a.m. He denied ever seeing Gretchen and told police that he was unaware she was even missing until he was called to the Reformed Church at 11:05 a.m. by Harold Harrington, Gretchen's father. Investigators looked into a series of potential suspects, including several known offenders of assault living in the area. Nothing led to an arrest. What happened to Gretchen became a mystery for decades. No one knew who took her life. The case went cold. Joanna Falcon Sullivan was only 9 years old in 1975 when Gretchen's slaying took place. She was born and stayed in Broomall, Delaware County at the time. The case had always haunted Sullivan. She became a veteran journalist and wrote a true crime book detailing the ongoing investigation in Gretchen's case. Sullivan said, "I had wanted to write this story for decades. I grew up in Broomall. My co-author Mike Mathis grew up in Broomall as well. He grew up in Lawrence Park, where this happened. It affected both of us as kids, and it affected a lot of kids our age." Sullivan started the book during the pandemic, and Marple's Gretchen Harrington tragedy was released in October 2022. The novel was Sullivan's first book, but she said she does plan to revise this true crime book to reflect any updated information about this case as it unfolds. Naturally, when detectives retire or pass away, other investigators inherit their cold cases. In the case of Gretchen, Sergeant Coffin became the head investigator. When a woman called Marple Police and wanted to talk to somebody about Gretchen, her message went to Coffin's phone. He was sitting at Marple Township Police Headquarters when he heard the voicemail. The woman said she thought she knew who was responsible for what happened to Gretchen and talked about an attempted kidnapping around the same time. She also mentioned that she kept a diary in the 1970s in which she recorded some of this information when she was a 10-year-old girl living in Havertown, about 3 miles east of Marple. The woman still had the diary in her possession after all these years. Sergeant Coffin got in touch with Pennsylvania State Police. Though the case remained open with the Marple cops because Gretchen had last been seen in their jurisdiction, the state police technically became the lead investigatory agency once the remains were found in the state park. Coffin noted, "Besides, I have 4 detectives in my division. The state police have so many more resources." State troopers scheduled an interview with the woman. She is designated in court documents only by her initials, SF, and CI number 1, the terminology used for confidential informant. The interview would turn out to be a monumental development in a cold case that had been unsolved for nearly half a century. And monumental developments in decades-old cold cases do not happen that often. The woman told the state troopers on January 2, 2023, that she had been childhood friends with Gretchen and Zoe Harrington, one of Gretchen's sisters. She was also friends with David Zandstra's daughters, Mara and Kristen, and that she would often play at the Zandstra home. She frequently slept over at their house. During one of these sleepovers, when she was 10, she told the troopers she awoke in the middle of the night to find Pastor Zandstra touching her inappropriately. She shifted her position and he immediately hurried from the room. The next night, He touched her again, she said. When the girls woke up the following morning, the woman said, she mentioned David Zanstra's odd behavior to Mara, his one daughter, and then Mara told her something to the effect of, "He does that sometimes, and sometimes I hear my sister crying in the middle of the night." When the girl related the incidents to her parents, they told her she was not allowed to sleep over at the Zanstra house anymore. Notably, police believed the incident in question occurred exactly 1 week before Gretchen vanished. A short time afterwards, the Zanstras moved to Plano, Texas, a Dallas suburb. The confidential informant also told state police about another child in the neighborhood with whom she was friends, a girl named Holly. According to her, somebody had attempted to kidnap Holly. She wrote the following entry in her diary, which she turned over to the state troopers. In one entry dated September 15, 1975, she wrote, "Guess what? A man tried to kidnap Holly twice. It is a secret, so I cannot tell anyone, but I think he might be the one who kidnapped Gretchen. I think it was Mr. Z." She confirmed to the troopers that the Z stood for Zanstra. Local police had questioned Zanstra twice back in 1975, along with many other people. Some witnesses had said they saw Gretchen outside a car, talking to someone sitting inside on the morning she disappeared. Some of the descriptions of the car matched one of Zanstra's, but Zanstra always insisted he had not seen Gretchen on the day in question. Bizarrely, though, as you, the viewer, would already have noted, there was an investigatory gap never explained by Marple police. Zanstra was able to give an accurate and detailed description of the homemade shorts Gretchen was wearing that day, even though he supposedly had not seen her. Sadly, the original Marple detective in her case passed away in June of 2020, and therefore there is no explanation for the investigatory gap. In June 2023, state troopers tracked Zanstra down to a lakefront home in Marietta, Georgia. He and his wife had moved there. Zanstra agreed to meet the troopers at the headquarters of the Cobb County Police Department on July 17, 2023. The troopers questioned Zanstra about Gretchen's disappearance, and he denied any involvement. Then they revealed the newest allegations to him, that the pastor had assaulted his own daughters and a best friend. David Zanstra then finally came clean to investigators on what really occurred on the morning of August 15, 1975. Jack Stolzheimer, the Delaware County District Attorney, outlined Zanstra's confession about what happened. Once Gretchen was out of her father's view, Zanstra then invited her into his green AMC Rambler station wagon. Instead of driving her to church, he drove her to a secure wooded area, parked the car, and asked her to take off her clothes. She refused and responded that she wanted to go home. He struck Gretchen with his fist, and she began bleeding from her head. After feeling her pulse and her appearing lifeless, he carried her out of the car and attempted to cover her body with sticks. He then left and went on with his day. Due to the nature of the close relationship the Harringtons had with the Zanstras, investigators determined that Zanstra had the means, motive, and opportunity to take Gretchen's life. David Zanstra was taken into custody in Georgia on July 17, 2023. He is currently being held in Cobb County, where he has been denied bail. A DNA sample was collected from Zanstra that would be compared to DNA collected in other open cases in Pennsylvania and across the country. Investigators believe that it is unlikely Zanstra is not involved in other crimes, considering he worked with children for decades. Phil Stoddard, a detective in Marietta, Georgia, who sat in on the Zanstra interview, told a TV news crew there that Zandstra was emotionless during his confession to the troopers. Trooper Eugene Trey conducted the interview. Afterwards, Trey said, "I do not know if he is sorry for what he did, but this is a weight off his shoulders for sure." On Monday, 24th July 2023, Delco officials announced the arrest of 83-year-old David Zandstra in connection with Gretchen's kidnapping and slaying. Zandstra was born in May 1940. He was still working as a pastor in Georgia at the time of his arrest. Delaware County District Attorney Jack Stolzheimer said, "He is every parent's worst nightmare." This heinous act left a family and a community forever changed. At long last, I can announce today that David Zandstra had admitted to this crime. Justice has been a long time coming, but we are proud and grateful to finally be able to give the community an answer. We have to realize that most people in this world are good, and that most pastors, especially people who claim to be men of God, are good people. But there have always been people, and there always will be people, who are this cold-hearted, remorseless, and just evil. Thank God there is law enforcement here to hold them accountable. And however long this takes, we are going to do it, because this young lady should be alive. What happened to her is just horrendous. Stolzheimer added that Zandstra was fighting extradition to Pennsylvania, and that his office was seeking a governor's warrant to bring Zandstra to Delaware County. The district attorney's office will submit a petition for requisition. Once approved, arrangements will be made to have representatives from the Delaware County Sheriff's Office pick up Zandstra and bring him to Pennsylvania. The process could take as long as 2 months. Stolzheimer added, "We are going to try him, we are going to convict him, and he is going to stay in jail for the rest of his life. Then he is going to have to find out what the God he professes to believe in holds for those who are this evil to our children. He slayed, with his bare hands, this poor young girl, and then lied about it for 48 years. He ended this girl's life that he knew and who trusted him, and then he acted as if he was a family friend, not only during her burial and funeral, but for years." Chief Graff of the police department in Marple Township said during Monday's press conference, "If you're a praying person, you can certainly pray for Gretchen, and I do not think she needs it. She is in God's hands. You can certainly pray for the evil man responsible for this, because he is going to need it." The charges filed against Zandstra have brought a sense of closure to Broomall, Pennsylvania, which has been haunted by Gretchen's case for nearly 48 years. Gretchen's demise had transformed this community. Pre-August 1975, it was Anytown, USA. Post that day, it changed everything for the kids, for the parents, for the families, for everybody, because nobody could do anything anymore in the innocence that they used to do it before this happened. Jim Cristaldi, who as a youth delivered newspapers to the Harringtons, spoke fondly of a pre-disappearance childhood in which he and his friends would spend countless hours building forts in the woods with only the light of the moon. But right after Gretchen vanished, Cristaldi, a teenager at the time, found himself in search parties in those same woods looking for Gretchen, or anything that might have led to her whereabouts. We were innocent, and this absolutely shattered our innocence. Pennsylvania State Police Lieutenant Jonathan Sunderland said in a statement, "Justice does not have an expiration date. Whether a crime happened 50 years ago or 5 minutes ago, the residents of the Commonwealth can have confidence that law enforcement will not rest until justice is served. This case has been investigated by generations of detectives, and they all are owed a debt of gratitude for never giving up. Particular recognition is due today to Corporal Andrew Martin of the Criminal Investigation Assessment Unit and Missing Persons Unit. His determination to build upon the work of his predecessors and his belief that the case could still be solved have been instrumental in getting us to today's announcement. Michelle DeLaune, President and CEO of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, said, "Today's announcement is a testament to the power of perseverance and a family and community's commitment to justice. Regardless of how much time has passed, we know answers can be found. As we mark this achievement, we applaud the incredible efforts of the Delaware County District Attorney's Office, the Pennsylvania State Police, the Marple Township Police, and their partner law enforcement agencies, and the Cobb County Police Department for their unwavering dedication in this case. Days like today fuel our ongoing passion to protect children, and we're keeping Gretchen's family in our thoughts, as well as the many other families out there who are still searching for answers. David Zandstra has been charged with taking Gretchen's life in the first, second, and third degree, as well as kidnapping of a minor and the possession of an instrument of crime. The website of the Christian Reformed Church lists Zandstra as a retired minister and said he was ordained on September 20th, 1965. In addition to the Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church in Broomall, Zandstra also served at churches in New Jersey, California, and Texas between 1965 and 2005. The Christian Reformed Church said in a statement on Monday that it wanted to extend their condolences to the family of Gretchen Harrington. We are additionally grieved to hear that a CRC pastor has been arrested in the case. We recognize that we live in a broken and sinful world where violence can happen anywhere by anyone, even within our churches and by leaders we hold to the highest standards. David Zandstra's wife, Margaret Zandstra, did not immediately respond to a request for comment after her husband's arrest. While the Marple community now has most of the answers it had been seeking for all these decades, many of the residents had not found peace in the shocking turn of events. It was much easier to believe that some outsider had done this, some deranged itinerant offender who had somehow wandered into town, snatched up a young girl, and then disappeared just as quickly, taking his evil with him to whatever unfortunate place he landed next. Instead, it was a respected member of their community, a religious leader with a wife and young girls of his own, a wife who had brought supper to the family of the girl he's confessed to slay. Karen Frank Zetterberg, Gretchen's Bible school classmate, observed, "Back then, everybody was surprised that Gretchen would get into a car with a stranger, and now to find out that this monster was hiding amongst us in plain sight all the time, it is just sickening. We were always taught in church that evil exists in the world, but you do not really understand evil until something like this happens. We were far too young to learn about evil the way we did." Sullivan, who wrote the book on Gretchen's case, said after the announcement, "I was stunned. The fact that this case is finally, potentially, coming to a close, it is very exciting to hear this news. It is still very sad, you know. We cannot change what happened. I interviewed Zandstra, his wife, and his daughter when doing research for my book. Zandstra had a murky recollection of the day Gretchen went missing. There was a sense of fear and apprehension in Broomall. I remember seeing a helicopter flying over our neighborhood in a search effort for Gretchen. That image stayed with me for the rest of my life." Sullivan's book was just released last year, and CBS News Philadelphia talked to her about whether she believed it may have led to a break in this case. Sullivan replied, "We started interviewing people. We went to Marple Police Department and were able to comb through the cold case files kept by Chief Brandon Graff, who never gave up on this unsolved case." Marple police encouraged our research and said that we somehow contributed. I think we got people talking again. Reverend Zanstra took our calls. He answered questions about that day. There's a lot of relief and disbelief that it is actually happening. David Zanstra's neighbors in Georgia also reacted after learning about the charges against him. Karen Alsdorf said, "It is shocking. I had no idea. They have just always been very nice people." Aaron Christian said, "Friendly guy. I talked to him a few times. I see him walking around with his cane." The family of Gretchen Harrington released the following statement. "With today's announcement of an arrest, we are extremely hopeful that the person who is responsible for the heinous crime that was committed against our Gretchen will be held accountable. It is difficult to express the emotions that we are feeling as we take one step closer to justice. Gretchen was only 8 years old when she was suddenly taken away from us on her way to church on Friday, August 15, 1975. If you met Gretchen, you were instantly her friend. She exuded kindness to all and was sweet and gentle. Even now, when people share their memories of her, the first thing they talk about is how amazing she was, and still is. At just 8 years old, she had a lifelong impact on those around her. The kidnapping and demise of Gretchen has forever altered our family, and we miss her every single day. We are grateful for the continual pursuit of justice by law enforcement, and we want to thank the Pennsylvania State Police for never stopping in their constant search for answers. We would not be here today if it was not for them. As a family, we ask for privacy at this time as we continue to digest this information. Thank you for your understanding, love, and continued support. It means the world to us." Gretchen's parents were married for an impressive 59 years. Her father passed away in 2021 at the remarkable age of 94. Officials said Zanstra moved around quite a few times to different churches during his 40-year tenure. He lived in California, Texas, and Georgia. Stolzheimer said, "We are concerned that there may be more victims who might have been assaulted by this man. We want to hold him accountable for everything he did. We need to be diligent. If anyone has any information about that, if David Zanstra ever committed an act against you, please reach out to District Attorney Geoffrey Payne or the Pennsylvania State Police." From what should have been a 10-minute walk down the road, turned into a cold case that gripped a whole community for nearly 50 years. Morgan Bauer was born on April 13, 1996 in Memphis, Tennessee. She was the only child of Sherry Keenan and an unknown father. Morgan grew up in Aberdeen, South Dakota, and graduated from Central High School in 2014. She was a pretty girl with blue eyes and brown hair. Morgan had a passion for music and art and aspired to become a tattoo artist. She had a number of tattoos herself. One of those tattoos was a butterfly that symbolized her freedom and transformation. Her other tattoos were a sun-moon near her right shoulder inside a Celtic design, an anchor with the words, "Whatever you love can be taken away, so live like it's your last day," on her left wrist, a blue and orange jellyfish on her arm from her inner wrist to elbow, and a black tree and flowers on the back of her neck. She also had her ears gauged and her lip pierced twice. Morgan was an avid reader and writer, enjoying books from all different genres. She also wrote poems and stories on her blog. Morgan was a talented dancer and performer and had been dancing since she was 3 years old. She participated in various competitions and shows. She started dating Jose Rodriguez when she turned 18. The two of them met online. Morgan also had a dream of becoming a journalist or photographer. She always carried her camera with her. Morgan was active on different social media platforms. She posted photos of herself and her friends, as well as inspirational quotes and memes, especially on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. She had thousands of followers who admired her beauty and personality. Morgan loved to travel and explore new places. She had visited 13 states in the U.S. and had plans to visit more. She decided to leave the small town of Aberdeen in South Dakota and moved to Atlanta, Georgia, in search of a new, independent life. She left on February 12, 2016. Morgan had a pet cat named Luna, whom she adored. She adopted Luna from a shelter and left the cat with her mother when she moved. Morgan had $20 to her name and was expecting a tax refund. She stayed with a man she had met on Craigslist for the first night in Atlanta. Their arrangement included that Morgan clean the house until she managed to find a job. Unfortunately, this agreement did not work out between the two roommates. She then stayed at different hotels. Morgan took a job as a dancer in a Gainesville, Georgia club called the Top of Gainesville. She and her mother were in contact every day or every other day through social media or phone calls. Morgan also remained in contact with friends until February 25, 2016. It was then that she abruptly went silent. On that specific evening, she was dancing at Top of Gainesville. Afterwards, Morgan's co-worker, and her co-worker's boyfriend all left the club together. They dropped Morgan off at the Citgo gas station in Covington, where she got into a green Eclipse with an unknown driver. That would be the last time Morgan was seen alive. Her mom, Sherry Keenan, became concerned when she could not reach Morgan. She decided to go to Atlanta to find Morgan. Sherry went to the last motel that Morgan was staying in. There she found that all of Morgan's luggage was still in place. This indicated to her that Morgan did not run away. Sherry then talked to Morgan's boyfriend, Jose Rodriguez, to hear if he knew anything about where she could possibly be. Jose told her that he loved Morgan and was worried about her safety as well. He also said that he had not seen her or heard from her. On March 8, 2016, after not hearing from Morgan for over a week, Sherry Keenan reported her daughter as missing to the Atlanta Police Department. According to her cell phone records, officers determined that Morgan's last phone call was made to Jose on February 25, 2016. In Morgan's last Instagram video, she was seen walking in the Yellow River Park in Newton County, Georgia. An unidentified man could be seen walking behind her. Morgan's Instagram was private, but Sherry Keenan said a friend of her daughter's sent her a screenshot of Morgan's last post. It showed that it was posted on February 26, 2016, a day after she was seen climbing into the green Eclipse. That meant police were looking in the wrong places, based on an incorrect timeline. Investigators tried to identify the man in the video to gather information, but they were unable to do so. Multiple law enforcement agencies got involved in the attempt to locate Morgan. Family members spoke to news outlets to share more information about the missing teen. Her disappearance sparked a massive online search due to the huge following she had. She had moved to the Atlanta area only about 2 weeks before she went missing, leaving nothing but unanswered questions in her absence. Despite investigators' best efforts, they were unable to locate Morgan. They did not know if she left willingly or if foul play was involved. Sherry Keenan said in 2019, "There is not a lot of information out there. Morgan is a cold case, but an active cold case with the Atlanta Police Department." Family and friends held a vigil on February 25, 2023, where they remembered the young woman who went missing when she was only 19 years old. Sherry Keenan said, "I am not ready to say goodbye until she is found." She organized the Saturday vigil at the Yellow River Park in Newton County. This was the same park as the one where Morgan was last seen. The next update on the case came on July 27, 2023. It was then that police said they had new information which they could not make public. The information had prompted investigators to go back and review the case from the beginning. It then led to a search warrant for a property on 2 South Broad Street in Atlanta. Based on the new information, it was suspected that Morgan's remains might be buried there. Police reported that the current owner of the house cooperated with the investigation and was not considered a suspect. The location of 2 South Broad Street is about a 10-minute walk from the park where Morgan was last seen. Authorities searched both the home and the large area of open property. The Porterdale Police Department, in conjunction with the FBI and the Atlanta Police Department, conducted a one-day search on July 27th to retrieve evidence related to the missing person case. There were several tents set up in a wooded area near the large home. Police released videos of FBI agents slowly combing the property in grid formation. Police said after the search that they believe Morgan's life was taken and her body was dumped. Police did not specify what they found that led to this conclusion, since they did not find Morgan's body. Sergeant Michael Walden gave feedback and said that their search led to the location of items of evidentiary interest. However, they could not reveal additional information. Morgan's mom, Sherry, had this to say during the search. "I believe Morgan, if she was still here, she would have reached out. Even if she did not want to talk to me, she would have reached out to her grandma." She added that the last time she saw her baby girl, she gave her something to keep her safe. "We did not really talk. I gave her a penny, though. I told her to put the penny in her pocket and to keep it with her to keep her safe. She was with a friend, but I do not know who he was." They walked off, and that was the last time I ever saw her. Sherry referred to an unknown man that was with Morgan before she left for Atlanta. Sherry suspected the new information and the search of the property would unveil something big in her daughter's case. Casey McClure, who runs an organization that provides outreach to exploited women and has helped in the search since it began, said, "It all goes back to the couple that was last seen with Morgan." McClure also said that the investigators have spoken directly to the couple, acting on a tip. They were identified by officers and were publicly referred to by their last names, Goebel and Warren. McClure said, "Goebel was very sweet and polite and well-mannered and seemed concerned about Morgan. Warren was very rigid." On Saturday, August 5, 2023, the City of Porterdale Police Department posted the following on Facebook. Porterdale police officers obtained arrest warrants and 2 persons have been arrested in this ongoing investigation. Investigators are still actively working on this case, and it is continuing to develop while they are in constant communication with our district attorney and his office. Police Chief Jason Cripps said in the arrest announcement that he was grateful for the help of the other agencies. This was finally a new update in the over 7-year disappearance of Morgan. 27-year-old Jonathan Alexander Warren was arrested in Los Angeles in connection to Morgan's case. He was charged with 4 felonies: taking Morgan's life, hiding that fact, aggravated assault, and tampering with evidence. In accordance with California law, Warren's mugshot was not released. He apparently lived in the area where Morgan was last seen at the time that she disappeared. Warren has a long list of previous offenses. He has charges of fleeing or attempting to elude, driving without headlights in the dark, driving while license is suspended or revoked, and reckless driving. He was 22 years old when he committed these crimes. Most importantly, his address was listed as 2 South Broad Street, Porterdale. This is the same address where the latest search for evidence was done. 27-year-old Caitlin Goebel was arrested in Peoria, Illinois, also in connection to Morgan's case. She was charged with 2 felonies: concealing the fact that she assisted in taking Morgan's life, as well as tampering with evidence. She is currently being held in Peoria County Jail. Her mugshot was also not released. The nature of the relationship between Morgan and the couple was not confirmed by police. Newton County District Attorney Randy McGinley said his office is hopeful that Morgan's family will soon see justice. "I always look at it from the victim's perspective, or in this case, the victim's family. This family has been waiting for years, not knowing what has happened." He also said that right now they were still waiting on Warren and Goebel to be extradited back to Newton County so they can begin to review the case files. "We do not usually have the entire case file until the arrest is made, so we need time to review the case file," McKinley added. On Monday, August 7, 2023, Morgan's mother was not ready to speak on camera about the news of the arrests, but instead posted an update on the massive Missing Morgan Facebook page. Sherry Keenan described Morgan as charismatic, gentle-hearted, beautiful, and funny. She also said that Morgan was her best friend and that she missed her terribly. "What we cannot share is speculation," she wrote. "Please understand, legally and currently, Morgan is still considered a missing person. While we are so grateful that arrests have been made, this is an ongoing investigation." Paxton Gilbert, a friend of Morgan, had this to say after the arrests: "It is a big shock. They were the last 2 people to be seen with my friend Morgan. I just want to know what happened, you know. They told investigators. They even told her mom. They dropped her off at a gas station, and that is the last they saw of her." The new information that investigators received was an informant that said investigators should take a new look at Warren and Goebel. The evidentiary items found at the couple's home confirmed to investigators that they were responsible for taking Morgan's life. The hope is that the couple will admit to what they did and tell investigators where Morgan's body can be found, so that Morgan's family and friends can start the healing process. Eileen Cotter was born in 1952, 3 years after her parents moved from Ireland to England. Her father, Patrick Cotter, was a laborer. In 1967, 15-year-old Eileen found the body of her mother, who sadly took her own life. Eileen left school at 16 and worked at a holiday camp in Barry Island in Wales. Later on, she found work at a care home in Ireland. Just after 2 p.m. on June 1, 1974, a resident at a block of apartments in Hamilton Park, Highbury, North London, saw what she thought was a bundle of rags in the courtyard next to a block of garages. Another resident realized it was a body and asked her father to call the police. When police arrived at the scene, they documented that the female body was lifeless. The body was identified as Eileen Cotter's. She was 22 years old at the time. Eileen was found strangled, with her one eye black and bruises on her face and neck. She was lying face down with her lower body exposed and her underwear and tights pulled down. Her handbag, glasses, and shoes were missing. Eileen Cotter's father released a statement detailing his daughter's short life marred by family tragedies after her body was found. A forensic examination was done on her body. A pathologist found that the cause was manual strangulation. DNA samples were recovered from 2 places on Eileen's body. The DNA was used to extract DNA profiles, but unfortunately, no matches could be made at the time. Police interviewed 92 potential suspects and carried out an extensive operation to identify local curb crawlers in their effort to find the attacker. Unfortunately, he was not identified, and her case went unsolved. In 2012, 37 years after Eileen's body was found, the investigation was reopened following advances in DNA profiling. The trail went cold for 7 more years, until 2019, when John Applegren came to the attention of police for attacking his wife, Anne Smythe Applegren. He lived in the same area as Eileen when the crime was committed. John Applegren is an 80-year-old pensioner who was formerly a minicab driver and a bricklayer. He is from South Africa and had previously been married in South Africa to a woman with whom he had 2 children. It is not clear if Anne Smythe Applegren is his second or third wife, as there are no details of a second wife, although many sources call Anne his third wife. It was in February 2019 that he was arrested for domestic assault by his then-wife, Anne Applegren. There was a breakthrough when police took Applegren's DNA for the first time. The sample was a 1,000,000,000 to 1 probability of a match to the DNA collected from Eileen Cotter's body. When interviewed, he claimed that he did not know Eileen, but accepted he had relations with other women during his marriage. On June 22, 2022, John Applegren was arrested and charged with the slaying of Eileen Cotter. The arrest was made after investigators concluded that Applegren is 100% responsible for what happened to Eileen. Detective Chief Inspector Lawrence Smith said that if someone knocked on his door and arrested him for a crime of almost 50 years ago, he would repeatedly plead his innocence until he could no longer speak. That was not him. He was very calm about it. He had an aura of, dare I say, evilness about him. Applegren appeared at the Bromley Magistrates Court on Thursday, June 23, 2022, where he was remanded into custody. The judge fixed a trial of up to 4 weeks from June 6, 2023. Opening the prosecution's case, prosecutor Alexandra Healy said that DNA samples taken from Eileen's body in 1975 matched those of John Applegren of Bryden Close in Sydenham, southeast London. During the trial, she told jurors that in 2019, Applegren had come to the attention of police for attacking his wife. The court heard Applegren was seen on the night of the slaying in 1975 at a Finsbury Park hot dog stall, where Eileen would often go. Ms. Healy also told the jury that it appeared Eileen had been pushed out of a car after she and Applegren had intercourse. She described to the court, her body was discovered in the position it fell, without shoes and with her tights and underwear still around her right leg. Applegren hit Eileen in the face and throttled her before throwing her body out of his car. The defendant was 31 at the time. This happened just 6 weeks after the birth of his first child with his then-wife, Anne. Appelgren told police in 1975, when he was interviewed as a potential suspect, that he was living in Layton and never went to the Finsbury Park and Highbury area, which was a lie. Miss Healy also said, Eileen did not have the defendant's DNA on her underwear and tights because she never pulled them up after they were together. She never pulled them up because she was not alive anymore. During the court case, it was revealed that Eileen and Anne were most definitely not Appelgren's only victims. Appelgren assaulted an 18-year-old female guest at his own wedding to Anne Appelgren on October 14, 1972. Ms. Healy told jurors the incident only came to light years later when police interviewed Anne Appelgren as part of the reinvestigation into Eileen's case in 2012. Ms. Healy told jurors that Appelgren had pushed the 18-year-old woman against a wall after she left the toilet at his wedding reception and assaulted her. The victim had not told anyone about the incident, as she was afraid she would be blamed. The teenager told Anne Appelgren about the assault after the pair later divorced. Anne Appelgren, mother of two, also revealed that she had been mistreated and that Appelgren had once grabbed her neck with both hands. She added that she believed he was cheating on her just months after their 1972 marriage, and later found out he was sleeping with her brother's wife. After 11 hours of jury deliberation, Mrs. Justice May announced the jury's final decision. She told Appelgren that putting your hands around a young woman's neck and squeezing hard carried a high risk which ought to have been obvious. The judge added, Eileen must have been terrified. The jury found Appelgren guilty on Friday, June 16, 2023, following a 2-week trial. In addition to being found guilty of manslaughter, he was also convicted of indecent assault. Justice May then sentenced Appelgren to 10 years for manslaughter and a further 6 months for the earlier assault to run consecutively. This means he will be eligible for release on parole after 5 years and 3 months on June 21, 2028, when he is 85 and hopefully worm food. In mitigation, Justin Rouse listed Appelgren's health problems, saying the defendant would be affected significantly by serving his sentence. Detective Chief Inspector Lawrence Smith said, Eileen's life was tragically ended at a young age, with her body then discarded onto the street. When my team reviewed the original investigation, we were impressed by how thorough it was. Investigators at the time used every available method to find the suspect, including operations with decoy women. This was a tactic used at the time where female police officers under protection were placed at the scenes of crimes in efforts to draw out predatory men. Smith continued, Unfortunately, they did not have the science available to us now, and although he should have been in prison decades ago, he has now been brought to justice. Investigating violence against women and girls is a priority for the Metropolitan Police, and we will relentlessly pursue predatory men, whether a crime took place decades ago or today. Eileen's half-brother, Patrick Cotter, who was 5 at the time of her demise, said in a statement, Eileen and I shared the same father. My mother cared for Eileen as her own mother passed away. I was not only deprived of a sister I had little time to get to know, the knock-on effect also meant I lost my mother, who took her own life, and my father to mental illness and alcoholism. This was all brought about because John Appelgren took Eileen's life. 3 years after Eileen's strangling, my mother took her own life, as the relationship between her and my father broke down significantly. Due to the fighting between them, I was placed in a care home, where I suffered abuse until the age of about 11. It was never explained to me why I was placed in care, and I lived most of my childhood believing it is because of something I had done wrong. His statement continues, "Again, being a young child, I struggled to understand, with little explanation given to me. My father drank heavily, but Eileen's demise and the loss of my mother caused him to drink even more, and he was eventually admitted to Springfield Psychiatric Hospital. Following this, my father went to live with his brother in Ireland. However, his drinking became too much, and he also passed away." According to Patrick Cotter Jr., he has no memory of Eileen's funeral and has no idea whether she was buried or cremated. He also has no idea where she was laid to rest. As a result, he had never been able to visit her grave. Patrick continued, "I spent a very unhappy childhood moving amongst various care homes and foster homes. However, when I was 14 years old, I was placed with my foster parents, John and Yvonne. I was very fortunate to be placed in a loving, caring home. They explained various aspects of my life that I did not know or understand, filling in the gaps, so to speak. I also had a half-brother from my mother who was 17 years older than me. However, when I was taken into care, he was told to avoid any contact with me. I felt as though I lost him as well. He was someone I was very fond of and have happy memories of, but this was also taken from me." Patrick Cotter concluded, "I would like to see justice for Eileen, whose life was cruelly cut short 49 years ago. As a result of the traumatic event during my childhood, I shut down emotionally. It has made it difficult for me to form close relationships. I only have very faint memories of my sister, but I believe she cared for me." In October 1978, power company employees discovered the lifeless body of a female near power lines. The discovery was made between Whitworth Drive and Division Street in Spokane, Washington. Spokane County Sheriff's deputies and detectives responded to the location to begin the investigation. The scene was documented and processed for evidence with the assistance of forensic personnel. Evidence, including possible DNA samples, was collected during the investigation and autopsy. The victim was identified as 16-year-old Krisann Baxter, who had been reported as a runaway by her mom on September 30th, 1978. Evidentiary items were sent to the Washington State Patrol Crime Laboratory for testing. Although 1978 DNA testing abilities were very limited, investigators believed the samples contained DNA. However, an analysis could not be completed due to these limitations. The evidence was securely stored for future testing. In August 2006, knowing the advancement in DNA testing abilities, Major Crimes Detective Dee Marski sent the samples back to the Washington State Police Crime Lab for testing. The test results showed DNA consistent with Krisann Baxter and an unknown male. The male profile was entered into the combined DNA indexing system, but a match was not found. In 2014, the profile was updated in CODIS and entered into the National DNA Indexing System, where it was compared to every DNA entry in the nation on a rotating basis. But still, a match was not identified. In 2020, Major Crimes Detective Michael Drapeau yet again submitted the samples to the Washington State Police Crime Lab for additional examination. In early 2021, a portion of the forensic evidence was sent to Otham's laboratory in the Woodlands, Texas, for advanced DNA testing. Using forensic-grade genome sequencing, Othram scientists developed a comprehensive DNA profile for the unknown male contributor. Othrum's in-house genealogy team identified potential relatives of the unknown male, including a direct descendant of the individual who was no longer alive. These leads were provided to Spokane County Sheriff Detective Michael Drapeau, who used this new information to conduct a follow-up investigation. Living family members of the identified relative were then contacted and interviewed. Reference DNA samples were collected, and subsequent DNA profiles were developed and analyzed by Othram scientists, resulting in additional investigative attempts to identify the unknown male contributor. Continued investigative efforts revealed Keith D. Lindblom as a possible person of interest. He was born in 1949. Detective Drapeau searched law enforcement databases and learned Lindblom was arrested and charged in Spokane County for the 1975 violent assault of a 16-year-old female victim near the area where Krisann Baxter's body was discovered. Lindblom admitted to having intercourse with the juvenile victim and pled guilty to assault in the first degree. Through the continued investigation, it was learned Lindblom was released from prison on August 7, 1978, and was not in custody at the time that Krisann Baxter was assaulted and her life taken. Detective Drapeau also located a child of Lindblom's in Louisiana, and through the comparison of a DNA sample obtained by the Jefferson Davis Parish Sheriff's Office, found the suspect's DNA collected in 1978 showed 320 times more likelihood of a match to Lindblom and his known child than if it was compared to an unrelated individual selected at random from the U.S. population. Later, relationship testing performed at Othram suggested a parent-child relationship between Lindblom's child and the perpetrator, indicating that the male DNA collected in 1978 indeed belonged to Lindblom. Lindblom passed away before the entry of DNA into the CODIS and NDIS databases, which is why a DNA match was not found earlier. Detective Drapeau consulted with the Spokane County Prosecuting Attorney's Office about the case, and with this evidence, they agreed that charges and Lindblom's arrest would have been warranted if he was living. Keith D. Lindblom perished in a fire on April 11, 1981, with a certificate listing the manner as an accident. Although he will not face criminal charges for taking the life of and assaulting Krisann Baxter, investigators with the Spokane County Sheriff's Office, along with its assisting partnering agencies, hope this brings much-needed answers to Krisann's family, friends, and, at a minimum, a small amount of comfort knowing the suspect was identified through DNA testing. The Spokane County Sheriff's Office thanked Othram, the Washington State Police Crime Lab, Jefferson Davis Parish Sheriff's Office, Lindblom's family members who cooperated during this investigation, and mostly the family of the victim, Krisann Baxter, for their patience and assistance during this long and difficult journey to identify the perpetrator. In February 1996, Terrance Paquette arrived at the Lil Champ food store in Orlando, Florida between 5 and 6 a.m. to prepare for a 6 a.m. opening. During his shift, his life was taken by an unknown assailant. Terrance was stabbed a staggering 73 times. He had only moved to Orlando a few years earlier, worked 60-hour weeks, and did not have many known associates. There were no witnesses to the crime, and so investigators quickly exhausted all leads, trying to find those responsible for Terrance's brutal demise. In 2003, the case was re-examined, and the Orange County Sheriff's Office sought new leads in the case. Some exclusions were made using a DNA profile developed from crime scene evidence, but the perpetrator was not identified. The case had again gone cold. In the fall of 2019, the Orange County Sheriff's Office engaged the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to assist with the case. The department contracted Othram to use advanced DNA testing to develop a comprehensive genealogical profile that could be used to generate new leads that might identify a suspect. Othram used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive genealogical profile. Upon successful generation of the profile, Othram returned the profile to law enforcement, where investigators used forensic genetic genealogy to narrow in on possible suspects. Empowered by these fresh genealogical leads, investigators were able to confirm the suspect in Terrance Paquette's case as 54-year-old Eustis resident Kenneth Robert Stowe, Jr., who is now being held without bail on charges of a first-degree slaying and robbery with a weapon. In August 2023, Kenneth Stowe, Jr. was found guilty of all the charges against him and is now awaiting to be sentenced. On July 26, 1974, a 12-year-old girl followed a barking dog in the Race Point Dunes of Provincetown, Massachusetts. The little girl stumbled upon a decomposing body. The remains were just yards away from a road, and a significant amount of insect activity was visible. 2 sets of footprints led to the body, and tire tracks were found 50 yards from the scene. The victim was lying face down on half of a beach blanket. There was no sign of a struggle. Police theorized that she either knew the perpetrator or had been asleep when she was attacked. At the scene, the sand and beach blanket were not disturbed, suggesting that the body was possibly moved to the specific spot where her body was found. A blue bandana and pair of Wrangler jeans were under her head. She had long auburn or red hair pulled back into a ponytail by a gold-flecked elastic band. Her toenails were painted pink. Police determined the woman was approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighed 145 pounds, and had an athletic build. She also had expensive dental work, including crowns, worth between $5,000 and $10,000. And several of her teeth had been removed. Both of the victim's hands and one forearm were missing. She was also nearly decapitated, possibly from strangulation. One side of her head had been crushed, possibly with a military-type entrenching tool. The autopsy that was performed determined that the woman lost her life roughly 2 weeks before she was found. It was difficult to estimate her age. She could have been as young as 20 or as old as 49. Some investigators at the time believed that the missing teeth, hands, and forearm indicated that the perpetrator wanted to hide either the victim's identity or their own. Police pored over thousands of missing persons cases and a list of approved vehicles driven through the area. No matches were found. No other evidence was found besides the jeans, bandana, blanket, and ponytail holder, despite extensive searches of the surrounding dunes. Despite investigators' best efforts, they were unable to identify the victim. She became known as the Lady of the Dunes. The woman was buried in October 1974, after the case, unfortunately, went cold. The first facial reconstruction of the woman was created with clay in 1979. Her remains were exhumed in 1980 for examination, but no new clues were uncovered. The body was exhumed again in March 2000 for DNA testing. In May 2010, a CT scan of her skull was carried out that generated images that were then used by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for another reconstruction. In 2014, one of the case investigators raised funds for a new casket because the original thin metal casket had rusted and deteriorated. Throughout the years, there were several leads, but nothing that ended up being fruitful. In 1987, a Canadian woman told a friend that she saw her father strangle a woman in Massachusetts around 1972. Police attempted to locate the woman but were unsuccessful. Another woman told police the reconstruction of the victim looked like her sister, who had disappeared in Boston in 1974, but this ended up not being the case. Investigators also followed a lead involving missing criminal Rory Jean Kessinger, who would have been 25 years old at the time of the crime. Rory Jean had broken out of jail in 1973. Authorities saw a resemblance between Rory Jean and the victim. However, DNA from her mother did not match the victim. Two other missing women, Frances Ewalt of Montana and Vicki Lamberton of Massachusetts, were also ruled out. Throughout the years, there were also a lot of different suspects and theories surrounding the case. In 1981, investigators learned a woman who resembled the victim was seen with mobster Whitey Bulger around the time the woman was presumably slain. Bulger was known for removing his victim's teeth. A link to Bulger was never proven, and he lost his life in prison in 2018. Tony Costa, a serial offender in Truro, Massachusetts, was initially a suspect, but later eliminated. Costa passed away on May 12, 1974. The victim was found in July 1974. At one point, a man named Haddon Clark confessed to investigators that he was the one that took the Lady of the Dunes' life. Authorities determined that Clark suffered from paranoid schizophrenia, a condition which may lead someone to confess falsely to crimes. In 2004, Clark sent a letter to a friend stating that he had slain a woman on Cape Cod, Massachusetts. He also sent two drawings, one of a handless, naked woman sprawled on her stomach, and another of a map pointing to where the body was found. In April 2000, Clark led police to a spot where he claimed he had buried two victims 20 years before. He also stated that he had ended the lives of several others in various states between the 1970s and the 1990s. Investigators could never concretely link him to the Lady of the Dunes' case. In August 2015, speculation arose that the Lady of the Dunes may have been an extra in the 1975 film Jaws, which had been shot on Martha's Vineyard, specifically the village of Menemsha, about 100 miles south of Provincetown between May and October 1974. Joe Hill, the son of horror author Stephen King, brought this to police attention after reading The Skeleton Crew: How Amateur Sleuths Are Solving America's Coldest Cases just weeks before. While watching the film's 4th of July beach scene, Hill spotted a woman in the crowd wearing a blue bandana and jeans, similar to those found with the body. He wondered, what if the young victim no one has ever been able to identify has been seen by hundreds of millions of people in a beloved summer classic, and they did not even know they were looking at her? Although a lead investigator has noted interest in this lead, others have described it as far-fetched and wild speculation. In 2022, the skeletal remains were sent to Othram. From these, a DNA profile was generated that was used to identify distant relatives and eventually identify the victim. On October 31, 2022, the FBI field office in Boston announced that the victim had been identified as Ruth Marie Terry. No details of any potential suspects were disclosed, nor any reason why Ruth was in Massachusetts at the time of her slaying. The FBI stated that Ruth's identity was determined using investigative genealogy, the same method used to identify other unidentified victims and over 150 criminals. Ruth Marie Terry was born on September 8, 1936, in a mountainside shack of Whitewell, Tennessee, to Johnny and Eva Terry, the latter of whom passed away at the age of 23 while giving birth to Ruth. In 1957, following a short-lived marriage, Ruth left Whitewell to work at the Fisher Body Automotive Plant in Livonia, Michigan. In 1958, she gave birth to her son Richard, but was unable to care for him due to financial difficulties. She allowed the superintendent of her workplace, Richard Hanchett Sr., to adopt her son in return for him paying off her expenses. After the adoption process was finalized, Ruth left Livonia and moved to California. Ruth reached out to her son in 1972, but he was not ready to meet her due to a drug overdose which left him in a coma for 18 days. On February 16, 1974, she married Guy Rockwell Moldavan, an antiques dealer in Reno, Nevada. 4 months before she lost her life, the couple visited her family in Whitewell. Ruth's grandmother, Brittany Novenglonsky, later recalled that Ruth was not herself whenever she was with Moldavan, who exhibited possessive behavior. The couple then went to Chattanooga to visit Ruth's half-brother Kenneth and his wife Carol. They later recalled Ruth and Moldavan saying they were going to travel the U.S. to look for antiques. Kenneth also noted that they spoke about visiting Massachusetts as they were leaving. In the late summer of 1974, Moldavan returned to Tennessee to tell Ruth's family that she had gone missing from the couple's California home. According to her sister-in-law, Jan Terry, he stayed for a short time and simply told them that he did not know where Ruth was. Ruth's brother James traveled to California and hired a private investigator to find her. The investigator told Ruth's family that all of her belongings had been sold and that she had left the state of her own will after becoming involved with a religious cult. In the 2 decades prior to her investigation, Ruth was listed as deceased in family obituaries. Some family members theorized that she was in a witness protection program and could not contact them. On November 2, 2022, the Massachusetts State Police announced that they were seeking information on Ruth's husband, Guy Rockwell Moldavan. He was born on October 27, 1923, and passed away on March 14, 2002. Moldavan was an orphan who was adopted by Abram Albert Zadorensky Moldavan and Sylvia Lily Silverblatt, and had a brother named Michael Semyon J. Moldavan. In 1942, Moldavan was living in New York City and attended the American Academy of Dramatic Arts. He was disqualified from active service in the military during World War II due to a mastoid infection. On May 11, 1946, while working as a professor, he married Jo Ellen May Loop in Bellevue, Pennsylvania. The couple lived in New York, California, and then Seattle, Washington, where Moldavan worked as a disc jockey. The couple divorced on July 16, 1956. 2 years later, on September 30, 1958, Moldavan married Manzanita Eileen Manzi Ryan in Kootenai, Idaho. Manzanita had a daughter from a previous marriage, Dolores Ann Mearns, then aged 18. Both women disappeared in Seattle on April Fool's Day of 1960, with Moldavan becoming the prime suspect. Their bodies were found a few days later in a septic tank. Moldavan fled Seattle but was arrested by the FBI and charged with unlawful flight to avoid giving testimony into their demises. He was never charged with taking their lives, but served 15 months behind bars for the unlawful flight, for not giving a testimony charge. Shortly thereafter, on July 29, 1960, Moldaven married Evelyn Marie Emerson in King County, Washington. They married a second time on August 10, 1963, in Los Angeles. Moldaven subsequently faced larceny charges for swindling his third wife's family out of $10,000 around the time his second wife went missing. In 1961, he was convicted of those charges and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. A judge suspended the sentence in March 1962, provided that Moldaven repay the money. True crime writer Ann Rule devoted a section of her 2007 book to Moldaven in connection with what happened to his second wife and her daughter, with an extensive discussion of police efforts to connect Moldaven with the crime. Moldaven is also the prime suspect in the slaying of Henry Lawrence "Red" Baird, a 28-year-old bread truck driver, and the disappearance of Barbara Jo Kelly, a 17-year-old waitress, in June 1950. Barbara was last seen in Humboldt County, California on June 17, 1950, when she embarked on a date with Baird, her boyfriend. Baird's body was discovered face down on the beach near Table Bluff the following morning. He had received a gunshot to the back of the head. Except for his shoes and socks, he was naked. Barbara's personal clothing was found carefully folded and tucked underneath the rest of his, with the exception of her shoes and stockings. No trace of Barbara herself could be found. She has not been seen or heard from since, and it is thought that whoever shot Baird had kidnapped her. Moldaven moved to Chualar, California, a small community near Salinas, around 1976. According to a feature article written about him in 1985, he had retired from his job as an executive vice president of a silver store on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. In the profile, he was working at the radio station KAZU in Pacific Grove as a volunteer host of a 3-hour weekly call-in show on aging, growing, and making transitions. He also worked at a tobacco shop in Carmel. According to his obituary, he passed away at his home in Salinas of a lengthy illness. He was born in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and was described as an artist, actor, and poet. He was survived by his wife, Phyllis Moldaven, and his sister, Joan Towers of Salinas. On Monday, August 28, 2023, Cape and Islands District Attorney Robert Galabois said in a statement that based on their investigation, it has been determined that Mr. Moldaven was responsible for what happened to Ms. Terry in 1974. The case is now officially closed, he added. Investigators are now looking at the possibility that Moldaven could be connected to more crimes. It was Sunday morning, November 15, 2015, when a family living on Farley Lane near Lillian in Baldwin County, Alabama, made a shocking discovery on their private road. They found a car with the body of Devin Deshawn Kennedy of Pensacola, Florida, in the back seat. He had been fatally shot. Investigators with the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office worked the case and identified some persons of interest at the time. Lieutenant Andrew Ashton with the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office said, "We just did not have any solid evidence to link them directly and charge them at that time. It also was not enough to say they were not going to be suspects at all." That all changed when 32-year-old Dakota Darnell Herring was arrested on April 19, 2023, and charged with taking Deshawn's life. He had his first court appearance on April 21, 2023, where he told the judge he has spent the last 7 years incarcerated on a federal firearms charge. Herring was finishing up that prison term when Baldwin County investigators identified him as their prime suspect. Lieutenant Andrew Ashton said he was released from prison. At that point, Escambia County had a hold on him for whatever charges they had, so he went from there to Escambia County, so we kind of had to wait from Escambia County to finish what they had, what he was involved with them with, so they could release him to Alabama. It is believed Deshawn and Herring knew one another, and the motive was robbery. Evidence suggests the shooting happened elsewhere. Lieutenant Ashton was the lead detective on the case in 2015, and being able to bring news of this arrest to the victim's family was a special moment. It has been dragging on for years and years, so I think there was some relief, and I am hoping that as time goes by with this, that more information does come forward. But we have what we have with Ducote, and I am just glad we are able to move forward with it, Ashton said. At his bond hearing, District Judge Bill Scully set bond at $150,000. As conditions of his release if he were to make bond, Ducote Herring would have to wear a GPS ankle monitor and would not be allowed to leave the state. If you have any information regarding this case, you are asked to contact Lieutenant Andy Ashton at 251-972-6872. 73-year-old Gregor and 72-year-old Irma Palasics lived in Canberra, Australia in 1999. On the night of November 6, 1999, two masked men forced their way into the Palasics Grover Crescent home at around 9:30 p.m. The couple were bound with cable ties and savagely beaten before the man ransacked their home, stealing cash and jewelry. Gregor managed to free himself and call police, but Irma suffocated on her own blood and lost her life at the scene. Detective Sergeant Craig Marriott recalled the event. They were violently assaulted. They were bound with cable ties, duct tape, and a telephone cord, and the house was ransacked. After a period of what is estimated to be about an hour, Mr. Palasics, who had been in and out of consciousness, was able to free himself from his bindings and found his wife face down in the hallway. He rolled her over and removed her bindings, but she had passed away. She had effectively drowned in her own blood from a broken nose. Detectives who started investigating the case found that the Palasics were also victims of aggravated burglaries in 1997 and 1998, which are thought to be linked to the third fatal break-in. Police made it known that they believed someone in Melbourne's Hungarian community could hold vital information on who was responsible for what happened to Irma Palasics. Investigators found DNA evidence at the crime scene, but with DNA technology not being as advanced in 1999, there was little they could do. In 2012, a $500,000 reward was offered for anyone able to help the police secure a successful conviction in the case. In 2019, investigators decided to take another look at the case. DNA technology was now a lot more advanced. Almost immediately, a DNA match was established through the National Crime Investigation DNA database. DNA testing led investigators to Steve Fabrizi. It took a while to track Fabrizi down. When he was questioned by investigators on September 8, 2023, Fabrizi made partial admissions to his involvement in the incident. He admitted being in the premises for the purpose of the burglary. He also gave details of the burglary that was not known publicly. 68-year-old Steve Fabrizi from Rowville, Melbourne, was then subsequently arrested and charged with taking the life of Irma Palasics. Fabrizi faced Dandenong Magistrates Court on September 21, 2023, where he applied for release on bail. In opposing bail, Detective Sergeant Craig Marriott told the court police he had serious concerns that Fabrizi, also known as Istvan Fabrizi, could flee the country if released, as he is a dual citizen of Hungary. Marriott said they also feared the 68-year-old may interfere with witnesses, with his alleged co-offender still on the run. The court heard that while Fabrizi owns his own home in Australia, he has no family there. With police aware, he planned to return to Hungary, where he owns land upon his retirement. Fabrizi also has about $250,000 in savings, Marriott said, creating further concern that he had the means to leave Australia. I am also aware he has made statements to Victoria Police while in custody about wanting to harm himself. He made the same statement to us, he said. He asked us to shoot him. The court heard while the 68-year-old has had no prior offenses for failing to answer bail, he did spend time in prison from 2010 to 2012 after being convicted of conspiring to hijack a truckload of cigarettes. Magistrate Jason Ong ultimately refused bail and ordered Fabrizi to appear in Canberra Magistrates Court on an undetermined date. In a statement released on behalf of the Palasics family, they said, after nearly 24 years of pain, questioning, and uncertainty, they had never given up hope of finding out who was responsible for this heinous act. Our grandparents did not deserve what happened to them. Not only was Irma taken from us, but Gregor's life all but ended on that night, and ours have never been the same, they said. Outside the court, Detective Superintendent Scott Mahler from the Act Police said this arrest was immensely satisfying for investigators. The family of Irma Palasics never gave up hope, never ceased asking for community assistance, and always worked to keep the case in people's minds, he said. Mahler said police were continuing to work to identify and charge a second suspect, and believe it is only a matter of time before this occurs. I am confident it is only a matter of time before we are able to provide full closure for the family and the Canberra community, Mahler said. The $500,000 reward offer remains active, and information received can still be considered for this reward. Furthermore, investigators released an image of a man they believe may have information on what happened to Irma Palasics. On November 19, 1997, police were dispatched to Blissfield Township, Michigan, in response to the discovery of human remains in a cornfield owned and farmed by the caller. Blissfield Township is about 75 miles southwest of Detroit. The cornfield is located west of Corey Highway and north of Carroll Highway. There was a layer of snow covering most of the body. When police arrived to examine the remains, they observed the body of an unidentified, unclothed male that was missing the head and both hands. The hands appeared to have been cut from just above the wrist. Officers also observed what appeared to be saw striations on the ends of the bones. The body appeared to belong to a light-skinned Hispanic man. The man had no scars or tattoos. He was 5 foot 8 inches tall and weighed an estimated 150 pounds. Due to the removal of the head and hands, a positive ID never could be made by the Michigan State Police. A witness provided a possible name, Roberto. The witness said he was married with children and had a house where he raised chickens between McAllen and Westlaco, Texas. When Roberto left home, he was supposed to be traveling only to Chicago and then back. Investigators were unable to find a Roberto that went missing that fit the description of the victim. On November 8, 2016, the National Missing and Identified Persons System released a sketch of Roberto based on what the witness told investigators, but no one came forward to identify the man. Finally, on January 24, 2023, 51-year-old Ricardo Sepulveda and 49-year-old Michael Sepulveda were arrested by U.S. Marshals in Ohio. They are brothers. Both of them were charged with taking the life of the unknown man. They were also charged with assault to maim, conspiracy to commit assault with intent to maim, tampering with evidence, and conspiracy to commit tampering with evidence. If convicted, Ricardo Sepulveda and Michael Sepulveda are facing a life sentence without the possibility of parole. A motive was not revealed, and authorities did not say how the suspects were connected to the crime. Michigan attorney Dana Nessel was the one that announced the arrests. All crime victims deserve justice, regardless of how long it takes to receive it, said Nessel. I appreciate the hard work of the Michigan State Police, the many local and federal law enforcement agencies, and my criminal trial prosecutors for their persistence in pursuing this case. Unfortunately, officials said the John Doe's identity is still unknown, but is believed to be a 32-year-old from Corpus Christi, Texas. Police said there is potential for additional charges against others who assisted in the actual crime or with covering it up. Anyone with information is asked to call Detective Sergeant Larry Rothman at 313-407-9379. 34-year-old Leonard James Irving lived in Portland, Oregon in 2011. His family and friends referred to him as LJ. He had 3 children, aged 5, 6, and 7. On June 25, 2011, LJ, dressed in a lime green shirt and dark jeans, went out to celebrate his nephew's 21st birthday. He had gotten off work at 9:30 p.m. from his produce job at Winco Foods and had to report to his part-time chef's job at the Lloyd Center's Courtyard Marriott by 7 the next morning. But he told his girlfriend he had to join his nephew at Seasonin Sports Bar and Lounge on Northeast 82nd Avenue because family was important. Outside the bar after midnight, his nephew Lamar Lovett Hill and another man exchanged angry words, and LJ stepped in to calm the situation. LJ then walked across the street with his nephew to his minivan in the lot of the New Happy Fortune Chinese restaurant. But before they could get in and leave, someone fatally shot LJ 4 times in the back and shot Lamar in the neck, wounding him. Samuel Thompson, who owned the Seasonin restaurant, said he did not hear the gunfire because he was in the rear lounge, where Benson High School alumni were celebrating their 10th reunion. But Thompson knew something was terribly wrong about 12:30 a.m. when people rushed into his business. Thompson ran across the street and found LJ on his back, his right arm on his chest, beside his van, the driver's door open. Thompson checked to see whether he was breathing and dialed 911 at 12:37 a.m. I sat down on the ground next to him. I had my hand on his arm, Thompson said. LJ's aunt heard that he had possibly been shot and drove to his mother, Lucy Mashia's house, and they drove to the crime scene together. It was there that Lucy learned LJ was not alive anymore. "My son was an innocent bystander," she said. "Some coward shot him." LJ's girlfriend, Adrienne Milam, said she thought it was a bad dream at first. She got word while at home where she was caring for LJ's 3 young children and her own 4-year-old daughter. "I kind of cried to myself in the pillow," Adrienne said. "Why do people do this? Why is it so easy for people to get guns? It is still surreal. I am thinking he could still be at work. Maybe he is not really gone. It's crazy how he can be there one day and not the next. They did not see the guy coming. It really hurts that it was cold-blooded for no reason." LJ grew up in Portland, but spent time during his high school years in Seattle with his dad. Family described him as a dedicated father who saw his children on his days off and weekends and dreamed of working full-time as a chef. His specialties: spicy foods, prime rib on Christmas, and jambalaya. In 2005, LJ was sentenced in federal court to 60 months in prison for distributing illegal substances and had been on federal supervision since June 2009. "I thought my heart was broken that time," his sister said. But she was proud that LJ took responsibility for his actions and served his time without blaming others. His family said he matured, got his GED, and since his release had worked hard to make ends meet for his children, holding down 2 jobs. Investigators had few leads to work on, and the case unfortunately went cold not long after the investigation started. Then, in January 2023, 37-year-old Juwan Marcian Polk was arrested in connection with what happened to LJ Irving. Polk had been living in Multnomah County Jail since May 2022 for another case in which he faces similar charges. He has pled not guilty in that case. Portland Police Bureau Chief Chuck Lovell said he was thrilled with the news of the arrest. "I spoke to LJ's mother today, and she passed along her appreciation for the work of the detectives," Lovell said in a statement. "I agree. This arrest is the culmination of almost 12 years of diligent, meticulous work by investigators, and I am grateful to them for their tireless efforts to achieve justice for LJ." A trial date has not yet been made public. Samuel Johnson, who was one of the first people at the crime scene, formerly worked at Self-Enhancement, Inc., a nonprofit organization that works with at-risk youth. He left SEI to start his own business, but he launched Reclaim the Village, a personal effort to spur the community to get involved to combat such violence after Andre Payton, a 19-year-old on his SEI caseload, was fatally shot in Old Town, a case that remains unsolved. "Portland needs to wake up," Thompson said. "At the end of the day, it has to be a call to action. The community needs to start preaching love once again. Too many lives have been taken for nonsense. It needs to be understood. A good man in LJ lost his life." 28-year-old Terrie Ladwig lived in Concord, California in 1994. She was married to Navy Petty Officer Stephen Ladwig. On December 2, 1994, Terrie was beaten and strangled in the apartment she shared with her husband on Adelaide Street in Concord. Stephen Ladwig found Terrie's body after returning from a tour of duty above the USS Parch submarine. Stephen Ladwig was never a suspect in her demise. No suspects were named by police at the time. Forensic evidence was taken from the apartment. The only other lead investigators had was that there was no sign of forced entry. This possibly meant that Terri knew her attacker. Investigators were unable to identify a suspect, and the case went cold. On January 27, 2023, 55-year-old James Grimsley was arrested in Salt Lake City, Utah, and charged with taking Terrie Ladwig's life. Originally from Oregon, Grimsley was employed as a trucker in Salt Lake City at the time of his arrest. "We are not certain of the motive," Concord Police Lieutenant Sean Donnelly said. "There was no sign of forced entry, and we can presume that the victim let him into the apartment. I can tell you it was a violent scene. Looked like there was a violent struggle between Terri and the suspect." There was forensic evidence obtained from the scene, along with many interviews conducted at the time of the initial investigation, Donnelly said. "However, at this point we are not going to state the exact connection. That information may come from the district attorney's office or us after the arraignment." Grimsley was booked into jail in Salt Lake County on a $1 million warrant and was subsequently extradited to Contra Costa County. One of Terri's friends, Brittany Shores, had this to say after news of the arrest was made public. "She was a great woman. She had a great personality. She made people laugh. She would brighten my day when she came in." Six-year-old Ljubica Topic lived in Windsor, Ontario, Canada in 1971 with her parents and her 8-year-old brother, Michael. On the evening of May 14, 1971, Ljubica and Michael were playing outside their Julod Road home. A man approached them just before 9 p.m. He offered Ljubica $8 to take a walk with him down the street, which she accepted. The man also offered Michael money to go ride his bike in order to distract him while he walked away hand in hand with Ljubica. Michael alerted his mother when the man and Ljubica did not return, and the police were called. 4 hours later, Ljubica's body was found, less than a mile from her house, in the backyard of a Hickory Avenue home. It was around 1 a.m. that an officer scanning yards with a flashlight found her body. The perpetrator left her body close to a gate leading to the back alley. Police found 2 of Ljubica's teeth along with an adult tooth next to her body. She had been severely and violently beaten. The adult tooth and other evidentiary items were collected by investigators so that it could be used later on. Witnesses came forward saying they saw a strange man hanging out at a restaurant across the street from the Topic house. He was never located. The case attracted national attention. Hundreds of tips came in from across Canada and the U.S. At one point, there were more than 500 persons of interest in the case. In the 1990s, investigators were able to extract DNA from items found at the crime scene. In 2015, investigators announced that they were able to create a DNA profile of the perpetrator. Investigators sought the services of Parabon Nanolabs, a DNA technology company in Virginia that specializes in DNA phenotyping, the process of predicting physical appearance and ancestry from unidentified DNA evidence. Law enforcement agencies use the company's Snapshot DNA phenotyping service for narrowing suspect lists and generating leads in criminal investigations. Parabon came up with 2 different images. The one showed what the suspect looked like at 25 years old when the crime was committed. The other image showed what the suspect may look like now at approximately 70 years old. In December 2019, Windsor Police Staff Sergeant Scott Chapman announced that Ljubica Topic's case was finally solved. Chapman said that Ljubica's case is among several cold cases that were solved using genetic genealogy. Our case was one of the very first Canadian cases that used the technique to identify an offender, Chapman said. On ancestry research websites such as GED Match and Family Tree DNA, users have the option to not share their genetic information with law enforcement, Chapman said. Police were ultimately able to identify the perpetrator through the DNA of a distant cousin that was found in a database. Parabon Nanolabs assisted with the identification. Windsor police made the decision at the time not to reveal the unknown man's name. They only said that he recently passed away and settled out west after committing the crime. While police were applauded for finally solving the crime, the refusal to release the man's name was met with some public criticism. Finally, in 2023, Windsor police changed their stance. It was announced that Frank Arthur Hall was the man responsible. He was 22 years old back in 1971. Hall lived less than 2 miles from the Topic family. He was never a suspect or a person of interest until the DNA match confirmed his guilt. Hall passed away in February 2019 in Edmonton, Canada, just a few months before the DNA match. Windsor Police Staff Sergeant Scott Chapman was the one who announced that Hall was the one responsible. He explained that in 2019, when he announced the case was solved, that it was unclear whether they could legally name Hall since there was such little precedent. That was part of the reason Hall's name was withheld at that time, said Chapman, acknowledging the landscape has since changed as genetic genealogy has become more mainstream. Prior to the release of that information, Chapman flew to Edmonton to tell Hall's family members. They were shocked but showed strength, he said. We have to keep in mind whatever Frank Hall did in his life is not a reflection on these people, Chapman said. They've been victimized by this information too. According to Chapman, police records are unclear as to whether Hall's home was canvassed as part of the initial investigation back in 1971. Hall was, however, known to police in Windsor and in other places, mostly for property crimes like theft. Though his name was not known to the public, other law enforcement agencies have been made aware of Hall since 2019. Now that Hall's name is out there, Chapman believes it could lead to more tips from the public regarding other cases. It will give potentially new life to different investigations, he said. It is entirely possible. On January 18, 1981, 2 newspaper delivery boys, ages 9 and 14, stumbled upon a female body in Camarillo, California. The body belonged to 20-year-old Rachel Zendejas and was found in a carport. The carport was located just across the street from her apartment, which she shared with her brother and 2 young daughters, ages 1 and 2. Rachel was a community college student. An autopsy determined that she had been strangled and assaulted. Investigators learned that she had gone out for the evening and hired a couple of babysitters to sit with her daughters. After returning from an evening out, Rachel drove the babysitters home. Officials stated that they believe Rachel's life was taken after she returned and attempted to exit her vehicle. Detectives from the sheriff's office investigated the case until all leads were exhausted and the case became cold. 11 months after Rachel lost her life, a very similar crime occurred not far away from her home. On the night of December 11, 1981, 21-year-old Lisa Gandek, a retail worker living in Oxnard, California, about 10 miles west of Camarillo, attended a club at the Port Hueneme Naval Base. After going to a disco together, Lisa's friends dropped her off at her home around 1:30 a.m. At 3 a.m., Lisa's neighbor called law enforcement to report a fire coming from her apartment. After members of the Oxnard Fire Department extinguished the smoldering fires, Lisa's body was discovered in the bathtub. Like Rachel, she too had been strangled and assaulted. The cases were investigated separately from one another until 2002, when a new look at the suspect's DNA from Rachel's crime scene was submitted to the FBI's Combined DNA Index system. The search yielded no results, but in 2004, investigators looking into Lisa's case notified the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, announcing they had linked both cases to a single suspect using DNA testing. But once again, unfortunately, the DNA returned no results for a suspect, and the case went cold. In December 2019, Ventura County's Cold Case Unit stepped in and opened a line of inquiry using genetic genealogy, the now common practice of identifying possible biological relatives using advanced DNA testing. The investigation provided new leads. Further DNA testing confirmed Tony Garcia of Oxnard was the man responsible for taking the lives of both Rachel Zendejas and Lisa Gandek. 68-year-old Tony Garcia was arrested on February 7, 2023, in Oxnard, California. Sheriff Jim Freihoff stated that Garcia was born in Roswell, New Mexico, but was enlisted in the U.S. Navy and stationed at Point Mugu near Oxnard. He was discharged in 1980, but remained in the area, where he became a karate student and instructor for many years. The fact is, this suspect has been hiding in plain sight for over 40 years, said Sheriff Freihoff. Chief Benitez said they identified a number of common denominators between the suspect and the victims, but declined to say what they were. Benitez stated Lisa came to visit Oxnard from Connecticut for a planned 2-week trip to visit a friend in the U.S. Navy, and ultimately decided to move to Oxnard months before her life was ended. However, it remains unclear if Lisa and Garcia knew one another, and if he was the friend she came to visit. Ventura County District Attorney Eric Nasarenko said, "After more than 4 decades, justice is finally coming to the families of Rachel Zendejas and Lisa Gandek. As this case demonstrates, charges can be brought at any time, and there is no statute of limitations. We thank the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, the District Attorney's Bureau of Investigation, and the Oxnard Police Department for never giving up on finding Rachel and Lisa's slayer." Investigators are looking into the possibility that Garcia might be involved in other crimes and are appealing to the public for help. Anyone with information can contact the Ventura County Sheriff's Office Major Crimes Bureau at 1-805-383-8704 or email their cold case unit at coldcase@ventura.org. On June 27, 1983, sheriff's deputies were called to an unincorporated area of Ronert Park, a medium-sized planned city some 50 miles north of San Francisco, California. A 7-year-old boy stumbled upon a female body behind a real estate office by the corner of Petaluma Hill Road and East Cotati Avenue. When police arrived, they discovered the woman had been fatally beaten with lumber from a stack of wood nearby. Evidentiary items were collected from the crime scene and stored so that it could be used later. Investigators quickly identified the woman as 37-year-old Noelle Russo. She was last seen 3 days before her body was found on June 24, 1983. According to Noelle's friends, she had been fighting with a boyfriend and went to stay with a friend in Santa Rosa, California. That night, the friend drove her to Courthouse Square, where Noelle was going to catch a Golden Gate Transit bus back to her apartment in Rohnert Park. From there, she disappeared. Detectives began piecing together Noelle's life. She had grown up in San Mateo County, and in 1962 made local headlines for being named Miss Burlingame. The then 16-year-old told the San Mateo Times that her dream was to become a model, and her favorite sport was dancing the twist. "I could not have been more surprised," the bubbly teen said. "I never in the world thought I would win. I just entered to please mother." A photo that accompanied the article showed Noelle beaming, her arms filled with a bouquet of flowers. In the next 2 decades, she married and divorced twice and had a son. She had worked for a time as a forest ranger trainee in Colorado. Thereafter, she returned home to the Bay Area, where she was attending Santa Rosa Junior College when her life was taken. She lived in an apartment on Avram Avenue in Rohnert Park with her 18-year-old son. She had plans to move to Boys Hot Springs. Noelle loved riding her bike around town. She was known to hitchhike, and friends worried that she was too trusting of strangers. Detectives believed Noelle never boarded a bus back to Rohnert Park. It seemed she had encountered someone before it arrived. In the days after the slaying, investigators used a sketch artist to draw Noelle in the clothes she was wearing on June 24, 1983, and circulated it in hopes of finding leads. Deputies and detectives collected a significant amount of evidence during the investigation, and numerous interviews were conducted. Detectives developed certain persons of interest over the years, but no arrests were made and the case went cold. The sheriff's office reopened the case in 2010. For the next 12-plus years, detectives began to use DNA analysis technology, submitting several pieces of evidence to the Santa Clara County Crime Lab and the Serological Research Institute. Finally, in a press release, authorities announced that 65-year-old Alfredo Carretero, Jr. was arrested on October 2, 2023. He was charged with taking Noelle Russo's life. Deputy Rob Dillon said, "Russo's family has been notified of the arrest and would appreciate privacy." Carretero Jr. was one of the original persons of interest in the case, the sheriff's office said. He was 25 years old when the crime took place. He was positively identified as the man responsible for what happened to Noelle, based on DNA and other evidence. Carretero Jr. is detained in the Sonoma County Main Adult Detention Facility without bail. Deputy Rob Dillon also said, "Throughout this investigation, detectives worked closely with the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office. The Sonoma County Sheriff's Office and Sonoma County District Attorney's Office are both dedicated to justice for victims, whether the case is new or old. The VCI unit continues to investigate many cold cases and relentlessly pursue justice for the victims of violent crime." Alfredo Carretero Jr. is currently slated to appear in court on October 18, 2023. It is not known yet if Noelle knew him. Investigators are looking at the possibility that he could be one of her ex-boyfriends. Authorities have released little information about Carretero, other than that he has prior convictions in Sonoma County in 1995 and 2001 for possessing stolen property and possessing illegal substances, respectively. Court records also show that he was involved in a domestic violence civil case in September 1985, about 2 years after Noelle lost her life. A woman whose mother was one of Noelle's best friends recalled their time together in San Francisco. They kind of like to bar hop a little bit, and just like anybody in the area, have a little bit of fun, and that is what they were doing the night that she went missing. They split up. She said Noelle may have been talking to an ex-boyfriend, but she did not think it was him that she went off with. But somehow they got separated at night, and she could not get a hold of her the whole next day, and then they, of course, found her. The resulting discovery and the sadness it brought stuck with her mother for years, she said, enough so that her mother kept a journal and often wrote about her slain friend. I think her eyes twinkled when she looked at her. She was just a beautiful person, and that is one thing that shined through in my mom's writing, that this was somebody she really cared about, and it just devastated her that she lost her. 20-year-old Krista Martin lived in Wichita, Kansas. She lived alone in an apartment on South Osage Street. It was a place she had just recently moved into in the fall of 1989. On October 1st, Krista was reported missing after family members were unable to contact her. The next day, on October 2nd, police went to Krista's apartment to see if she was there. Inside the apartment, they found Krista's body. She suffered blunt force trauma to the back left side of the head. She had also been assaulted. Investigators could not find the weapon that was used, but did collect DNA evidence from the crime scene. It was noted that there were no signs of forced entry. At the time, DNA testing and CODIS systems were not available. Nonetheless, the DNA evidence was carefully preserved. In their investigation, police noted that there was a domestic disturbance call that went out in the vicinity of Krista's home a week before her life was taken. Officers were unable to confirm if this incident had any connection with Krista's case. Between 1990 and 1992, the case detective sent evidence to the FBI crime lab in hopes of identifying a suspect, but unfortunately, this effort yielded no results, leaving the case unsolved. In 2009, DNA evidence was submitted to the Sedgwick County Regional Forensic Science Center, which resulted in a potential suspect profile, but there were no matches in the CODIS database. In 2020, the Wichita Police Department, leveraging advanced technology, again sought the assistance of the FBI to reevaluate the DNA evidence collected in 1989. The police department teamed with Othram to determine if advanced DNA testing could help to identify the person responsible. The forensic evidence was then sent to Othram's laboratory in The Woodlands, Texas, for advanced DNA testing. Othram scientists developed a comprehensive DNA profile for the unknown perpetrator. After successfully completing the process, the DNA profile was delivered to the FBI's Forensic Genetic Genealogy team, and the FBI team performed the necessary work to generate new investigative leads. In 2021, a team consisting of a Wichita police cold case detective and an FBI special agent embarked on a journey to Alabama and Arkansas, collaborating with additional federal agents working in Maryland. Their mission was to conduct extensive interviews and gather additional evidence to break the case. Finally, in April 2023, a possible suspect, Paul Hart, was identified. Frustratingly, it was discovered that Hart lost his life in a car crash in Memphis, Tennessee, in March of 1999. In June of 2023, the Wichita Police Department detective and FBI special agent traveled to Arkansas, where they collected additional DNA samples from direct relatives of Paul Hart for further analysis. Through additional testing, investigators confirmed that Paul Hart was responsible for taking Krista's life. A press conference was held on October 2, 2023, to announce the update in the 34-year-old cold case. In fact, the announcement came exactly 34 years after Krista's body was discovered to the day. Detective Adam Vandermolen, the lead detective working Krista Martin's case, said the Wichita Police Department never forgot Krista. It is just after the initial investigation, investigators had nothing else to go off of, and that is when they looked at this case through another lens. For investigators to think in '89 we should probably do a DNA collection kit on her because maybe something will happen, had they not done that in '89, we would not be looking at this point in time, because that technology was not a thing back then, but it is now. I think it is evident that she was remembered on multiple occasions, in '89, '09, and 2020, Vandermolen said. Sometime in the spring of 2023, we honed in on a family through genetic genealogy, the Hart family. No ties to Wichita, not from Wichita at all, not really from the Midwest. They are from the great state of Arkansas. So I said, how does this tie into Wichita? These people are not from here. What is the story there? So we started digging into that family. And as we dug into that family, we found an individual who lived in Wichita in 1989, and shortly after the slaying of Krista Martin in October 1989. This individual up and left Wichita and went back to Arkansas. No one knew about him. We have asked Krista's family. Does this name ring a bell? No. Asked the original investigators. Went through the case file of the people they talked to and the neighborhood. This individual's name never came up in any of the investigations from '89 up until the present. He lived around the corner from Krista Martin's house, and it is 6 houses from Krista Martin's house where her life was taken. Vandermolen added that if it had been someone in Krista's circle of friends, he believed that the information would have been known much sooner. But since it was potentially such a stranger to her, investigators did not know who exactly they were looking for. It gives me goosebumps because it was there. We just did not know about it until a couple of months ago. They were about the same age range and by all accounts that I've been able to track down had no ties to one another. Just a chance encounter? I do not know. It is an answer that we will probably never know. What we did learn was that Krista was a very outgoing individual that frequented local drinking establishments and befriended people she encountered. It was not uncommon for Krista to get rides home from people she had recently met and invited them to her apartment. Vandermolen said that he hopes this case shows the department will work on cases until they cannot any longer. Sedgwick County's District Attorney, Mark Bennett, also spoke at the press conference. He said that when Wichita police presented the facts of the case to him, it was determined that charges would be filed if Paul Hart were alive today. As he is not, the case is now considered solved. Law enforcement made me aware they were working on this case, and when they reached as far as they could and came to all the conclusions that they could reach, with the assistance of the Forensic Science Center, they presented it to me as they would any other case. After listening to all the evidence presented and the information gathered and the conclusions that they were able to make using the DNA, it is clear to me that this is a case that I would have charged if the suspect was alive to charge him. This is a completed investigation. This is a cleared investigation. Also at the press conference, Ember Moore, Krista Martin's niece, thanked investigators and volunteers for their dedication in solving the case. I am glad we can finally move forward and have peace knowing that the perpetrator is not walking around free or amongst us, she said. Again, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone involved in bringing justice to Krista's case. She deserved so much more out of this life than what she ended up with. 9-year-old Debbie Lynn Randall lived in Cobb County, Georgia in 1972. Her parents were John and Juanita Randall. She also had an older brother named Melvin. Late at night on January 13th, Debbie was walking home from a laundromat across the street. She never made it back home. 4,000 people started looking for her. It included Marietta civil defense workers, a local radio group, the Concerned Citizens Committee, and students from the nearby college who had heard the news and wanted to help in any way they could. Her body was found 16 days later near an intersection of Windy Hill and Powers Ferry Road. Her body was found by a college student who had voluntarily joined the search effort. An autopsy determined that she had been strangled and assaulted. Crucial pieces of evidence, namely a hair and a piece of cloth with a flowery design, were stored by investigators. 2 young locals told authorities that they saw a dark pickup truck backed up in a parking lot near Debbie's house that drove away quickly. All that was left in the parking lot was laundry detergent. Investigators diligently followed up on all of the leads, but came no closer to identifying a suspect. The case eventually went cold. A 2001 test that the FBI conducted on the hair that was found at the crime scene narrowed the pool of possible suspects significantly. The piece of cloth was sent to a lab in 2015, and thanks to DNA testing, resulted in a DNA profile of an unknown man. DNA testing carried out in 2019, made possible by extra funding and a reanalysis of the cloth in 2022, brought investigators even closer to answers. Further DNA testing in 2022 then brought investigators into touch with people who were probably related to the perpetrator. Those relatives supplied DNA samples to assist authorities. More testing was done, and in 2023 brought up William B. Rose, who was 24 years old back in 1972 and lived in the same apartment complex where Debbie's family lived. Rose took his own life 2 years after he ended Debbie's life. Investigators made the announcement in September 2023 that Rose is the man responsible. Cobb County District Attorney Flynn Brody said, "It may take us some time, but with the new technologies that are coming out every day, we are going to do everything we can to solve our cold cases, to make sure we bring people to justice. The answer we are providing today will not bring her back. We cannot extract justice from the perpetrator, but I know he must answer to a higher power." Ron Alter, a cold case investigator with the district attorney's office, said Rose had previous arrests for alcohol-related incidents and possibly took his own life due to fear of being caught by the police at the time, even though he was not a suspect. If he drove by, I'm sure he saw her. I believe that was a crime of opportunity. He saw her by herself and abducted her, Alter said. The investigator confirmed investigators used ancestry websites to find familial matches to Rose from distant relatives and narrowed their suspect list from there. Debbie's brother Melvin Randall also spoke at the press conference. "I learned over the years that it does you no good to hate or hold grudges. Melvin is the only family member alive who heard the news. Debbie's mom passed away in 2018, while her father passed away in 2022. I would like to say that I wish my mother was here. But I know she knows in heaven now that it is finally over, and we just want to say we thank all of you for what you have done to make this day come to pass, Melvin said. After a while, I blamed myself for it, because I was her big brother, and I battled with it for a while. But then I realized that there was nothing I could have done, and it just happened, and it was not my fault. I'm just grateful for the community. It is a relief that it was no one that we knew, and it was just great that it is over. It has weighed heavy on us for a long time. Despite the losses he has endured and the painful circumstances around all of them, Melvin Randall said he was not angry with either Rose or his family. I know they are struggling, going through this too. It was tough for us, and I am sure it is just as tough for them. I wish all of them well, and God bless them, and I do not have any animosity toward them. Morris Nix, a retired detective with the Cobb County Sheriff's Office who worked the case, said, "Technology does not get old. It does not retire. It does not get sick, and it does not quit. Technology was seeking William Rose, and it found him in the grave." 38-year-old Domatila Alvarez was found stabbed multiple times in the office of her family's auto repair shop on B Street in West Houston on April 24, 2009. She succumbed to her injuries at the scene. Investigators from the Houston Police Department were able to collect DNA evidence, but had no other leads, and the case went cold. In 2021, the police department's cold case squad re-examined the evidence in the case as part of a case review project. They identified Jorge Trevino Cardenas through DNA evidence and found additional information implicating him in the case. 50-year-old Cardenas was charged with taking Domatila's life on January 26, 2023. Authorities said he is currently serving a sentence for an unrelated crime. Investigators did not reveal a possible motive and also did not say if Domatila and Cardenas knew each other. Anyone with additional information in this case is urged to contact the Houston Police Department at 713-308-3600 or Crime Stoppers at 713-222-TIPS. 35-year-old Crystal Rogers lived in Bardstown, Kentucky with her boyfriend, Brooks Houck, their 2-year-old son, Eli, and her 4 children from her previous marriage in 2015. Known as the bourbon capital of the world, Bardstown is a small town with a population of just below 14,000 people. Crystal was the eldest daughter of Tommy and Sherry Ballard. By all accounts, they were very close. She worked 2 jobs to make sure her 5 children were always well taken care of. Crystal, Eli, and Brooks visited his family's farm on the weekend of the 4th of July. It is a 245-acre farm located about 9 miles south of downtown Bardstown. Crystal dropped 2 of her children off at her ex-husband's house and left 2 children with a babysitter. On the morning of the 4th of July, 2015, Brooks woke up and Eli was next to him, but there was no sign of Crystal. She had completely vanished. Her car was not on the driveway. Interestingly, Brooks did not report her missing. He continued to celebrate 4th of July with his family at the farm. According to him, he was not initially worried about her absence, since she often went out with friends and stayed out late, sometimes not coming home until the next morning. Crystal's family, however, was immediately concerned. They began to worry after multiple attempts to contact her that day without her answering her phone. Crystal's mother, Sherry Ballard, reported her missing 2 days later on July 5th. She told the newspaper afterwards, I told Brooks I'm going to the police department to report her missing, and he said that is what you should do. Also on July 5th, Crystal's father, Tommy Ballard, found her maroon 2007 Chevrolet Impala. It was parked with a flat tire by mile marker 14 of the Bluegrass Parkway. The keys were still in the ignition, and her purse and cell phone were also found inside. The driver's seat was not in its usual position. Crystal's family immediately knew that she had not been the last person to drive the car. Unfortunately, the discovery of Crystal's vehicle did not offer any clues as to her whereabouts. Her family subsequently announced a $25,000 reward for information leading to her disappearance. Sherry Ballard said through tear-filled eyes, "We love her, and we are trying to find her, and we just want her to come home." The community also stepped up in a big way, with family and strangers from all over setting out to search every inch of Nelson County and the surrounding area. Family member Sammy Johnson said, "We have searched the rivers, we have searched farms, houses, sinkholes, wells, any place she might be." The Ballard family was very vocal about their suspicion of Brooks Houck having some sort of involvement in Crystal's disappearance. In an interview, Crystal's sister said, "Brooks Houck has not offered once to search or help or do anything for the family." He admitted in an interview that he and Crystal had a stressed relationship at times, but he emphatically denied having anything to do with her disappearance. He said, "I am 100% completely innocent in this." Despite Crystal's family's criticisms, he claimed he was helping search efforts behind the scenes. 3 days after Crystal's car was found on July 8th, Brooks was brought in by the Nelson County Sheriff's Office for questioning. Brooks said that he and Crystal had a date night the evening she was last seen. According to him, they fed the cows, took a walk around midnight, and then he went to bed when they got home, and she was playing games on her phone. The timeline and other details of Brooks' story did not add up. It was heavily raining that night, so it did not make much sense that they were out walking in a field at the time, especially with their 2-year-old son. Nelson County Detective John Snow led the questioning and noticed the gaps in his story, but Brooks remained adamant that he had nothing to do with Crystal's disappearance. In the recording of the interview, Detective John Snow was questioning Brooks about a late-night phone call with a specific number on the night that Crystal had vanished. The call took place when Brooks, Crystal, and the children were in their truck heading home. The detective asked Brooks who it was that was calling him. Brooks reluctantly told him that the number belonged to Steve Lawson. Detective Snow asked who Steve Lawson is, and Brooks replied that it was somebody that worked for him. Brooks told the detective that he could not remember why Steve called him so late. Detective Snow then instructed Brooks to call Steve from inside the interrogation room. Steve's explanation was that he had called Brooks about a rental house. He said that Brooks told him to speak to Katie, who handled the properties, and that she would get back to him. Brooks interjected and corrected him by saying it was Crystal. After the phone call, Detective Snow asked Brooks why he told Steve Lawson that she would call him back when she apparently had been beside him in his truck at that moment. Brooks made an excuse that he did not want to bother Crystal that late with work stuff. Nick Houck, Brooks's brother and a Bardstown police officer, called Brooks on his cell phone when he knew Brooks was being interviewed by detectives and told him not to speak with police. The next day, Nick was called by city officials to testify in front of a grand jury, which led police to suspect he also had involvement in the disappearance of Crystal. It is at this time that Nick stopped cooperating with the sheriff's office. However, he agreed to a polygraph test after being interviewed by Kentucky State Police. Nick finally took a polygraph test on July 20th, after being contacted by the FBI. The examiner expressed grave concerns about the results of the polygraph test with Bardstown Police Chief McCubbin. When confronted with the results, Nick denied that he was lying, saying, "I don't give a damn what your computer said. You are calling me a liar, and I don't like it when people call me a liar." Also in August 2015, Tommy and Sherry Ballard, Crystal's parents, started on the path of trying to get custody of Eli, the 2-year-old son Crystal had with Brooks Houck. That day in court was also the first time the Ballards saw Brooks Houck since Crystal was reported missing. Tommy Ballard said after the court hearing, "He made eye contact with me. I made eye contact with him. I just want to see my grandson. I'm not worried about nobody but my grandson and my daughter." The decision was made at the time that Eli will stay with Brooks. In October, 3 months after Crystal disappeared, it was declared that she was not alive anymore by the Nelson County Sheriff's Office. On October 16, 2015, Nick Houck was fired from the Bardstown Police Department for interfering with the investigation of Crystal's disappearance. He was accused of warning his brother that detectives planned to interview him and advising him not to speak with them. Nick later told the Kentucky State Police that he only contacted his brother to tell him that they might be trying to trip him up and he should protect himself. Kentucky State Police officially named Brooks Houck a suspect in Crystal's disappearance in October 2015. A police officer said, "I have 8 pages of circumstances that led me to look in Brooks Houck's direction." Houck continued to deny his connection to the disappearance, saying, "My whole family's name is trashed for something completely not even tied to me. It is taking a lot of energy and effort. I cannot even go on the side of the road without looking like I am guilty. This is starting to get silly. I don't need an attorney. I am innocent. This, to me, is starting to get silly." Police subsequently released footage from the Houck brothers' separate police interviews. In December 2015, a local newspaper reported the arrest of Danny Singleton on 38 counts of false swearing after he allegedly lied under oath to a grand jury in relation to the investigation of Crystal's disappearance. Singleton is a close friend and longtime employee of Brooks Houck. Singleton later pleaded guilty and was released from jail after being in custody for 6 months. A white Buick became an important piece of evidence when a private investigator found that one was parked at the Houck farm the night Crystal disappeared. The Houck brothers' grandmother, Anna Whitesides, owned a white Buick, but sold it several weeks after Crystal went missing. In June 2016, authorities issued a subpoena for the 82-year-old to testify in front of a grand jury. The subpoena stated the car may have been used to dispose of a body, cleaned, and sold in an attempt to prevent evidence from being discovered. Anna Whitesides invoked her Fifth Amendment rights, refusing to testify in front of a grand jury for fear that she might incriminate herself. Whitesides' lawyer said, "There are lots of things, particularly in a high-profile case, where there is as frantic an investigation as there is here, that could ensnare an 82-year-old woman." According to attorney Jason Floyd, Anna Whiteside's statement to the police and the car buyer's information was enough. A judge later ruled to keep all future proceedings involving Whitesides confidential. Houck's grandmother had never been charged or arrested in connection with Crystal's disappearance, despite multiple search efforts over the year Crystal remained missing. Then, in August 2016, a more intensive search of the Houck family farm was performed. Police searched 300 acres with at least 14 cadaver dogs. Detective John Snow said a crime involving Crystal is believed to have happened at the Houck farm. Houck's grandmother, Anna Whiteside's home was searched, as were the homes of Nick Houck, his brother, and his mother Rosemary Houck, where several pieces of farm equipment were seized as potential evidence. The search was done in order to find DNA, a body, or other potentially useful evidence. Jon Snow said afterwards, "I'm hopeful. I think we are moving in the right direction. It's been a long road and it may be even longer, but I think we're getting close." In July 2017, Brooks Houck's new girlfriend, Crystal Maupin, was arrested after she was caught on camera ripping up signs connected to Crystal Rogers' case. Since Crystal's disappearance, signs in support of the family had been scattered all around Bardstown. Crystal Maupin stole some of those signs and was court-ordered to write an apology to Sherry Ballard. Sherry commented, "She could have just said, 'I'm sorry for my actions,' but instead it is like she was trying to defend herself." Crystal's dad, Tommy Ballard, searched every day for his daughter and even started his own investigation. 16 months after her disappearance, on the morning of November 19, 2017, her dedicated father was preparing to go on a hunting trip on the family property on Ed Brent Lake. His 12-year-old grandson, Crystal's eldest son, was with him. An unknown assailant approached Tommy Ballard and shot him in the chest. He did not survive. Tommy Ballard was 54 years old. The Nelson County Coroner's Office said Crystal's father was shot once in the chest, with the bullet entering his chest and exiting his back. Crystal's mother, Sherry, believed he was targeted because he was close to a breakthrough in their daughter's case. She told a newspaper that her husband lost his life because he looked for their missing daughter. She said her husband was always brainstorming new locations to search for Crystal and was the biggest champion in the fight to find her. Sherry Ballard believes he was targeted and even said he thought he was being followed in the days leading up to him being shot. The police searched Anna Whiteside's home again after the fatal shooting incident, but found nothing. Commissioner Rick Sanders hired 2 retired troopers to investigate a handful of unsolved and high-profile cases in Bardstown, including that of Crystal and her father, Tommy Ballard. In the meantime, Crystal's mother still tried to get custody over Eli, Crystal's youngest son, as Brooks was the primary guardian. Issuing a final ruling on the custody battle, Nelson Circuit Judge Stephen Hayden argued that there is clear and convincing evidence significant hostility exists between the Ballard family and Brooks, such that it poses a significant risk of emotional harm to the child. Sherry Ballard and her late husband filed a petition for grandparent visitation just weeks after Crystal went missing. Sherry told a local newspaper, "I've done everything possible that the courts have asked me. I still have no visitation for my grandson. That is my daughter's son, and I refuse to acknowledge that he is not my daughter's son. I feel like they want me to just erase him from my daughter's life, and I am not doing that anymore. I refuse to do that." After several trial court custody hearings, a judge initially granted Sherry visitation times with her grandson on alternating weekends. But a 3-judge panel overruled that decision in November 2018, agreeing that contention between Brooks and Sherry had boiled over to a point that it is not in the boy's best interest to spend time with his grandmother. Several hearings have followed that ruling. A new sheriff, Ramon Pinaroa, was elected in Nelson County in November 2018 after former sheriff Ed Mattingly stepped down. The sheriff's office had been the lead investigating agency in Crystal's disappearance. Ramon Pinaroa had stated his commitment to solving Crystal's case. In an interview, he said the agency had a good idea of what happened to Crystal, and his mission is to find enough facts and evidence to make an arrest. As the years had come and gone, there was a yearning for justice. Crystal's family never gave up the search for her and never stopped fighting for justice as her story continued to be shared on true crime podcasts and TV series. The Mother of Five's case has spawned documentaries and podcasts and plenty of news coverage. The Disappearance of Crystal Rogers is a crime series. The latest docu-series is part of the first episode of Season 3 of the popular Real Life Nightmare. Bourbontown Mystery, produced by the HLN Investigations team, takes a deep dive into the disappearance of Crystal. Numerous podcasts have also focused on the Crystal Rogers case. Ever since her disappearance, Crystal's family had plastered signs around Bardstown and the neighboring communities asking for any information. The mystery of what happened to the 35-year-old had puzzled law enforcement, tortured her loved ones, and haunted the small town of Bardstown for many years. In July 2019, the lead detective in Crystal's case, John Snow, retired. In one of his last interviews, he was asked if Crystal's body would ever be found. He replied, "I think eventually she will be found. Yes." Nelson County Sheriff Chief Deputy Jody Gilliland was then named the new lead detective the following month. In 2019, Crystal's family held a vigil and said not a day goes by without thinking about her. Her mother said, "People say it gets better, but it does not. Every day is hard." The prayer vigil was held in remembrance of Crystal, but the family said it is also to keep her story alive in the hope of getting answers about her whereabouts. Her favorite color, pink, was everywhere. Pink t-shirts, pink ribbons, and a pink balloon released to close out the event. Sherry Ballard said it felt good to see the community continue to come out and support her daughter after all these years. She added, "I'm going to bring my daughter home, no matter how long it takes." Sherry Ballard said even before Crystal disappeared, her whole family was close. "It has been hard on the kids, but I do not want them to lose hope. God performs miracles, so there is always hope." As for leads in the case, Sherry said she is confident in the police that they will find Crystal. According to court documents, another hearing in the custody case of Crystal's youngest child was held on September 10, 2020, where new testimony was heard. In October 2020, Judge Hayden denied temporary visitation rights to Sherry Ballard. The court did not interview the child. Hayden ruled that the child has a strong relationship with Brooks, whom the judge described as a loving father. In court hearings, Brooks testified that the child only spends time with him, his mother, and his new girlfriend, whose name is also Crystal Maupin. Judge Hayden wrote, "The court believes the testimony by Sherry Ballard was sincere and that they would not do so on purpose, but is unconvinced they would be able to keep that vow given their demonstrated hostility toward Brooks." He continued, "It would be fair to say there exists a significant rift between the parties that will likely never be healed." July 2020 marked 5 years since Crystal was last seen in Bardstown. Her disappearance had garnered national attention, but there was still no answers and no sign of her. For the first time, one of Crystal's 5 children, Kylie, sat down with a radio station and talked about what life had been like without her mom. Kylie said, "Waking up every day and not being able to wake up and be like, 'Hey Mom,' and 'What are you going to do today?' Just like normal little things. The little things really matter more than the big, huge things. It is those millions of little things she has missed out on for 5 years now." Now 19 years old, Kylie was just 14 at the time of her mom's disappearance. She still recalled, "I was calling and texting and she was not answering. Nobody could get hold of her." She continued, "It is especially hard during life's milestones, like graduation. When I graduated high school, seeing all the kids with their moms and they were like so proud. I knew my mom was proud, but like just wanting her to be there physically. It was very hard to see other moms there. Kylie said that after a day like that, and almost every day, she writes to her mom in a journal, telling her this, and then the very next page I'll be telling her, well, this is very serious, like you should have been there. Like she's just right over my shoulder, talking back and reading what I'm writing. Over the years, the family raised money for information leading to an arrest in Crystal's and Tommy Ballard's cases. By the time Kylie was 19, the reward had grown to $100,000. Until justice is served, Crystal's family had one simple request. Everybody keep praying and do not lose hope. You give us hope and you keep us going. Federal authorities announced in August 2020 that they were taking over the investigation in Crystal's disappearance, which led to a slew of searches at properties belonging to the Houck family. During the summer of 2020, the FBI took over from Kentucky State Police and the Nelson County Sheriff's Office as the lead investigator in the case, with over 150 federal agents serving search warrants at 3 sites owned by Houck and his family members. An FBI Louisville spokesman previously said all 3 locations had already been searched to various degrees over the years. The search took place in the Woodlawn Springs subdivision, where Brooks Houck's construction company built several houses shortly after the disappearance of Crystal. Federal agents, with the help from Nelson County Highway Department vehicles, were continuing to zero in on a driveway and tuck away pieces of concrete and materials from outside a home. A photographer of a local newspaper saw investigators using a jackhammer on the driveway of a home. Throughout the search, police were allowing only a few cars into the subdivision and reporters were kept out. Crystal's mom commented on this search, "I do not think they would just randomly pick a driveway unless they had a reason to do that. When my daughter went missing, Houck was building in that neighborhood." The FBI had not disclosed any details of their findings at this location, but on August 27, 2021, they did announce that an item of interest had been recovered from the concrete at one of the homes. During this most recent search, the FBI also stated that they know there are people in Bardstown who have information on this case, and added that it was time for those people to come forward. One of the properties was the home of Brooks Houck, and another belonged to his brother Nick. On September 7, 2021, the FBI announced that the search in Bardstown had ended, with several items of interest sent to a lab in Virginia for testing. Sherry told a local newspaper she had a lot of hope that her family will soon finally learn what happened to their daughter. She said, "And I do have a lot of hope that this is where the investigation needs to be at, and that they may be able to provide me answers this time." Regarding the thought of finally finding out what happened to her daughter, Sherry said, "I want it, but it is going to be so hard for me. I just hope that I can handle that when they come to meet me with the news, even though I have waited for 6 years. I need closure. Her kids need closure. And to physically hear it, it's going to be so hard on us." The FBI has not released more details on the items of interest that were sent to the Virginia lab for testing. FBI spokeswoman Katie Anderson told a newspaper in October 2021 the agency had nothing new to share on the Crystal Rogers investigation. In 2021, the FBI said it was also offering up a $25,000 reward for information leading to the identification, arrest, and conviction of the individual or individuals responsible for Crystal's disappearance. Crystal's case remained unsolved. One reason was that it was turned over several times between agencies. Sherry Ballard said in an interview in 2022, her daughter's children were then 22, 21, 19, 17, and 9. Crystal was a very good girl. She was a very good daughter. She was nice to everyone she met. She even let a friend stay with her because the friend didn't have a place to go. That is the type of person she was. We are a very close family, and I'm not doing anything different that any mother would do for their daughter at all. Crystal's mother added, I am just praying we will get some kind of closure. She still remembers in vivid detail the day she went to the police station to report Crystal missing. I remember them telling me it could be a year before we find any answers. And I was just shocked. I was just like, there's no way I'm waiting a year to find my daughter, Ballard said, holding back tears. In October 2022, the FBI launched another search at Brooks Farm, this time for 5 days. Afterwards, they said they won't comment on exactly what was collected. The land is owned by the mother of Brooks Houck. In January 2023, Attorney General Daniel Cameron appointed a special prosecutor to investigate Crystal's and her father's cases. On July 3, 2023, the 8th anniversary of her disappearance, the agency tweeted it made significant progress in bringing this case to its rightful conclusion. We continue to pursue every available lead until those responsible for Crystal's disappearance are held accountable. On September 7, 2023, the investigation took a sudden turn when it was announced that a suspect had been charged in connection to the case. His name is Joseph Lawson. He is 32 years old and had never been publicly named as a suspect or having any connection to Crystal's case. The arrest was the first major development in years. Joseph Lawson had not been charged with Crystal's slaying, but instead faces a conspiracy charge. This means that the authorities believe he is connected to some level in the planning or commission of the acts that led to Crystal's presumed demise. Her body still had not been found. Lawson was also charged with tampering with physical evidence, which means investigators claimed Lawson might have destroyed, concealed, removed, altered, or fabricated physical evidence with the intent to impair the official proceeding. The charge of conspiracy was filed July 24th, and the charge of tampering with evidence in June, but it wasn't arraigned since he was in the hospital after the indictments were returned. Lawson appeared on Zoom as he was arraigned in the Nelson Circuit Court. His indictment was read out and the court entered a plea of not guilty for him. His bond was set at $500,000 cash for the conspiracy charge and $50,000 bond for the complicity to tampering with physical evidence charge. Though the indictment did not mention Crystal by name, it said that on July 3, 2015 and/or July 4, 2015, the above-named defendant committed the offense of criminal conspiracy to end somebody's life, when, with the intention of promoting or facilitating the crime, he agreed to aid one or more persons in the planning or commission of the crime, or an attempt or solicitation to commit the crime, when he and/or a co-conspirator intentionally took someone's life. Kevin Coleman, Lawson's lawyer, confirmed the charges were in connection with Crystal's case. He was not willing to comment any further. Lawson is due back in court on October 26, 2023 for a pre-trial conference. This isn't Lawson's first brush with the law. He had a criminal past with charges including for the possession of methamphetamine, burglary, trespassing, and assault. Whether Steve Lawson, who phoned Brooks Houck on the night Crystal disappeared, is related to Joseph Lawson was not confirmed by investigators. A search of public records by a newspaper, however, stated that Steve Lawson in Bardstown, Kentucky, is related to Joseph Lawson. They are both the same age. A local newspaper spoke with Crystal's grandfather, Till Ballard, who confirmed that the FBI contacted relatives to let them know about Lawson's arrest. Mr. Ballard Sr. said he believes the two slayings were related. He said he hopes the arrest in Crystal's case will lead to a break in his son's shooting. Tommy was not going to stop searching. Somebody had to stop him. I think Lawson knows something about Tommy, too. Lawson is in custody, but his exact location is being withheld as protected under federal law. Finally, on September 27, 2023, Brooks Houck was arrested and charged with taking Crystal Rogers' life. His bond is set at $10 million cash. He is also ordered to not have any contact with Rogers' family. In a release, the FBI office said its officers have been laser-focused on our commitment to hold accountable those that were responsible for the disappearance of Crystal Rogers. Today, we take a significant step in making good on that promise. Houck was arraigned on October 5, 2023. The next step in the case is to announce a trial date. It is also expected that a third person could be arrested. Sherry Ballard had this to say after the arrest was announced. "To say today was overwhelming would be an understatement," she wrote. "I have waited 8 long, gruesome years for this day. To see Brooks Houck put in handcuffs was surreal for me. I have always known he was guilty. Now everyone will know that. I don't really even know the emotions I have felt today. I think probably everyone you could think of. I have to say thank you to the FBI. God sent me an angel when they came to my door. I personally know the work a certain agent put into this case and the long, tiring hours he spent to make this day happen. Never once did he forget the fact that I was a mother and a wife going through the most tragic time that a mother and wife could go through. I cannot imagine the toll this took on him. This day would not have happened without him. Thank you to all the help he had within his office. His co-workers worked very hard. I want to thank them for looking out for me and my family. Thank you also to the Nelson County Sheriff's Office for assisting in making sure this day happened. Thank you to the prosecuting attorney and his office." Jeremy Stoner was born on July 16, 1980 in California. He had 3 siblings, 2 older brothers, Jason and Joshua, and 1 younger brother, Justin. They lived in Vallejo, California, a city with its own charm and beauty. Jason was a happy and playful child. He loved his family and his friends. He enjoyed going to school and learning new things. He liked to ride his bike, play with his toys, and watch cartoons. He had a bright smile and a big heart. On Saturday morning, February 21, 1987, 6-year-old Jeremy was playing outside with his 2 older brothers, aged 9 and 11, near their house. Jeremy and his brothers were being watched by a relative while their parents were at work. Their relative had to leave suddenly to take her sick daughter to the emergency room. The boys were told to stay home until their parents returned. Instead, they headed over to a neighbor's house. While there, a neighbor scolded Jeremy for spilling ketchup, and they left. The boy's mother returned home at 4 p.m. to find the house empty, and she assumed the boys were playing at a neighbor's, as they often did. But when the 2 older boys returned without Jeremy 2 hours later, the family launched a search effort. With Jeremy nowhere to be seen, they called the police. Vallejo police quickly determined Jeremy had been kidnapped. The last sighting of him was believed to be at a Dairy Queen on Springs Road, about a 5-minute walk from the family home. A worker there told investigators they saw Jeremy with an adult man around 7:30 that evening. 4 days later, on February 25, 1987, Jeremy's body was found on Sherman Island in Sacramento County. 4 people driving down Sherman Island Road in the Delta found themselves stuck in the mud. The driver got out to look for something to wedge under the tires. Instead, she discovered the body of a little boy. He had been assaulted, stabbed, and strangled. They called the police and told them about the discovery they made. Investigators arrived at the crime scene soon after. They collected all the evidence they could and stored it for future use. The news of Jeremy's demise spread quickly in Vallejo. The people were outraged and heartbroken by what happened to him. They felt sorry for his family and wanted to support them in any way they could. They gave them flowers, cards, and hugs. They searched for Jeremy when he was missing. They held a candlelight vigil for him. They also prayed for him and his family. The mayor of Vallejo at that time was Terry Curtola. He said that the people of Vallejo became part of the Stoner family for 4 days. He reiterated that they searched, cried, and prayed for him. It was not long until a suspect walked right into the Vallejo Police Department. About a week after Jeremy lost his life, an unemployed security guard named Sean Quincy Melton told police he may have information about the case. By his own admission, Melton said he wanted to impress detectives with his amateur investigation. He wanted, in his own words, to be a big shot. Video of his interrogation, though, showed the slow transformation of Melton from a swaggering sleuth to a bewildered crime suspect. He had a troubled past and a disturbing mindset, as evidenced by his authorship of a book titled The Wolf's Den, which depicted child exploitation. Although he claimed it was a work of fiction, some doubted that it was entirely detached from his own experiences. Sean Melton voluntarily visited the police station to provide information related to the case. He indicated that he had heard rumors and witnessed certain things that might aid in locating the perpetrator. However, the police held suspicions about his involvement in the crime. Their skepticism regarding Sean Melton was based on a legitimate reason. Before his visit, his psychologist had alerted the authorities and revealed that Sean Melton had confessed to having disturbing fantasies involving young boys. The psychologist expressed concerns that Sean Melton might pose a danger and could potentially be linked to Jeremy Stoner's case. The police subjected Sean Melton to an extensive 30-hour interrogation, during which they posed numerous questions and administered a polygraph test. They also created a sketch of him and compared it to a witness's description of the abductor. Their objective was to obtain information and potentially ascertain his involvement in the case. Sean Melton vehemently denied any involvement in the crime, asserting his innocence and claiming no knowledge of the case. He successfully passed the polygraph test, and the sketch of him did not match the witness's description. He maintained that his sole intention was to assist the police in solving the case. However, the police persisted in their pursuit of Sean Melton and put forward a new hypothesis. They alleged that Sean Melton suffered from multiple personality disorders and suggested that one of his alter egos, named John Wolfe, could have been the perpetrator. They contended that Sean Melton had no recollection of these actions. In response, the authorities arrested Sean Melton, charging him with kidnapping as well as taking Jeremy's life. Nevertheless, they lacked sufficient evidence to secure a conviction. 2 trials were conducted, but on both occasions the juries could not reach a unanimous verdict. Consequently, the judge was compelled to dismiss the case. Sean Melton passed away in 2000 without ever admitting to any involvement in Jeremy Stoner's tragic fate. The case of Jeremy Stoner remained unsolved for many years, classified as a cold case due to the lack of progress and the absence of fresh leads or evidence. However, in 2023, a significant development occurred in Jeremy Stoner's case. The police received a new lead thanks to an advanced technology known as DNA testing. DNA, a unique genetic code present in every individual's body, can be instrumental in identifying a person or their familial connections. The police harnessed DNA testing to compare samples obtained from Jeremy's remains with those in a criminal database. This breakthrough held the promise of shedding new light on the long-standing mystery surrounding Jeremy's tragic fate. The police found a match. They finally found the perpetrator. The perpetrator's name is Fred Marion Kane III. 69-year-old Kane was arrested at his home in Central Point, Oregon. District Attorney Krishna Abrams said, "I am so thankful to have such dedicated cold case investigators that no matter how much time goes by, they remain steadfast in their commitment to solving these horrific cases." Media reports from 1984 show Kane, then 30, was suspected of assaulting a 17-year-old in San Bernardino County. Kane and his roommate were arrested on suspicion of assaulting the teen at knife point. Kane was charged with forcible assault and use of a weapon, with enhancements for 4 previous prison terms, but was found not guilty by a jury later that year. The Solano County District Attorney's Office said it is not releasing further information due to the ongoing nature of the investigation, but Kane's arrest has likely drawn the attention of police in Martinez. Since the beginning, Jeremy's case was often mentioned in the same breath as that of Eric Coy. In late January 1987, just a month before Jeremy's disappearance, 9-year-old Eric went for a bike ride between his Martinez home and that of a relative's. Eric knew the route well and rode it often. He left home around 11 a.m. with the expectation he would call, as he always did, once he reached his relative's home a few blocks away. When he did not call home, a search was undertaken. His body was found close to Martinez Junior High School. He had been stabbed nearly a dozen times and succumbed to his injuries. To this day, Eric's case remains unsolved. Anyone with information regarding the case is asked to call the District Attorney's Cold Case Unit at 707-784-8477. Kane made his first appearance in court in Solano County on September 28, 2023. The family of Jeremy Stoner was in the courtroom as Kane was brought in. Jeremy's mother, Karen Tabler, said, "I do not know if it is relief. Not feeling good, that is for sure." She added that it was hard to be in the same room as Kane. Paul Secura, the Chief Deputy District Attorney for Solano County, said, "Well, I do not think you ever get closure. I have been around a long time. I have never seen families get true closure. But I feel like it will be some comfort that someone will be held responsible." Carrie Ann Cummings. Carrie Ann Cummings was a 25-year-old transient from Eureka, California in 1997. Carrie was in a mental institution but decided to not get treated further. She did not want to go back to her family, even though they begged her to come to them. She informed her family that she decided to rather couch surf in Eugene, Oregon. That was the last time that they heard from her. Carrie's parents tried to reach her and went to the police to file a missing person case. They also hired a private investigator. Carrie's sister Kathy said that they were told that Carrie was an adult, that she had chosen the lifestyle, and that if she was not a threat to herself or others, there was nothing they could do. She also had the following to say about her attempts to find her sister through the years. "As the internet expanded, I took to searching the Name Us website when I was missing her, scanning for mention of her tattoo and searching through the pictures of the Jane Does. She was dearly loved." In November 1998, a year after Carrie Ann went missing, Wayne Adam Ford entered a police station in Eureka, California, with a Bible in his one hand and a woman's body part in a plastic bag in the other hand. He confessed to taking the life of 4 women, but he did not know any of their names. 3 of his victims were identified. 26-year-old Tina Renee Gibbs. She was born on April 20th, 1972. Her life was taken on May 16th, 1998, near Las Vegas. Her body was found on June 2nd near Buttonwillow, California. Lynette Dion White, 25 years old, of Fontana, executed on September 25th, 1998 in Ontario, California, then dumped in an irrigation canal near Lodi. Patricia Ann Thomas, 29 years old. Her life was taken in Hesperia, and her body was found on October 23, 1998, in an aqueduct in San Bernardino. But one woman remained unknown. Investigators interviewed Ford and obtained descriptive details of the female. Ford's encampment was also searched as part of the investigation, and more body parts were found. Using DNA, the detectives were able to match the body part Ford brought in with a torso found by duck hunters north of Eureka in October 1997, the previous year, and the additional remains found by officials on Clam Beach in January 1998, 9 months before, as well as in his encampment. DNA samples were run through the California Missing Persons DNA Database and the National Unidentified Persons DNA Index, but no profile matches were ever made. Ford was sentenced to life imprisonment in June 2006, 8 years later, and is currently serving that sentence at San Quentin State Prison in California. This is a very unusual case, as the detectives know who committed the crime, but not whom the victim is. In 2021, Sheriff William Hansel created a cold case unit, which specifically reviewed Humboldt County Sheriff's Office unsolved cases for new leads. In December 2022, they partnered with a forensic genealogy lab called Othram to determine if advanced forensic DNA testing could help establish the identity of the unknown female or a close relative. Using a technique called forensic genome sequencing, the company was able to create a profile for who they thought may be a close relative by creating a family tree. At last, they found a match to a close relative of the unknown female. The detectives contacted the relative, and she confirmed that she had a family member that went missing in the late 1990s. She then put them in contact with the sister, Kathy, of the missing person, Carrie Ann Cummings. Kathy provided investigators with a DNA sample, which was then compared to the DNA sample from the unknown female's remains. And finally, after 25 years, they identified the missing woman in 2023. Kathy had the following to say about her sister. Carrie was beautiful, funny, smart, and an artist. She was great at making us laugh. It is devastating what mental illness can do in a span of only 2 short years. Sheriff William Hansel commended his team by saying, "While we cannot take away the pain of loss, we hope that this identification can help bring closure to Carrie's family and the community. I am thankful for the dedication of our investigators who never gave up on Carrie and continued to seek resolution for the outstanding cases that remain to be solved. The Humboldt County Coroner's Division is now in the process of releasing Carrie's remains so that she can be buried with the rest of the family." In the 80s, Catherine Sposito attended high school in Brooklyn, New York. After school, she relocated to Prescott, Arizona, to attend Prescott College. She was an avid hiker and artist who had made many friends in her new home. On June 12, 1987, 23-year-old Kathy went out with her friends for dinner. She told them she planned to go hiking in the morning. The next day, June 13th at around 7 a.m., Kathy rode her mountain bike to the trailhead and began hiking up the path. The trail is in part of the Prescott National Forest, about 10 minutes outside of downtown Prescott. It is a popular hiking spot in the area. Shortly after Kathy took off, other hikers heard a woman's screams for help. The terrain is dense, which meant it took time for the other hikers to locate the woman in need. By the time they arrived, it was too late. Their gruesome finding was later identified as Kathy's lifeless body. One of the hikers called the police. Kathy's slaying rocked Prescott and Yavapai County as Thumb Butte Trail had always been seen as safe. The post-mortem stated that Kathy's demise was due to blunt force trauma to the right side of her head. This was the result of 2 rocks and a ratchet wrench that were found at the crime scene. Kathy was also shot in the face through her eye with a .22 caliber weapon. The bullet did not penetrate her brain. There was also a stab wound on the side of her head. The weapon and sharp item used to stab her were not found. The police started their investigation in their search for the offender. There were very little clues and no witnesses, which made it very difficult. Over the years, investigators said it is possible that there could be more than one perpetrator. Yavapai County Sheriff David Rhodes said, "You have to keep all doors open. My team could be closer to reaching answers than ever before. I think if the case is solved, that it will definitely be DNA that did it. Advancements in DNA testing like familial DNA could crack this case wide open." There was a reward of $10,000 being offered by Yavapai Silent Witness, an organization in Yavapai County and the state of Arizona, to help the flow of anonymous information in solving crimes. Kathy's older brother, Sal Sposito, flew in from New York to visit the crime scene with detectives. He asked that people come forward with any information. A high school classmate of Kathy wrote in an email to fellow alumni, "I hope you will forgive the grim posting, but I am sharing it here in the interest of generating prayers and hopes for closure for one of our lost friends, Kathy Sposito. You may recall from past discussions here that Kathy was brutally slayed in 1987 and the case was never solved." The alum and her husband had visited Prescott the previous weekend. She wrote that while visiting Prescott, Kathy was on her mind. When the couple strolled out of one of the downtown shops, the classmate was stopped in her tracks by a large poster in the window with Kathy's photo. She realized that the police there continued to search for her offenders. She had a discussion with the shopkeeper, who told her some new leads have recently emerged and that have revived hope of solving the case. The alum also saw the same poster in a number of local windows throughout the town and found it pleasing to see that Kathy's memory and the quest for justice remained alive. She ended her email, "I thought that you would want to know about it and to keep Kathy's soul and this case in your prayers." In 2021, Sheriff Rhodes said, 34 years is a long time, and many people have moved on with their lives, but our detectives and cold case investigators have not forgotten what happened to Kathy. They are actively working this case. We know someone has information on what happened to Kathy. We just hope they do the right thing and come forward. Kathy's brother said in an interview in 2021, "You never want to give up hope." He remembered the day he heard the tragic news. "It was shocking, something nobody wants to go through. This was no accident. Somebody with a lot of rage and anger wanted to put an end to her life." Sal Sposito said their dad passed away in 2010 without answers, and their mother passed away a few years after that. He ended the interview by saying, I always said our mother passed away due to a broken heart because of what happened to Kathy. She took it the worst. At last, on August 25, 2023, Sheriff David Rhodes announced at a news conference that DNA evidence indicated the perpetrator in the case of Kathy Sposito. He was identified as Brian Scott Bennett. Sheriff Rhodes told reporters, "I am saying today with high confidence, Kathy was slayed by Brian Scott Bennett. She was the victim of a serial predator who took his own life years later in 1994. Bennett would have been 53 years old now. He was a junior at Prescott High School at the time of Kathy's slaying. He was only 16 years old and had moved from Calvin, Kentucky to Prescott. He only spent a year and a half there before withdrawing from Prescott High School in 1988. After school, he was briefly in the Army before deserting in 1989. Bennett was convicted of forgery charges in 1991 and received 3 years probation. He was not convicted of any violent crimes, according to the sheriff's office. Bennett served time in an Arizona prison for the forgery and became a fugitive in 1993. Investigators said that Kathy was Bennett's first victim. Authorities now believe he was also behind a 1990 assault of another woman in her 30s at the time. It happened on the same trail at the same time of day. In April 1990, she was camping with her boyfriend. She went for a hike. Within minutes, Bennett snuck up from behind and held a rock over her head while threatening to take her life. He attacked her before running off into the woods. The woman survived, and her name is being withheld for privacy reasons. Sheriff Rhodes continued the press conference and said that a DNA sample from the second attack on the same hiking trail ultimately led investigators to a family member of Bennett. This was in 2017, when advanced and more accessible DNA technology led investigators to link the DNA results to the second attack. They then worked backwards to Kathy's case. According to Sheriff Rhodes, the DNA was submitted to labs and a female descendant of Bennett was identified following a family tree analysis. The investigation led them to Kentucky and then to Bennett. To rule out a relative, authorities exhumed Bennett's body in November 2022 to obtain a complete DNA profile, and positively matched it to the DNA profile from both attacks on the hiking trail. The familial forensic analysis continued. DNA was retrieved via cheek swabs taken from Bennett's brother and a daughter of Bennett. It was not until March 2023 that investigators confirmed DNA on a wrench used to take Kathy's life belonged to Bennett. He was accused of assaulting 2 other women, one at a party in Chino Valley in July 1990. The victim was reportedly drinking and went to lie down in a bedroom. However, Bennett followed the victim into the room and tried to assault her. Witnesses were able to break down the door and Bennett ran away. He was later arrested by the Chino Valley Police Department, but acquitted due to conflicting eyewitness testimonies. Sheriff Rhodes said Bennett's 4th victim is Renee Sandoval. On June 2, 1993, she was just leaving the post office in Prescott. Bennett forced her by knife point into her car and assaulted her multiple times. A police officer ultimately pulled the vehicle over for failure to dim headlights. This allowed Renee Sandoval to escape. Rhodes said she believed he was going to end her life. He had said to her, "I cannot let you go because you have seen my face." Bennett was again arrested but never convicted due to discrepancies in the stories and lack of evidence. Renee Sandoval, who was 22 at the time of the kidnapping and assault, spoke during Friday's press briefing. She was emotional when she said, "This is a long time coming. I want to start by saying, thank you, God. I give you all the glory because He was with me that night. I prayed. He spoke to me. He is the reason that I am here today. She asked those listening to pray for all these people that have suffered a crime like this. Pray for those people who never had a voice. And today she is free. Kathy, you are free. There are so many emotions, I cannot tell you. I cannot explain it all. Sandoval concluded, all the young people out there, watch yourself. Even older people, too. Be cautious of your surroundings. I tell my grandkids that all the time, and my mom. Cold case detectives were able to link the 4 separate victims, Kathy, Renee Sandoval, and the remaining 2 through new DNA analysis. Though Bennett will not be tried in the cases, Rhodes said, it does not mean that it is any less significant. Rhodes also asked during Friday's press briefing, how could such an incredibly awful and atrocious thing happen in such a wonderful place? By releasing this news, authorities hope to determine whether there were other victims in addition to Kathy and the 3 other women. Rhodes said investigators believe there may be more than 4 victims linked to the suspect. He continued, what we know of serious, violent predators like this is that it is very unlikely, given the frequency in which he was willing to act, that these are the only 4 cases that exist. Sheriff Rhodes also said, the other role here is exactly what happened is that we are giving voice back to the survivors. You are giving answers back to the survivors. You are giving answers back to the community. Through the work of dedicated volunteers, numerous detectives, and the many partners who gave their time and their hearts to solving these cold cases, 4 women were given either closure, peace, or validation today. Prescott Mayor Phil Good, who attended the press conference, said, advancements in DNA, both direct and familial, allow for a closure for everyone involved in cold cases such as Kathy Sposito. With such information available nowadays, there is a good chance you get a knock on the door that justice has been served. Susan Robin Bender was born on November 27, 1970 in Modesto, California, as the only child of Patricia Joseph Bender. On April 25, 1986, Susan, then 15 years old, left her family home to visit friends in Carmel by the Sea for the weekend. She walked to the Greyhound bus station on 10th Street and G Street. While waiting for the bus, Susan ran into friends. She told them about her excursion to the coast and that she planned to be back in a few days. After their conversation was ended, Susan made a call at the depot payphone. About 10 minutes later, a full-sized olive green 1977 Ford van pulled up. Susan got into the vehicle. This was the last time that Susan was seen. She had a lot of freedom for a 15-year-old, which was not terribly uncommon in the 1980s. Pat Bender, Susan's mother, assumed that Susan had safely made it to Carmel and was having fun with her friends. When Susan failed to call home, as she usually did, her mother became worried. She reported her daughter missing on May 1, 1986. Detectives soon came to the conclusion that something terrible had happened to Susan. One detective told the local newspaper, "We have certain evidence to indicate foul play was involved in the disappearance of Susan Bender." Susan's mother told the same newspaper that Susan had run away twice before, but each time she had returned home in fairly short order. She said, "Everything had been good between us for a couple of months before she disappeared. There was no indication that she was going to run away." She added that an unnamed male person of interest had been found with Susan's diary, phone book, and clothing in his possession. Pat continued, "I am afraid she was attacked by a man the police questioned but never arrested. They did not arrest him even though they had a lot of circumstantial evidence against him." Police always believed Susan was not missing of her own volition. Detective Richard Ridenour, who was assigned to the case until his retirement in 2000, told a newspaper in 1987 that he thought Susan was most likely not alive anymore. In 1999, Susan's mother said in an interview, "The police said there is little they can do without a body." Detective Ridenour commented in that same year, "Susan Bender just fell off the face of the earth. What is really strange about this case is that nothing has ever come up about her in all these years, and no one has ever come forward with any information about what happened to her." Also in 1999, Lauren Herzog and Wesley Shermantine, two childhood friends from Linden, California, targeted young women in and around the nearby Stockton area. There was some speculation that perhaps Susan was one of their victims. Many of their victims have never been identified. Authorities did not know if the men had anything to do with Susan's abduction, but it is possible as she vanished in the time that they were busy with their evil deeds. Susan's disappearance fit their modus operandi for victims, but despite years of investigation into Herzog and Shermantine's crimes, there had never been a link to Susan's case. They went on a spree in the 1980s and 1990s. They took the lives of several females and may have had more than 15 victims. In the meantime, Susan's case remained unsolved. For nearly 4 decades, investigators spoke to family and friends who fought to keep Susan's story alive. Sandy Silveria, a friend of Susan, commented in 2021, "Where is she? What happened to her? Whoever did this, they have to be held accountable." In October 2021, the Modesto Police Department announced that they reopened the case in the hopes of finally locating the long-lost teenager. The department said in a statement, "In reviewing this case, we identified potential areas of opportunity which may assist in moving this case forward. This includes the use of advancements in technology. Given the circumstances of the crime, we also believe there may be individuals, previously unidentified, who may have pertinent information surrounding Susan's disappearance." Modesto's cold case investigators were hoping that the many years since Susan's disappearance had increased witnesses' willingness to speak out. The police department said in a statement in 2022, "It is important to remember that Susan was a child with a family. Unfortunately, that family has gone 36 years without closure or justice. It is our job as an agency to assist in providing some level of closure with the ultimate goal of getting justice." Then, on Thursday, August 17, 2023, the Modesto Police Department announced the arrest of Raymond Lewis Stafford. He is 76 years old. Stafford was arrested on August 15th in Wills Point, 50 miles east of Dallas, where he had been living for around 5 years. Stafford appeared to be hiding in plain sight for decades. Detectives got an arrest warrant on August 10th, but it was not until Tuesday that members of the Van Zandt County Sheriff's Department in Texas showed up at his home and took him into custody. He was arrested without incident and subsequently booked into the Van Zandt County Jail and charged with taking Susan's life. Modesto police did not give further details about what they believe happened to Susan. Stafford is currently incarcerated in Texas, awaiting extradition to California. Exactly how detectives zeroed in on Stafford as a suspect has not been detailed. Modesto police are differing questions to the Stanislaus County District Attorney's Office, saying there was no other information they could release. Newspapers and local radio stations did reach out to the Modesto Police Department and Stanislaus County District Attorney to learn what led to the suspect's arrest, but did not receive a response. No information was released about how exactly Susan might have met her end. whether there is any chance of recovering her body, or what new evidence resulted in the charges against Stafford. In a news release, Modesto police expressed their gratitude to the Stanislaus County District Attorney's Office, the California Department of Justice, and various Texas authorities for their help in the long and challenging investigation. It said, "The collaborative efforts of these agencies have been instrumental in bringing closure to Susan Robin Bender's case. As detectives suspected foul play right from the start, they had a suspect nearly from the start." According to court records filed in Stanislaus County, investigators at the time traced the green van to Stafford after he was arrested on suspicion of an unrelated burglary a month after Susan vanished. He had not been publicly named at the time. In the course of their investigation, they learned that Stafford had briefly worked with Susan's mother, Patricia Bender. At the time, she said that she believed Stafford may have formed a relationship with her daughter after calling their home phone. Court documents showed that Pat worked for Stafford for a few days back in 1985 at his security business. They also said she admitted to dating Stafford on a few occasions. Thus, Stafford was well known to Susan. It was his rental van which Susan had been seen getting into at the bus stop. She got into his van without hesitation, according to her friend, who witnessed everything at the day of her disappearance at the bus station. A woman who lived with Stafford in the 1980s said he confessed that he strangled a female with a cord or wire and buried her near the Big Oak Flat entrance to Yosemite. He said, according to court records obtained, that he drove to a campground near the Big Oak Flat entrance to Yosemite National Park and dug the grave. Less than a year after Susan disappeared, Stafford, then 38, ran for Modesto City Council. He was asked by the local newspaper about his criminal record, but told the paper in July 1985 it was a result of him being in the wrong place at the wrong time. His arrests were listed as operating an unlicensed private investigator business and carrying a badge saying he was a private investigator. Stafford said that his campaign was focused on policies to protect children from predators. He added, "We do not spend any time getting the people who are harassing our children." Unsurprisingly, he lost the election. 5 months later, in December 1986, Stafford was convicted of setting a business on fire and pled guilty to making a false police report. He reportedly faked a kidnapping to avoid appearing in court. In 1994, he emerged once again on law enforcement's radar. He was put on an offender's register under the alias Greg Tunningley for abusing a 13-year-old girl in California. New court records identified the man as Stafford. Pat revealed she always suspected Stafford was behind her daughter's disappearance after she discovered the pair had carried on a secret relationship. Pat said, I have known from the start. When my daughter came up missing, I have known that he was the person responsible. The investigators did not listen to me." Pat added that thought had lived with her for the past 37 years. She continued, "It was like I was lost. Honestly, it was like I was the walking deceased woman. It hurt when I heard people talking about their grandkids and their kids." Pat said the memories of her 15-year-old daughter were what kept her going. She remembered, Susan was outgoing. She was funny. She was just an average teenager, just trying to figure out where she fits. Pat never lost hope, but the quest to find her daughter was agonizing until now. She said she has had to lean on her faith. She stated, "I'm grateful. I'm glad that the system has finally decided to step up and do something instead of have me wondering." Those closest to Susan hope to learn where she is in hopes of giving her the farewell they always felt she deserved. Now, in the final act, her mother says the one thing she has never wrestled with is forgiveness toward Stafford. I know this is going to sound kind of strange, but I have forgiven him for what he did to my daughter. I really have, because I would not want to carry that with me for the rest of my life. Pat said this arrest has lifted a dark cloud from her shoulders. Now I am not looking forward to how the trial will play out. I just want Susan's body found. She concluded, "My message is a simple one. Start listening to your kids." Sarah Ashley Hill was a 33-year-old mother of two who worked as a waitress at a local diner in Patrick County, Virginia in 2018. She was known for her cheerful smile, her kindness, and her love for music and dancing. She had a close relationship with her sister April, who often helped her with her children. Sarah was one of 5 siblings and the only one with that pretty red hair and bright blue eyes. Her siblings used to tease her and tell her she was adopted. In June 2018, Sarah was staying with her friends in North Carolina. At 1:30 a.m. on June 6th, she called April on her cell phone and told her she was near Mount Airy on Blue Hollow Road and needed a ride. Sarah did not explain why she was walking at that time of the morning. April was at work almost an hour away and could not just leave. She was a registered nurse at U Chatham Memorial Hospital in Elkin. By the time the family arrived in Mount Airy, Sarah Hill was nowhere to be found. They assumed she had gotten a ride elsewhere, or maybe found a way to access her own car, a white 2000 Ford Taurus. The next day, April sent Sarah a text to see if she was okay, and if she still needed a ride. April got no reply. April called again, and messages went to voicemail. After 2 weeks, Sarah's phone had been turned off. It was very unusual for Sarah to be out of contact, according to April. They talked at least once a week, sometimes more often. April noted that Sarah was addicted to illegal substances and was friends with a lot of shady people. April wondered if it played a role in her sister's disappearance. A month after Sarah was last seen, she was finally reported missing. Detectives immediately started investigating. After her disappearance, her white Ford Taurus turned up at a store on NC 89 near the Blue Hollow Road intersection. It was caught on video footage the store owner obtained while trying to catch shoplifters, but Sarah was not identified among any of the individuals suspected of wrongdoing there. The police searched the car and found Sarah's purse, phone, keys, and some personal items inside. However, they did not find any fingerprints, DNA, or other clues that could link anyone to her disappearance. The police considered all possible scenarios for Sarah's disappearance. They investigated if she had any enemies or problems with anyone who might have harmed her. They checked if she had any debts or financial troubles that might have driven her to run away. Investigators also looked into whether she had any history of mental illness or substance abuse that might have affected her judgment or behavior. They explored if she had any romantic affairs or domestic disputes that might have led to violence or jealousy. However, they did not find any evidence to support any of these theories. During the investigation in January 2019, the Surry County Sheriff's Office checked several locations throughout the county, which included 3 different properties on King Park Circle, Mount Airy, North Carolina. In retracing Sarah's last known steps, investigators believed she was in a location in nearby Stokes County where she had been hanging out with a guy. This person of interest acted suspiciously, including refusing access to his home. It was discovered that the man had previously been charged with assault. In 2022, they were led to an Ashbury Road property in Stokes County, North Carolina, where Sarah was last seen at the time of her disappearance. On Monday, October 17, 2022, the Surry County Sheriff's Office, in conjunction with the Stokes County Sheriff's Office and the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation, executed a search warrant for the property of 1791 Asbury Road, Westfield, North Carolina. Detectives brought in specialized personnel to utilize heavy equipment to move dirt and terrain and stabilize an existing structure. Human remains were located beneath the floorboards. The remains were sent to Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center. On October 20, 2022, an autopsy was performed and confirmed that the remains were of Sarah Ashley Hill. On October 11, 2023, the Stokes County Sheriff's Office announced that Leroy Hoover had been arrested and charged with taking Sarah's life. Hoover is currently in the Stokes County Jail with no bond awaiting trial. He has other cases also pending in Stokes County. Sheriff Joey Lemon said, "We can only imagine how hard this has been for the family of Ms. Hill." Investigators from the Patrick County Sheriff's Office, Surry County Sheriff's Office, Stokes County Sheriff's Office, as well as the NCSBI agents who worked on this case, have done a tremendous job, and they never gave up. Although nothing will bring a loved one back, we can only hope this helps provide some closure to Ms. Hill's family. 29-year-old Teresa Scalf was a kind and caring nurse who worked at Lakeland Regional Health in Florida in 1986. She loved helping people and taking care of her son, Jason, who was 8 years old. Jason was her only family, as she was a single mom who lived by herself with him in a small apartment. Teresa had brown hair and green eyes, and she always wore a smile on her face. She was a friendly and cheerful person who had many friends at work and in her neighborhood. She enjoyed spending time with her son, reading books, and watching movies. She also liked to travel and learn new things. She had a dream of becoming a doctor someday and saving more lives. One night, on October 15, 1986, when Jason was staying with his grandma Betty, Teresa was alone in her apartment. It was a dark and stormy night, and the rain was pouring down. An unknown man broke into her home. He had a knife, and he wanted to harm Teresa. He had left his fingerprints on the doorknob and the windowsill. He had also left his DNA on a cigarette butt that he had discarded on the floor. He assaulted Teresa with his knife and attempted to force himself on her. Teresa fought back with all her strength. She tried to protect herself with her hands, but he injured them severely. He was stronger than her, and he inflicted a severe injury on her throat. He ended her life and left her body on the floor. He fled from the apartment. The next morning, when Teresa did not show up to work, her mom, Betty, became concerned and went to see her. She found Teresa's body in a pool of blood. She called the police, and they arrived at the apartment. They collected all of the evidentiary items from the crime scene and stored them to be used later. Plenty of suspects were interviewed and leads were followed, but investigators could not identify the perpetrator and the case went cold. Finally, on October 16, 2023, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd announced that the case had been solved. They were able to confirm that Donald Douglas was responsible for what happened to Teresa. Douglas was 33 years old at the time of the crime. He co-owned an electrical company with his brother. Douglas passed away due to natural causes in 2008 at the age of 54. Douglas had no past criminal record and was also cremated after his passing, which made connecting him to the case all the more difficult. Teresa's mother, Betty Scalf, and two of Teresa's sisters joined Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd for a news conference, as Judd described how his agency solved the 37-year-old case. Sheriff Judd said that Douglas lived just behind the duplex, and investigators interviewed him and other neighbors at the time but never considered him a suspect. Judd said detectives originally investigating the case had seen no wounds on Douglas and had no reason to suspect him. Judd speculated that Douglas took Teresa's life because he sought a relationship with her and she rebuffed him. Judd explained that as technology advanced, the agency entered DNA taken from the crime scene into the FBI's national database in the early 2000s, but found no matches, meaning the perpetrator's DNA had not been entered. Judd credited Detective Matthew Newbold with leading the effort to resolve the case after receiving it in 2015. Newbold kept a photo of Teresa Scalf on his desk and vowed to her family that he would not retire until he had identified the perpetrator. Newbold worked with Othram, a Texas company that specializes in developing genetic samples from crime scene evidence. Using publicly available DNA that people submit through such programs as 23andMe, the company helped create a family tree for the suspect. One hit landed on a third cousin of Douglas who had conceived a baby outside of marriage in 1949. What Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd described as the illicit affair ultimately exposed a new family tree branch. David Nutting, a company representative for Othram, said it was the 106th publicly announced solution to an unsolved case through Othram's DNA research. He said there are an estimated 330,000 unsolved cases in the United States. After identifying Douglas as the perpetrator, sheriff's investigators contacted his son and asked for a DNA sample. He fully cooperated, Judd said, and was mortified to learn that his sample confirmed that Donald Douglas's blood had been found at the crime scene. Pam Shade, Teresa's sister, said, "The first thing that I would like to say is Teresa was a wonderful person, the most loving person. She did not deserve it. Our family did not deserve this." She added, "She started off at the bottom, nursing assistant. She went to respiratory school. She got her RN and was so proud. I've never seen anyone more proud." She said, "I did it, Pam. I did it." And she lost her life a month later, after we had this conversation. I hope it gives everybody comfort to know that we now know who did this. I also would like to offer encouragement to other victims. Do not give up. Law enforcement do not give up. And as long as they do not give up, you do not give up. Teresa's other sister, Lynn Scalf, said that Teresa shared that she had some uncomfortable experiences with a neighbor, but did not fully describe him, offering that up as a cautionary tale for present-day stalking victims. Teresa had told us about some creepy neighbor that had showed up at her house with what looked like he had yanked a flower up out of the ground and slapped it into a pot. He was sort of stalkerish, and she had told us about him, but she never described him. So anybody, but especially ladies, if someone is being creepy, do not just tell your sisters, tell them what he looks like. When Betty Scalf took to the microphone, she said, "All I want to say is, I am 84 years old. I lived to see this done. I think that is why I lived so long." 17-year-old Gladys Ariano lived in Boyle Heights, Los Angeles in 1996. She was beautiful, intelligent, and had big dreams for her life. Gladys was last seen on January 28, 1996, leaving her home. When she failed to return home later in the day, she was reported missing by her family. 2 days later, her body was found off a main road in a ravine in Topanga Canyon. She had been assaulted and strangled. Serology evidence was collected from her body, and a DNA profile of the unknown offender was uploaded to the state and federal DNA databases, but a match could not be found. An extensive investigation was completed by the investigators at the time, but it led nowhere, and the case went cold. That was until 2019. Los Angeles police arrested a man by the name of Jose Luis Garcia for domestic assault. During the booking process, DNA swabs were taken from Garcia and processed. Investigators then realized that his DNA matched the DNA that was taken from Gladys's body. Detectives visited Garcia and questioned him about Gladys. The crime took place when he was just 19 years old. They obtained a second DNA swab from him. The Los Angeles Crime Lab was then able to confirm that Garcia's genetic profile matched the unidentified sample taken from Gladys's body in 1996. 43-year-old Jose Luis Garcia was arrested by U.S. Marshals on September 29, 2019, in Dallas, Texas. He was extradited on October 14th to Los Angeles County, where he was held on a $1 million bail. Detective Hugo Renaga said, "This case is typical of the type of cases that the unsolved detectives are faced with on a daily basis. We are gratified that we are successful in bringing this tragic case to a close." Renaga confirmed that investigators were looking into the possibility that Garcia was involved in other crimes as well. Gladys's niece and goddaughter, Samantha Moreno, spoke movingly of the need to remember her godmother, as well as all other women who were victims of violence. Recognizing her life is important. Beautiful Latina souls from Boyle Heights should never be forgotten, Moreno said. Acts of violence against women should never be forgotten. Samantha Moreno thanked the detectives who never lost sight of finding justice. Gladys Arellano's case was worked on by retired detectives Joe Purcell and Sean McCarthy, who both work part-time on the Sheriff's Department's Unsolved Case Unit. Thank you for not giving up on our Gladys, who was a loving daughter, sister, aunt, and godmother. Gladys was only 17 when her life was taken. She had a beautiful soul. She was beautiful, intelligent, gorgeous, and she had a radiant smile. She had such big dreams for her life. My grandparents would have been so proud of her. Moreno said she was grateful Garcia was off the streets after nearly a quarter century. "We want nothing more than for him to pay for his brutal crime," she said. "We recognize that this will not bring Gladys back, but we are relieved to know that there will be justice for Gladys. This is a victory that we acknowledge in her honor, and we look forward to more victories." Jose Luis Garcia was found guilty of all the charges against him on July 18, 2023. It was a day the loved ones of Gladys Arellano had been waiting decades for. "It is never enough for having taken a life of such a beautiful soul," said Elizabeth Arellano of her sister Gladys. Gladys Arellano's sister and best friend told the court what Garcia did nearly destroyed them, as they wondered for more than 25 years what happened to her. "It was tough, but it felt really good to finally get it off your chest and actually, like, seeing him and, releasing it. And having some kind of comfort," said Vanessa Arellano, Gladys Arellano's younger sister. Janet Ramirez, Gladys Arellano's close friend, said the plea deal gives her some comfort, but it is not enough. 19 years is never enough, but I have comfort knowing now she can rest, that the perpetrator is going to be behind bars. because for 25 years I've lived with the guilt of not knowing what I could have done different, Ramirez said. Jose Garcia was sentenced on August 15, 2023 to 18 years and 8 months in prison for taking Gladys's life. Garcia pleaded no contest to voluntary manslaughter, kidnapping, and domestic assault, according to the district attorney's office. He waived his credit for the just over 1,000 days he has spent in jail since his 2020 arrest. Retired Sheriff's Detective Joe Purcell handled the cold case investigation. The fact is that we can give justice to people and to society. It is really important not to let these cases go unresolved. We need to have people pay the debt they owe to society, he said.